If we go back to early 2018, Joshua Ramsawmy, 28, and his wife Amelia Bissoon, 25, looked like a successful young couple. Both worked for Chase Bank, they lived in a nice home, the couple seemed happy, and they were raising Amelia's young son from a prior relationship. But greed interfered and led this young couple into committing evil deeds. Joshua was eventually convicted of 2 first-degree murder charges and is serving life in a Florida prison. Amelia, who testified against her husband, received a conviction for her wrongdoing at the bank, vis-a-vis Mr. Stack's money, and was sent to prison for 3 years. She is expected to be released in early 2024. So what happened? Amelia Bissoon befriended one of the bank's elder customers, Gerald Stack, a man who was showing signs of dementia and declining cognitive abilities. Amelia saw Gerald's poor cognitive skills as an opportunity. She eventually convinced Gerald to write 2 $25,000 checks in the name of her young son from the man's Chase Bank account. Amelia's husband, Joshua Ramsawmy, then opened 2 Bank of America accounts and deposited the money there. Gerald had an adult daughter, Cynthia. The relationship between Gerald and Cynthia was strained, perhaps due to Gerald's declining health. At some moment, Cynthia became suspicious about the 2 checks and started to investigate the matter. She contacted Chase Bank about it, and word eventually made it to Amelia. Amelia was in talks with Cynthia, but at the same time she discussed the issue with Joshua so they could figure out a way out of the situation without harming their futures. Initially, they contacted a mutual friend, a sort of tough guy, Jay Persad, to see if they could pay him some money to take care of their problem. After giving Persad money, and with nothing happening to Cynthia, Joshua took the matters into his own hands. We jump to July 17, 2018. Joshua drives to Cynthia's apartment, and after initially talking to Cynthia, he returns in the early morning hours of July 18, 2018, with a handgun, and he proceeds to shoot and kill both Cynthia Stack and her adult son, Sean Stack, the daughter and grandson of Amelia's customer, Gerald Stack. While this is happening, Amelia Bissoon is supposedly driving around looking for Joshua. Early in the next morning, at about 6:30 a.m., a neighbor notices the door of Cynthia's apartment open. The neighbor enters and sees the body of Cynthia. She gets out and calls 911.
Emergency 911, this is Jasmine. You're being recorded.
Hey, how you doing, ma'am? I stay in 1032 West Jefferson Street, and my next door neighbor, she is like slumped over. Her front door is wide open.
Okay, you said
slumped over.
You said 1032 West Jackson Street?
Jefferson.
Jefferson, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
1032 West Jefferson. Okay, and you said that, is this a house or an apartment?
Apartment. Cannabella.
And what's her apartment number?
It's 4. Okay. And my dog was taking her out so she can walk around, and I think she was running over to the door, so I said, come back over here, Bella. And I seen the next door neighbor. Her nose is bleeding. She unresponsive.
Okay.
She's just sitting on the couch, and her door is wide open.
Okay. And what's your name?
I don't know what's going on.
You're going to be able to meet with the officers?
I'm outside.
Okay. What's your phone number?
Please send the ambulance.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and send officers and an ambulance out there as well. Does it look like she was maybe injured by someone, or does it look like she was maybe sick, or what does it look like to you?
I don't know. She ain't responsible. She got blood all on her face. I really don't know. I just want to make sure she's okay.
Okay.
Because I never seen her door open. Like, the whole time I've been staying over here, I seen her before because she'll come out and speak, and that's it. But I ain't never seen her door open like that.
Okay. And is it just her in the apartment, or?
I don't see her son or nobody.
Okay, so it's just her in the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you with her, or are you outside of the apartment?
And she is not moving, ma'am, and she looks purple. Oh, God.
Okay. All right, hang on one second. I'm going to transfer you over to the paramedics so they can give you instructions, okay?
Okay.
We have previously published the interrogations of Joshua and Amelia. We will now take a deep dive into this case. This is episode 1 of that new deep dive.
Ma'am, you got ID on you?
I'm in trouble.
No, not at all.
You're
You're not in trouble at all. We just want to talk to you.
Oh, okay, then y'all can talk.
Obviously, you know this is very serious, so we want to make sure. I don't believe she's going to be okay, but we're gonna check it out. So.
I don't think she's gonna be all right.
But we'll figure it out. But we want to talk to you because you were the last person actually to know that she was here, and we were worried. I mean, we want to make sure that whatever happened, we can figure it out. Did you see anything at all?
What?
No, I came out to bring the dog out.
Do you guys mind just sitting down for me for a second until we're done?
Oh, he got to go to work.
Can you call your work? We'll give him a case number and everything else. You got.
God, man. Damn, man.
He's just upset that he wants to go to work right now. I asked him to stick around because of what's going on. He saw the same thing that she did when he came on out. He was standing out here with you for a little while?
No,
well, he walked around and saw her, obviously.
Oh, no, I came out here to walk the dog. He was in the house.
Oh, okay, all right. My bad. My mistake. You have an ID on you?
No, I lost it. I can give you my name.
Okay. Let's just start off there then.
Yeah, but he was in the house the whole time. Because I walk the dog because I usually eat breakfast because I'm pregnant. So I eat breakfast in the morning and walk the dog.
How you feeling right now? Are you okay after what you saw?
My stomach just hurts because I want to make sure she's all right.
Okay, well, I mean, the fire department's here. If you need them to check you out, they can check you out. You need anything? Okay. I'm sorry. I thought he did. If he didn't, they're still probably going to ask everybody in the area what's going on because obviously anytime we have a significant injury, we want to talk to people.
Yeah, but he was talking about, I walked the dog this morning. He going to be mad now. He ready to go to work.
Okay. What's your name, ma'am?
Close the door, Jordan. Put some shorts on. Close the door.
Nicole, what's your middle name? That you talked to her last night. We need a good time for
Oh, I didn't talk to her. I just seen the door open.
Well, even that. I mean, well, no, you talked to her last night. So
no, I
you
didn't say nothing to her last night. I only seen the door open last night.
Okay. Did you see her last night at all or no?
No, I just seen the door open.
Okay. Well,
around here, you just mind your business.
I understand that. I understand that.
My door.
But if you're willing to help us out to try and figure out what happened, I really appreciate it. I'd like to get you on a statement. Okay? All right. I'll get you a statement form. I need a time frame when you saw the door open last night. Okay?
Okay.
And then
Close the door. Close the door. Talking about some pants. Trying to come out here and be in these people's business.
as detailed as you possibly can be right now, okay? Just time frames. I need really good time frames from you, okay? Okay, go ahead.
I seen the lady next door open at around 11 p.m. And I went in the house, was walking the dog this morning and seen her with blood and called the cops.
Okay. How do you know her? You just see her in
I just seen the
You know her name?
Mm-mm.
You don't know her name? You know nothing more about her? Do you know anything about anybody else who stays in that apartment?
Like I said, when I usually work late because I work for Walmart.
Okay.
So when I come in, it be late. I come in and close the door and go to bed. Shower and sleep.
Okay. How long have you been seeing her living there? Like, do you know?
I never even seen her. Like I said, the door. That was my first time even seeing the door.
So the door was just open, and it was open last night?
Yeah.
What time was that?
Like around 11.
11 o'clock. Did you see her on the bed then?
I ain't even pay attention. I just went straight in my house.
Okay, so it could have been left open since then.
Yeah.
Does the door look like it was more open now than it was at 11, or about the same? I know it's hard to remember because it may not have.
When I came in from work, I just came in. I really ain't really pay no attention to what was going on. I just came straight through the door.
Okay. All right. Write that in there for me if you can, because like I said, you're the person that can give us some sort of a time frame.
I come in.
Did you see anybody go in or out of the apartment since then? No.
I don't never see nobody outside, but the kids when they playing. But I take my son to the park or something, at my mom's house. I don't never see nobody out there. It ain't much to do over there, so that's why I try to keep them away.
I understand. Okay, let me see the pen real quick.
But you didn't see the car? Like what kind of car or anything?
My wife had told me that the door had been opened on. That's usually is up before me, but I heard the gunshot. It was really like slow, like like someone was like shooting or trying to aim or whatever. I could hear it. Then after that, you could hear the tire screeching off. They looked outside and seen the door was still open. With nobody out here.
Okay.
We didn't actually see the car or any people.
Yeah, because we went outside, but it didn't suspect me for that door because it was open all night.
Okay.
And usually I never see that door open and stuff, so when the gunshots, I did hear the door speed up. It's like it was a TV or something going on in there. So I thought, okay, maybe they just got the door open.
Okay.
We didn't even know where the shots that came from. We weren't sure if it was from over here or...
The low was, but we know it was closed from inside the house because we didn't hear no shattering.
Okay. So when you guys looked outside and you saw the door open, was the neighbor already standing outside?
No, they came out probably about 10 minutes ago outside. We didn't see them at all.
Okay. All right. All right, that sounds good. Are you guys going to be sticking around for a little bit? Because the detective is probably going to want additional things that they look for in statements, and they're also going to want to talk to you. Okay?
I have to be working tomorrow. I have to be working 12, so...
I'll be here all day.
They should be able to talk to you before then. Okay? All right.
The neighbor, when I did see her, when she did come outside, she wasn't on the phone at first. She was looking throughout the apartment. And the other man, he had hurried up and swerved his car and moved his car over there to the side because it was in front of his apartment, in front of the door open. So that's when she got on the phone, I guess, to call the police. And he was running back and forth. I don't know what he was saying, but I didn't know whether something was wrong with his car or his car got shot or something, but he was going off about his car. Yeah. And his car was originally in front of the door.
Okay. What's that?
Yeah, we rarely see them.
I don't know who lives down there. We never seen them before. We've been on this since February. I've never seen who lives down there.
Yeah, because he was saying that he was up because I had told them, I was asking them if they okay because we heard shots, and he was saying that he was up, but I stayed at the window probably at least 30 minutes and no one came outside. So I'm like, okay,
She said she didn't hear no shot though.
Yeah, she said she didn't hear anything, but it's like I'm over here and you're right there, so it's like you would have heard
something would have walked
closer.
Yeah.
And we heard it and all our windows are shut, and we heard it like it was like right here by our window. They said they was up, and I was like, we was up. If we heard it, you could hear it. You right next door.
All right. So I'll make sure they talk to you first. That way you can get out of here if need be. Okay. And then you said you're gonna be around all day, right? All right. Perfect. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, man. Thanks.
First, it was 2 shots, and it's like they hesitated. I don't know, probably about 10 or 15 more seconds went by, and then you heard the other ones.
It was really inconsistent.
Oh yeah, you guys can check my trash can too, because I kind of heard something. We lost the trash can, the dumpster right here.
What'd you hear about the trash can?
The trash can, you heard the echo from the trash can.
Like somebody threw something in it?
Yeah. So I don't know if it was a bullet hit it or what. I did hear.
But was it like a something hitting the trash can, or was it something like being thrown into the trash can?
No, probably thrown into it. I don't think it was actually hitting it.
Okay.
I did hear the echo from the trash can.
All right.
That's why we originally like, oh, it's fireworks.
Okay.
We heard the echo from the trash can.
Okay. All right. Hey, they over there said that one of the things that they heard was something like they threw something in the dumpster. There's a pile of clothes like one on one of the poles that is nicely folded up. So you want to take a look real quick in the dumpster, see what's in it?
No, we need to photograph first, but do me a favor.
Also present Detective Michael Mareschi and a Gerald Stack. Mr. Stack, if just for the record, can I have you state your name and your date of birth, please?
Gerald W. Stack, August 15th, 1943.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, Mr. Stack, we talked to you a few days ago. Again, we're very sorry for your loss, and we're trying to piece all this together, okay? What we do have some questions about is when we first talked to you, we didn't get a tape statement from you. However, you did give us some information about some banking stuff that was going on. Okay.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave us a piece of paper. So I'd probably like to start there with that piece of paper, and we might move back and forth a little bit. But if you can tell me what that piece of paper was that you gave us.
It was a statement that I can't remember what the lady that what her title was. The bank lady. You know, she brought this thing over. There was her and three guys, and you know, these barged in here, and she gave me that, but I didn't even get to read it. She had me sign it.
Did you recognize the woman that was with the men?
No, I didn't know any of them. And
did you know the teller whose name was on the paper?
Yes,
what's her name?
God, I keep forgetting. God, I keep forgetting.
Is it Bissoon?
Oh, wait. I wrote it down here. Oh.
Can you see okay?
Amelia Bissoon.
Okay. Was that the person that came to your house?
No.
Okay. No. And you're looking at a business card. It's a business card. It's a Chase consumer banking card. It has Amelia Bissoon as a personal banker.
Yes.
And a phone number for her direct line. Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph.
Okay. Yes, that's her.
That's her?
Yes.
Okay, let the record reflect. I just showed Mr. Stack a David photograph of Amelia Nadia Bissoon, Florida deal. But that was not the person who came to your house.
No. It was a heavy-set woman, and three. I don't know whether they were bodyguards or what. She came
in.
There
were three gentlemen.
Yes, she came in a separate car, and they came in another car.
Did they stamp it right there in front of you?
No, it was pre-stamped.
It was pre-stamped.
She just said, "You need to sign this," and so I signed it.
Also present is Detective Michael Moreshi with the Orlando Police Department, and Miss Romano. Miss Romano, just for the record, can you just give your full name and date of birth, please?
Yes, Deborah.
Thank you. How do you recall it? Explain to me.
I remember Amelia Brinson calling me on the phone and setting up an appointment for me to go to Gerald Stack's residence. And I also had Gerald Stack's identification in front of me to do a mobile notice service. I'm
going to get some more of that information, but let me just ask you this. To make sure we're talking, is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. And the printed name, and then there's a stamp there. Is that your notary stamp?
Yes, it is.
So you're a notary public?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll ask you more detailed questions about that, but just let the record reflect. I showed Ms. Romano a letter, what's been referred to in the report, I guess is the notarized document. Starts to whom it may concern. Gerald Stack's name's on there, Amelia Bissoon's name's on there, and Jillian Huey's name's on there.
She said that she was a Chase employee, and that there was a Chase person that had this elderly man that had an account at Chase, and that she needed a letter, his signature notarized, to be able to withdraw some money out of his account. She was going to wait in the car, and the picture that you just showed me, that man would go up with me to the elderly man's door.
Also present is Detective Michael Moreshi of the Orlando Police Department, and Emily, is it Rivera? And if you could just say your name, your full name, and date of birth for the record, please.
My name is Emily Rivera.
Again, we're very sorry for your loss. We're investigating the murder of your mother, Cynthia Stack, and your brother, Sean Stack. Okay.
She called me, and her main concern was, she was talking about my grandfather, because they always get into fights and they always get into small little arguments about things here and there, just because their relationship is a little bit strained.
Okay.
And she was just like, it was just a basic conversation. We have the conversation all the time about my papa, and it was just her saying, "Oh, Papa's being difficult," and me and Papa are always arguing, and then me just being like, okay, and like talking to her about it, and just being like, give him some time. He's not all here. You got to be patient with him. That's basically my rundown to her, and then me telling her, all right, let's talk about something else because we always talk about this.
Oh, did you say anything about your grandfather giving him money?
They didn't tell me. My papa told me.
When did he tell you?
My papa told me last week-ish. It's rough with a date, but I know it was recent. It was within this month. And
after or before your mom and brother died?
It was before. He told me before he was putting money into Sean's bank so Sean could have it, and he wanted Sean to have money so he could have his own life and get his car and everything. So he was doing that for Sean, but I didn't. And he told me about my mom actually, and my grandfather told me about the something. The story is kind of confusing. I don't really know much about it, but something about some woman at the bank, her coming into my grandfather's house, making him sign something. I don't know. It just sounds really weird because I have no idea about it, but my mom and my brother did know about it, and my mom's the one who told me about it in the first place. My grandfather's the one who co-signed it because when he called me and I talked to him about it. But it was an issue before they passed away. It wasn't like I didn't hear about it until after. Then my papa was like, "Oh, I think this happened." Like
this is before.
This was before.
So let's talk about that a little bit more. So who was the first person that told you about this issue with the bank?
My mom.
Your mom.
My mom.
Okay. So and Cynthia, what did she tell you?
She told me that Papa's saying some woman came into his house with a couple people asking him to sign something, and he signed it, and they gave him a piece of paper that said if he talked about something then he would be in trouble for something. I don't know what it was. And I asked my papa about it, and he told me, he's like, this woman at the bank, I can't remember her name, and he kept saying, I can't remember her name, and then he said Amelia or something like that.
Hey, they got those off you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Here, I brought you some water. So, I kind of introduced myself out there, but I don't know if you heard me or not. I'm Brian Ferrer with OPD.
Amelia.
This is Mike Mareschi.
Amelia.
Okay. All right, Amelia. Obviously, you want to know what's going on, and we want to talk to you about some stuff.
Okay.
So, let me start at the beginning. I'm gonna record everything this way we don't miss anything. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Am I getting arrested or something for something, or?
We're gonna explain it to you.
Yeah, we'll explain it all to you. Okay. All right. This is Detective Brian Ferrer of the Orlando Police Department. Today's date is Thursday, July 26th, 2018. The time is now approximately 1200 hours. This is an interview taking place in CID interview room number 5. Also present is Detective Michael Mareschi and with the Orlando Police Department, and Amelia Bissoon. Am I saying that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just for the record, can you say your name and date of birth, please?
Amelia Bissoon, 050793.
Great, thank you. Can I have you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yeah, sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, Amelia. Okay. What's your phone number?
407-202-6767.
Just gotta get some background information, that's all. And you're married, you said your husband's name is?
Joshua.
How do you spell his last name?
Ramsawmy.
I think I heard you say your son lives there with you too?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's his name?
JULIENHEWICK.
Okay. Where are you working right now?
I work for Chase in Pine Hills.
All right, Amelia. We got to go over these with you, okay? Because you were brought here the way you were brought here. All right. I want to talk to you. There's always two sides to every story. You understand what I'm saying? And obviously, we have one side of a story right now, and that's why you're sitting here. So we want to get the other side of the story, okay? But for us to talk to you, I want to make sure I go over your rights with you and you understand those rights, okay? And if you have any questions about any of these, you make sure you ask me, okay? All right. All right. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Any questions about that? No? Okay.
I just normally when this starts is like someone getting in trouble or arrested or something.
Well, we just, like I said, we want to be able to talk to you, all right? And this is the right way to do that. And I'm sure there could be a very reasonable explanation as to why you're here, all right? But we have to talk to you about that, okay?
Okay.
Like I said, we only have one side of a story. When we have one side, we have to go on that until we have the other side of the story, okay?
Yeah.
But just because these are your rights, I want to make sure you understand them, okay? It's just for us to be able to talk to each other.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one will be provided for you before questioning without charge. Do you understand?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. So, how long have you lived at that house over there?
We moved in June, either June or July. We just purchased that home.
Okay. It's a big home.
Yeah, we just moved here from New York.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where in New York?
From Queens.
Queens?
Yeah.
Mets?
Yankees.
Yankees? In Queens?
Yeah, I know.
I grew up in New Jersey.
Okay, so you're a Mets fan.
Well, we don't have any of our own teams. We got a copy off of New York. But I wasn't really a baseball fan, but I go with Yankees, though, too.
Okay.
Jets football?
And I'm a football fan.
No? Okay. All right. How do you like it down here?
It's okay. I actually went to school over here.
Where'd you go to school?
We moved from New York when I was like around 16.
Okay.
So I went to high school over here, college, and then
UCF?
I went to Valencia.
Valencia.
So
Okay.
my dad got a promotion with work, so they decided to move our whole family over there, and I decided to go with them.
Okay.
And then we moved back here because New York is not.
It's tough. It's expensive up there.
It's hard to live there when you're for me, for an adult, and I was only a kid over there, so when I started over, it's
so
hard.
expensive. Yeah, and then they have the state income tax. I know New Jersey. My parents pay that state income tax. It's like it kills them. Okay. How old is your son?
My son is 7.
7?
He'll be 8.
Okay. He's got a different last name than you?
Yeah, so his father is my husband is not his father.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's something we see so much more nowadays. Yeah, So, who's dad?
His father?
Yeah.
Matthew.
Matthew. Buick?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened with Josh? Did I hear you say he shot himself in the leg?
Yeah, so in December we went bowling.
Okay.
And we were dropping 2 of our friends home. And I guess he put his gun in the bottom of the driver's seat. And I don't know if it was a new gun. I don't touch it. I don't know.
Okay.
He said it's ambidextrous, so I'm guessing the safety is on both sides. And I don't know if the safety came off when he picked it up, but it shot him in his thigh.
That must have hurt.
Yeah.
He's lucky, those arteries and stuff.
Artery,
in there. Yeah.
The bullet went around the bone and around the artery, through and through.
Jeez, that's lucky.
I know, he's crazy.
How long have you guys been married?
It'll be a year in September.
Oh, okay. So you went to Valencia. What did you get? Did you get associates?
Yeah.
What did you get?
Business management, minor in finance. Yeah.
You start your own business one day?
I'm a dance instructor, so.
Oh, okay.
I'd love to.
Okay, so you work for Chase. Okay. How long you work for Chase for?
December will be 3 years, I believe, or 4 years. I'm not too sure. After 4 years. Yeah.
Any issues while you're working at Chase?
No. I got a write-up recently.
You did?
Yeah.
What happened?
When was this, in May? I issued 2 checks for a customer, and I got a write-up for that because they weren't in the branch.
Okay.
But other than that, I've been pretty okay at work. I have a good boss. I've always had a good boss.
All right. So, Amelia, I can tell you the reason why we're here today is because of that issue with the bank.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Does that surprise you?
For this type of situation, yeah.
Okay.
Like this intense. I mean, I got in trouble at work, which makes sense, but I'm just confused about this.
Well, let's walk through it a little bit, okay? Let's walk through that and see how maybe we came here today, all right, and find out if this was just a misunderstanding or what, okay? So, what was the name of the customer?
Gerald.
Okay.
Mr. Gerald
You know his last name?
Stack, I think.
Okay. How long did you know him?
Oh, wow, yeah. Since I moved here, actually. Since last year, July.
And how did you meet him?
At the bank.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that was at the Pine Hills branch?
No, I used to work for Americana.
Okay. So what happened with this write-up? So, I mean, had you been a banker for him for a while? I mean...
Yeah, so I've been his banker since I moved here.
Did you... Okay.
Since we moved here.
So what happened with these checks?
Nothing. He called him. I have the record over global security.
Mm-hmm.
So when they came in, they pulled like call logs, they pulled like cameras, just to make sure like they pulled signature files. Because I mean, it's still federal, it's the bank. So they wanted to make sure that I wasn't like, I guess, stealing.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to like do this whole like track record and contact him, make sure that like he did give me permission to go ahead and pull this money out of the account to write these 2 checks out.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. I mean, that happened since March. That was...
And when you talk to Gerald, I mean, how did he appear to you? Is he a young guy, old guy?
He's old.
Oh, well, how did he appear to you when you talked to him?
He's okay.
He was okay?
Yeah.
Did you ever have any issues when you talked to him about remembering things or anything like that?
No, he told me he had brain... Like, I know, like, a little about himself. Like, he had brain surgery.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, he remembers things. I don't think he forgets, really. He's a little frantic sometimes because he gets, like... I don't know, like, just frantic. That's it. Like, when he talks to me, he always brings up, like, stories about, like, his kids and, I don't know, like, traumatic things that happened to him.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. I mean, that's really the only time I see him, like, ever, like, frantic. But other than that, he's so nice.
Okay. Yeah, nice guy. But so he didn't seem like he was ever confused or forgot things or anything like that?
I mean, sometimes to other bankers, too. He actually has a note on his account that, like, he does stuff and then he forgets. But that's due to his, like, brain surgery. So, like, one time he had written a check for somebody and he called me and he told me to cancel it. And then he called me back and he was like, no, let it go through.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's like an example of him. Like,
How long before all this happened did that happen?
Oh, that was maybe January or February?
So about a month or 2 before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe January or February. I can't remember too much, but I think it was around that time.
Just help me out. So he had you draw these 2 checks?
Yeah.
Okay. How much were they worth?
$25,000 each.
Okay. What did he have you do? Like, what did he ask for?
Nothing. It's just we put 2 checks and $25,000 each, and that was it. The grandson came and picked him up. And
The grandson came and picked him up? What's the grandson's name?
Ooh, I don't remember.
When
I
did he
opened up
come-
his account for him, like the day after.
When did he come in and pick them up?
Either the day after or the same day. I don't remember.
Okay.
Because it was either the day before or the day after. I opened up an account for him. I don't know if it was the same day or not, but I did open up his account for the grandson.
Oh, so he must have just deposited those checks into the account?
I'm guessing.
Okay. So he took So you're thinking that he took the 225,000 and deposited into that check?
No, he didn't put in his account because I transferred money over into his account from his grandpa.
Okay. When he came in to get the cashier's checks, who were they made out to? The grandson? Where?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever use your cell phone to talk to Gerald?
Yeah, sometimes, all the time. I keep in good relation with him.
With that same number there?
Mhm.
At the bank and on the phone?
Both, yeah.
So, but again, I guess I get confused because didn't you tell me the grandson came in and picked up the checks the next day?
Mm-hmm.
Really, you've never been arrested before, is that correct?
No, sir.
You have a 7-year-old son, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me explain something to you, Amelia.
Okay.
All right. People do things sometimes, especially money. Money makes people do crazy things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's be real, okay? We've talked to Gerald, all right? Gerald can't barely tell you what day it is, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, and anybody who talks to him should know that.
Mm-hmm.
So if he asked you to do that, there's two things. There's two problems we have here, isn't there? Let's start talking. Let's agree with each other. There's
Okay.
two problems, don't you think?
Okay. That's it, just the three of us. It was a white woman, Deborah. I
Mhm.
Googled her to get the notary done.
Mm-hmm.
My husband and myself. Probably another banker that sat with him.
And if they did it at your request, would that be unusual?
No.
No?
If they did it at my request?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure that out.
No.
No. I think your best bet right now is to be completely honest with us, okay?
Okay.
So let's go on a little bit more, okay? The truth is going to be the best thing right now, okay?
Mhm.
Let's go on a little bit more, okay?
Mhm.
Do you know what branch? Okay. So
I didn't.
this happened in May?
My write-up for work in May.
Is the account still open?
The grandfather?
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
No? Do you still do the banking for Gerald?
Majority of the time, sometimes yes.
Still?
Sometimes yes.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
As much as you used to?
The last time I spoke to him was Father's Day.
Okay. And what did you speak to him about on Father's Day?
Just wishing him happy Father's Day. That was it.
And so, had you been talked to by anybody at the bank about this since then?
Mm-mm.
Do you still have access to Gerald's account? Are you sure about that?
If I still have access to it?
Mhm.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can still-
I can still go into it and look at it and...
And no managers talked to you about access to his account since?
No, because I
Do you know any of Gerald's family members?
I know his grandson who came to open the account.
Mm-hmm. What's his name?
I don't remember. I know they have the same last name.
Okay. And did you know him before that?
No, I only met him through the grandfather. And I know he has a daughter. His daughter's name is Cindy. She had called me.
She called you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What did she call you about?
I think last week, was it last week Monday or the week before?
Mm-hmm.
She had called me about her dad's account.
Mm-hmm. What did she say?
They had went into the branch for like a transaction history,
Mm-hmm.
and they were just calling me to confirm about the funds, about like what's going on and.
Cindy called you?
Mhm.
She called you at work?
Well, yes, at work. She was at that branch at Americana, and they called me from there. So I'll let her know when I get home. I'll talk to her. But the thing is, like,
Hold on, let me make sure I understand. So she called you, so the branch that she was at called you at your branch?
at my branch and at my cell phone.
Oh, they called both?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I think it was my desk phone.
Mm-hmm.
They called me at my desk,
Mm-hmm.
and I spoke to her over the phone. And she was just going through her dad's transaction history.
Okay. And what did she say to you? Mm-hmm.
She asked about the checks.
Mm-hmm.
That was really it. Oh, and the check that I had stopped that was supposed to go out, and then that he wanted to push back through, but it went out. So those
Okay.
three things.
And you told her you were going to talk to her more when you got home?
Yeah, because I can't talk when I'm at work. I couldn't talk about the situation when I was at work.
Tell me about the conversation you called her when you got home.
Well, yeah, I spoke to her when I got home, but there's just certain information I'm not allowed to give her because there's no other name on the account besides the father.
Well, technically, you're not supposed to be talking on the cell phone with a client or
Well, yeah.
customer anyway, right?
Well, yeah, that's the thing,
So,
so-
you're not worried about that. You were just worried about giving her information about Gerald.
Exactly.
So what did she ask you about?
She was just asking me about the transaction history on the account, but I'm trying to let her know that I can't. She was asking about that.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Were they at the branch for that?
Sean was, yes.
Sean was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so what else? What else did you guys talk about on the phone?
That was really it. She just kept calling me about the whole transaction.
She kept calling you? How many times did she call you?
She called me. When did she call me? She called me that day.
Mm-hmm.
She called me the day after, and then I think she skipped a day and called me one day after that as well.
This is all on your cell phone?
Yes, my cell phone.
Do you think that's unusual?
For her to call me so often? Yes, because she wasn't calling me before at all.
So how many times in total do you think she called you?
Probably about 3 or 4 times. She had missed me and she texted me and she told me if I can give her a call. And then she called
texted
me.
You?
And then she called me once.
Are those text messages still on your phone?
Yeah.
No, back up what you say?
Pardon?
So back up what you're telling us?
Yeah, they're on my phone.
What's the code to your phone?
1436. Sorry. I had to...
Only 4?
Yeah.
Would you say the text messages were okay, or would you say they were... What was the nature of the text messages? How many text messages did you get from her?
A couple. She was just asking me, like, where are the checks? Like, why are the checks not going back into my dad's account? Like, why, you know, kind of that stuff. So, but I can't tell her what her dad told me, or I can't tell her, like, what the severity of, like, what was going on, or what the checks were for, or, like, I can only give her so much. I can't give her any information, really. And the thing is, the conversations that I've previously had with her dad was that, like, she's not, like, a good person, or...
Well, I guess my question is, why were you not talking to Gerald about it?
I spoke to him while he was in the branch that day.
What day?
The day that they called me from the branch stating that...
And what did you say to Gerald?
Nothing. I was just asking him if everything's okay. You know, he was just like, he came here to put his grandson on as a beneficiary, which I've been trying to have him do for a long time.
Wait a minute. Put his grandson on as a beneficiary? Meaning that, so if something happened to Gerald, he gets all the money?
Yes.
But he didn't want to give him $50,000?
He didn't want to give him the funds right then and there. So that...
And this is where I get lost. I mean, follow me here. So he comes in, open an account, and he transfers $10,000 over, right?
Yes.
So why does he have to take $50,000 out to get to you to hold on to when he could just transfer $10,000 over like that?
But the thing is, at the time of, he didn't want to give him the full funds. So
right, but Gerald's not spending a lot of money. Let's be real. I've looked at his account. He's not spending a lot of money, right? No. So he can leave 50. He's got well more than 50,000 in there, right? So he can leave 50,000 in there and not spend it. He doesn't. It's not like he's spending money like it's going out of style. So he didn't have to give you money to hold on to, okay? That doesn't make any sense.
But that's what he did, though.
No, but here's the problem. Okay, listen, Amelia, listen, okay? At a certain point in time, we have to move past it, all right? He's a nice guy, and I'm sure you really do care about him.
I do.
Do you see now?
But it's not like I don't want to make it... Okay.
No. Did you take advantage of that old man?
I didn't take advantage, yes.
Then let's get it right, okay?
But I don't want to say I took advantage of him, no.
What did you do then?
I don't want to say I took advantage of him, because he's a really nice guy.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, she didn't understand, like, what was going on, so she didn't.
I'm going to be with you shortly.
Thank you.
Yeah. The last time she was supposed to call me back last week, Friday, I believe. And I haven't heard from her since, so.
Okay. Does anybody else talk to Cindy that you know? No?
Just me.
Okay. Where's she live?
I had dropped her son home one time.
You did?
Yeah.
When was that?
When I opened up his account.
You dropped him off at home?
I dropped him off on, I guess he didn't want me to, like, go by his house. I dropped him off, there's like a Wawa. On 50?
Mm-hmm.
I remember I turned there and he had me drop him off like in that area.
When was the last time you talked to Sean?
When I opened his account. She was telling me to call like his cell phone, so I guess there's issues with her phone.
Mm-hmm.
She was telling me to like call Sean's mom.
She told you that?
Yeah.
Cindy?
It's in the text messages.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll say that she's charging her phone when her phone's not working, just call Sean's phone.
Okay.
The last time I talked to him, he had answered his phone, but he had given it straight to his mom.
Mm-hmm. And then, when was that?
I don't know if it was the last time I spoke to her or the time before that.
Mm-hmm. And, Josh?
Mm-hmm.
Did he ever talk to them?
No, he never spoke to them. He doesn't even know who they are.
Okay. Would he have been at their house?
Him?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm. He doesn't even know where they live. I don't even know where they live.
Well, you have access to his account.
Yeah, but I haven't...
You opened it.
Yeah, but I don't remember his address. That was a long time ago. It was a couple months ago.
And you talked to Cindy?
Mm-hmm.
Possible she gave you their address?
I don't remember.
Is it going to be in the text messages?
No.
But you don't remember if she gave you the address or not?
She never did. She had no reason to. I had asked her if I can, like, come to her house and talk to her.
You asked her that?
Yeah.
When did you ask her that?
She had called me one day at work, like, around 2 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to talk to her. I was just like, you know, you keep calling me about the situation. Can we talk? Can you meet with me? But she was like, no. She was like, no, I don't like my area that I live in. And she was like, no, I don't want you to come by. Or, I don't want to meet with you. She's like, I don't have a car. So I was like, okay.
It's possible Josh went over there and you didn't know?
I mean, how would he know where they live, though?
That's not the question I was asking. Is it possible that he went over there?
Not that I know, no.
So you can't say for sure he did or didn't?
I can say no.
How
to
can
my
you
knowledge.
say no?
Because he doesn't know he doesn't know them. The only connection I have with them is because I know Gerald.
Are we going to see, like, on your phone, are we going to see any searches for them? Any Google searches or anything like that for them?
Mm-mm.
On your computer?
Mm-mm. I just bought a new computer, so I didn't really use it. But you can...
Which one did you use?
I didn't use any, but
Okay.
I just bought a new computer, is what I'm saying. So.
Okay. Do you talk to Matthew anymore?
No, I haven't spoken to him in like a year.
Okay. I think you need to start understanding something. Okay? I think you need to start understanding the severity of the situation. All right? Because I don't know if you really do. All right? And I think you need to start understanding that how this interview goes and what decisions you make here are going to affect your life for a long, long, long time. Okay? I think you think that you had this all planned out, and I think and again, not saying it in a bad way, but this is what we do. Okay, when we make mistakes, we figure things out and we go, okay, all right, there's a lot more going on here, all right? And you know whose name is all over this right now? You, all right? And Joshua, okay? So if there's things that are going on and it's not you or Joshua, you need to start thinking real hard and real fast, okay? Who is involved in this and what happened, okay?
That's all I know.
Okay. Things got out of hand. Okay, this got out of hand. I think what happened was Cindy was asking you for this money back and you didn't have it, and there's some issues there, okay? And things get out of hand. Sometimes, again, when we make a mistake, we do something wrong and the ball gets rolling and we can't stop it. You understand what I'm saying? Okay? Listen, you have your whole life ahead of you.
I know.
You have a 7-year-old son.
That's right.
Well, no, no, listen to me for a second. This is reality now, okay? All right?
Yeah.
You have a 7-year-old son. You have an obligation to him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, whatever happened beyond this, all right, we need to know. Because right now, we need to know. Because if you want to keep going with what you're telling us, okay, then we're going to have to go on that, all right? And you have to understand.
Yeah. Okay.
So somebody did something, we need to know now. We can't wait till later on.
Okay.
Okay? So tell me what happened. Who did you talk to about this? Who did you tell about Cindy not Stop it. Because she was continually calling you, you're saying. Who did you talk to
She
about
called
it?
me. She doesn't
Okay,
continue.
who did you talk to about it
My
besides
husband's
Josh?
the only one that knows.
Did Josh do something that he wasn't supposed to do?
Not that I know of.
Is it possible?
No.
How many guns does Josh have?
He had the one that he shot himself with.
Where's that at now?
They took it.
Okay.
And he shot himself.
What other guns does he have?
Nothing that I know of.
He never went and got another gun.
He got another gun maybe last week.
Okay.
Like Monday,
Monday of last week?
I think.
What
so,
day was
or
it?
Tuesday.
What day?
I don't remember what day specifically.
You know what kind?
No, I don't know anything about guns at all.
Where did he go to get it?
I don't know. But I know he got one. We got into a huge fight about it.
Why?
Because he shot, the last time I've seen a gun in my house was when he shot himself in the leg. And ever since then, I don't want anything to do with one in my house. I don't want to see one. I don't want to touch one. I hate them. When I see one, I tremble. Like, it makes me shake. Because I was in the car when he shot himself. So, like, I hate them. Like, I don't want to see anything. And he got one, and I got so upset with him. So upset. We got into a huge fight about it.
Where's that guy now?
I have no clue.
Is it in his car? Is it at home?
I have no clue what he did with it. Ever since we'd had like a huge fight about it. And ever since that night, that day.
So when you saw the new one that he got, was it like the ones like we have, like with or did it have like a circle in it, like the cowboy guns? What kind? Did you see it?
It's like a regular gun. I don't know.
Like the kind that we have. No circle in it.
No, not like the revolver thing.
Not the cowboy ones, right?
No, it's like a regular one.
Okay. Do you think it's unusual that Cindy hasn't called you since then? Do you think she just stopped?
Well, she had told me that she was going to reach back out to me Friday.
So today's Thursday. It's been almost a week. And she hasn't reached out to you at all. Have you reached out to her? How come?
I was going to call her, but she had told me that she was going to call me. But I told her that I was going on vacation.
Next week.
No, but she didn't ask me when. So I told her, hey, I'm going on vacation at the end of this month.
Here's my question. Right. So you were waiting for her to call you on Friday.
Yeah.
What was she going to talk to you about on Friday? So she wasn't stopping, I guess is my question. She continued to ask questions and call you for money.
Not really. She was actually, not only was she calling me for that, but she was also calling me for, like, just to talk about other things.
You guys were friends?
I wouldn't say we're friends, but I only know her because of her dad.
Okay. So she doesn't call you on Friday. And
I mean, I'm not going to call her because she's, like, on my case about bank information, so.
I get confused now. I thought you guys were friends. You just talked about other things.
No, I mean, she would talk to me about, like, the bank stuff and other things, just not only, like,
Give me an idea of something else that she talked about with you.
One time we had talked for, like, an hour, almost. Now, that regarding, she was calling me about the whole thing with her dad. And then she started talking to me about, like, her brother in, like, California, and then she has, like, a daughter. And then she talks to me about her son.
And what was she saying about them?
I think she has a daughter in college. She used to be a nurse. Like, she just talked to me, I guess. Or somebody, so. She wanted me to give her information about her dad's account. So she would also ask me about, like, what probate is and, like, all these other things. So I can't. Well,
again, I get lost as why not, if she's asking you these questions, why not go to the bank and ask the questions? Why is she calling you? And beyond that, I guess this is your personal time. You're not getting paid.
No.
So why not say, call me when I'm at work?
Because, remember, I got written up while I was at work. So I don't want to talk about this stuff while I'm there. And then I don't have free time at work. My branch is consistently busy, so I can't step aside. Because if I do, I'll get in trouble. My boss will be like,
why not tell her to go to the Americana branch?
She did.
So why did she have to call you about it?
Because she felt comfortable talking to me about it.
Okay.
Because the thing is, when she would go there too, she would ask them questions and they can't tell her anything. So it came more of like she was, I don't know, just asking too many questions about her dad's account.
Okay.
And I can only tell her so much.
Which car is yours?
My car is blue.
Okay. And it's what, Nissan? Altima? What does Josh drive?
The same thing, but red.
What, red? Josh works where?
He works for Chase and Heathrow.
How long has he worked for them?
Since May.
Okay. What are his hours at work?
His schedule, I believe, is 12 to 9.
12 p.m. to 9 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
What days of the week does he work?
He works Sunday through Thursday.
Okay. Josh, did you go to work last week?
Mm-hmm.
Did you take any days off?
He actually got into an altercation
Mhm.
sometime last week.
With who?
He was dropping my son to school,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know if you know about the whole thing that happened on Clarkona-Coley Road with the gunshot thing.
Mhm.
He was in the mix of that altercation.
Okay.
So he didn't go to work that day.
Make sure I have my dates right here. I'm trying to make sure I understand this. Okay.
He was just a witness to that?
I think so.
Okay, so he wasn't like...
No, he wasn't
He didn't shoot his weapon or
involved.
anything?
No, he was not involved
All right.
in that altercation. But he was like a witness, and they took a statement from him.
Gotcha.
He didn't go to work that day because of that. It just happened.
So he didn't go to work that day.
Mm-hmm.
Did he not go to work any other days last week?
He went to work every day except for that one day because it kind of clashed in the time of him having to be at work for 12.
Mm-hmm.
So he couldn't go to work that day.
Remember what day that incident happened?
I don't, off the top of my... I remember hearing the call go out because I remember it.
I think
just,
it was
I don't remember.
Wednesday or something.
I don't remember the day.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's cool. He got a day off work. Was he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. I think that he was like helping the cop catch the guy or something.
Okay. What time did he get home from that whole incident?
Oh, I don't know. I was at work.
What time did you get home from work?
I get home at around 6:30 every day.
And that you believe that was a Wednesday, right?
Yeah. From what I know, from my knowledge, I don't remember if it was Wednesday or Tuesday.
Okay. Was he home when you got home?
Yes, I came home for lunch, I think.
No. When you got home after work, was he home?
Oh yeah. Was he home? I don't remember if that was the day that we fought.
What did you guys fight about?
Him buying a gun.
So he bought the gun on the Monday.
I don't remember. That's what I'm saying. It was last week or the week before. Well, we fought about him. But I don't know if it was the day that he called out that we fought or if it was the day after we fought.
Okay. So, well, I mean, him being home is kind of an unusual thing, right? Because he's supposed to work till 9 o'clock at night, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the day that you got home and he wasn't working...
Oh, well, I knew about the whole situation because he was texting me about
No, I got that. I understand that. But I'm saying when you got home, can you say if he was home or not?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, you believe so or you remember? Which one?
I don't remember, but
So you can't say he was home?
no, because I don't remember. Trying to think.
Was there a phone message or anything saying, where are you? Text messages, anything like that, saying what are you doing?
I normally come home for lunch.
Mhm.
And he was home when I was from lunch, but I don't remember if it was that day or if it was the day before, because sometimes I go to lunch really early, like around 11:30. But he'll still be home because he doesn't work until 12.
Mm-hmm.
So it's normal for me to see him home during lunchtime.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if you came home and he wasn't home and he was off from work that day, would you have been like, where are you? Is that,
Oh, yeah,
I'm just trying to
absolutely.
verify what you guys are saying. So,
Oh, no, yeah.
So if we look on your phone, are we going to see any messages like, where are you, or what are you doing, or anything
Oh, yeah,
like
you
that?
can check and see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did
But
you-
because if he's normally not home, if I come home for lunch, I'll ask him like, "Hey, where are you?" Or he'll text me like, "Hey, I'm on my way to work. Hey, I'm at work." Or yeah. So I guess my phone would be a good record.
Did you, was there any night, I mean, does he normally go out with friends or anything like that?
We go out all the time
Do
actually.
you guys go out? Did he go out without you at one point in time? Last week?
Mhm.
What night?
He went to Daytona.
What
he
night?
went to Daytona. Was it that same day? It should have been the same day.
On Wednesday?
Either Wednesday or Thursday. Wednesday or Thursday.
You went to Daytona? What did you go to Daytona for?
I don't know. We got into a huge fight. That's what I'm saying. He just left. He wasn't answering his phone. He wasn't talking to me.
How do you know he went to Daytona?
He told me the next day. And I checked the bank account
Wait a minute, I thought you said you weren't talking.
the next day.
So the
And I
Thursday
checked
or the
up-
Friday?
Thursday. Well, I don't know what. I can't remember what day it was that happened. So if you tell me what day that was, then I can tell you. I checked our bank account, and he also bought something there.
In Daytona?
So that's how I knew he was
What did you
there.
buy in Daytona?
It looks like it was gas or something. That's kind of how I figured out at first he was there, because I checked our bank account. Stupid. He used the bank account.
Did you go to work that night, or did you stay there, or what happened?
That night?
Mhm.
Oh, I don't know. His phone was off.
Well, when did he come home?
He got home around, I want to say like 9.
Well, the night after? So, like, he went to Daytona, he was in Daytona all day, and he got home that night at around 9 o'clock?
He got home at 9 a.m.
And what did he say when he came home?
I asked him where he was. He said he went out with his friends. We've been going through like this really like rocky thing with our relationship recently. So
And when was the last time before that you had a fight where he went to Daytona?
maybe a couple weeks before that.
What's in Daytona that
And then
he
he
goes to?
He went this week too again.
Where is he going in Daytona?
I have no clue. He went this week. He went last week. He went maybe 2 or 3 weeks before that.
Okay. And who does he go with?
I don't know. When he's going, he's saying that he's with his friends from work, or he's just with his friend, or he'll just turn his phone off and he just won't talk to me.
And you don't know where his gun is now?
No, I don't even know where it was to begin with.
But he showed it to you?
I saw it, yeah.
You saw it.
Cause that's how I found out about it. I saw it.
Where was it when you saw it?
It was in a holster.
Like in the house or in the car? Or?
In the house. It was in a holster in the house.
Okay.
That was the last time I saw it, and I freaked out.
Well, let me ask you this question. If it's not in your house, is it safe to say it's in the car?
It might be, because that's normally he keeps it underneath his seat. Well, from the last one, what I know, he puts it like under his seat.
Which car would it be, in the red car or the blue car?
Oh, not in my car, absolutely not. Or he keeps it like here.
Now, he took your car to work today?
Yes.
Why is that?
At work right now, well, we've been swapping our cars recently.
Mhm.
Maybe 2 days ago,
Mhm.
my branch manager and my lead teller, they were followed home by
Okay.
like 2 strange cars.
Okay.
So we're all trying to like take different paths home, or I'm trying to switch my car that I'm driving, because now whoever it is that followed them home, they know what kind of vehicles we all drive at work.
Now, how else did you communicate with Cindy? Was it text messages and phone calls?
Mhm.
Anything else?
Mm-mm.
Facebook?
Mm-mm. I don't have her on Facebook.
Do you use Facebook Messenger at all?
I do, yes.
Who do you talk to on Facebook Messenger?
Just random people, like friends on
You talk to Josh on Facebook Messenger?
Not really, just text message.
Do you do message him sometimes?
On Facebook, we send each other videos or like funny pictures.
And when was the last time you had communication with Matthew?
Last year, right before I got married.
Who's that?
Oh, I don't know. That's not me.
No, I don't think it's you.
Oh yeah, I'm just, I don't know.
Who is it?
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Does Josh know?
I've never seen these people before.
Does Josh know?
If I've never seen them, I'm pretty sure he hasn't.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I have a couple questions for you, man. I appreciate you. But that's why you lied.
Yes.
Right. And I need to ask you this question, too, because, before we met today, we obviously researched some things. And your relationship with Matthew Hook was abusive. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
How's your relationship with Joshua?
I mean, we fight a lot.
Has he ever put his hands on you?
He has.
Okay. When was the last time?
Like, nothing crazy, like 2 weeks ago.
What happened 2 weeks ago?
He went through, I went out with a few friends, and I guess someone texted me, and he, like, flipped out because he didn't know who the person was. And
Does he have the code to your phone where he looks through it, or?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the code to his phone?
Mm-hmm.
What's his code?
It's either 040506. He has more numbers than me. Or 00000.
Okay.
Sometimes I just use my finger.
Do you ever is there ever like trust issues where he goes through your phone to look for stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
How often does that happen?
This is only recently
that
he's been like kind of on my tail.
Has his behavior changed recently?
Mm-mm.
No. Has he ever threatened to kill you?
Mm-mm.
Have you ever seen any violent tendencies other than?
He gets really angry.
Okay.
He like yells.
What happens when he gets really angry?
I mean, he yells really loud. He like punches stuff like the wall. So yeah.
And are we safe to assume that Julian's the most important person in your life?
Absolutely, 100%.
Oh, so he drove your car today for what reason?
He took my car today to work.
Okay, why did he do that?
I don't know. He just took it. Well, we've been switching back and forth. So today he just decided to take my car, and I was like, okay, I'll just drive yours because I'm just running errands today.
Did you ever talk with him about these inquiries that you were getting from Cindy?
Yeah.
Okay, so he knew that they were asking about it.
No, he knew. He knew about it. He knew about the situation in general.
What was his response to it? What was he saying when you told him, hey, Cindy's asking questions about this?
Nothing. He was just like, why? Like, what does she want to know? And he's normally there when I talk to her sometimes. So.
But I would imagine, like, for two people like you that have never been in trouble in your lives, that's going to cause you some stress, wouldn't it? Because, like, hey, did she ever say that she was going to call the police or call Chase or make any threats about that? And besides, like, the gun that he bought last week, had he made, like, any other big purchases? Like, oh, is he spending the money on this or that?
He bought all those appliances at home.
When was that?
A couple weeks, like a month ago.
Oh, okay.
A couple weeks ago. Okay. That was the last thing I saw him buy, like, big. But that was it.
And you mentioned your account. You have a Chase account?
Yes, both of us.
Both of your names?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
We share an account.
And he went over to Daytona. Did he ever tell you why he went over there?
Mm-mm.
Just a couple of the random things that came to my head while you were talking about it. Did either one of your cars have an E-Pass on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Both of our cars have E-Passes.
What's the account under?
Oh, mine's under my name.
Okay. Is it an E-Pass or a Sun Pass?
I think it's a Sun Pass.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I have a Sun Pass. Whatever. Okay. It comes out of my account. I don't know. It's $10.
Comes right out of your Chase account?
Yeah.
What about Josh's car?
Oh, I don't know where he has his account. We have separate.
But he has one on his car?
He has one, yes. He has like the stick, the one you can take out and put in.
Ah, okay. Good enough, good enough. And you, where does Julian go to school?
Right now he's going to Glad Tidings.
Where is that?
Academy on Clarico and Ocoee.
Okay. Who normally drops him off?
He does in the morning.
Josh takes him there?
Mm-hmm.
How's Josh with Julian?
He's okay with him.
Yeah. He's okay with him? Julian like him?
Yeah, well, he doesn't know his real dad, so.
Oh, well, it's probably just as well,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Matthew, he's on probation for what he did to you a few years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has he contacted you since he's gotten out? Has he violated? Because I know one of the conditions of his probation is to not have contact with you. Do you know has he done that?
Mm-mm.
You've never gotten any threats from him or
Oh,
anything?
no.
Do Josh and him know each other?
Yes, because.
Oh, that's right. They actually got into a fight. You're right.
They have an injunction as well.
Okay, that's right. You're right. I remember seeing that. So, okay. All right. So, just so I'm clear, it wasn't this past Monday that he bought the gun. It was the Monday before that.
I think so. I don't remember.
Okay. And it caused a problem because of the
Absolutely.
previous. Why didn't he just go back to the sheriff's office and get the gun that he shot
He
himself
did.
with?
He tried calling, and they wouldn't release it yet.
Oh, they wouldn't? Oh, okay. Did they say why?
No, I don't know. He contacts them.
Okay.
I'm not getting involved.
You wanted to have nothing else to do with, and you were sitting right next to him when the gun went off.
I was in the back seat of the car.
Right.
And he was in the driver's seat.
And he's got like a handicap placard in his car now, right? Is it?
Yeah, because he can't walk properly.
Right,
He
right.
can't run. He can't walk. Usually he uses like a cane.
Right.
Yeah, he uses
Where is Josh from?
He's from New York, born.
Okay.
Born in New York, yes.
How long has he lived here?
Oh, he's lived here like almost all his life since
Oh,
he was a
okay.
kid.
All right. So he knows his way around Orlando then pretty well.
Yeah, he's from. Oh my God, where is my husband from? Holy crap.
I saw your wedding video, by the way. It really was beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it was really well. The video was really well done too.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, it was great.
Hectic.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh my God, I don't remember where he's from, but they
Okay.
moved here from a different state. I can't think right now. And they moved here when he started high school, I think, here, middle school or high school.
All right. Are you scared of Josh?
No.
If he did something wrong that put your son and your son's future and your future in jeopardy, would you tell us about it?
Of course.
Okay. But that's all I got, Pete.
I'll ask you a few more things. We'll go back again. So the notary you went with, who wrote the document that
I typed the document.
you typed it up?
Yes.
With Gerald there?
Yes. Yes, he was there.
When you typed the document?
No. I typed the document.
So the words that are typed on there were your words?
Yes, because I typed the document.
Did you do that at his request?
No.
You did it on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
In front of the notary at the time
Mhm.
to make sure that he understands everything in the document that's going on.
Okay, so the bank talked to you when?
In May, but
Did
I'm
Josh
not
put you up
finished.
to this?
No.
Well, this is the stuff we need to know. Listen, if he put you up to it, he put you up to it. That's okay. We need to know these things, though. Again, like Detective Moretti said, I think you're kind of at this crossroads right now, okay? You've got Josh, who you probably love, and he's your husband, okay? But you also have Julian. And you got to picture that little boy. You got to picture not being able to watch him grow up. Think about that for a second. Think about being put somewhere very far away from him, and the only way you're going to have contact with him is through letters. You're going to get pictures in jail, in prison, of your little boy growing up. That's your future. He's going to grow up with his grandparents, maybe? Who knows? Maybe Matthew's grandparents, maybe Matthew's parents, maybe somebody else will try and take him away from them. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. No, we're not saying we're going to take your kids away from you, okay? Now's the time, all right? So you got to start thinking long and hard who you have loyalty to. If Josh screwed up, he screwed up. That's not on you. But anything you know about that, we need to know about. He messed this up. He did this. He did this. And I don't want to go in there and have him tell me that you told him to go do it. Do you understand this? This whole thing. I'm talking about everything. We can't do this anymore. Now's the time. Tell us what he did. So you can look at your son and say, I did the right thing in the end. What did he do? We need to know.
I don't want to go to jail. I don't
Tell
want
us,
to.
listen, you have to trust us. Okay?
I don't want to get in trouble for
We know
any
you
of
didn't do
this.
this. We know
I
you
don't want to
didn't.
get in trouble for any of this.
What did he do?
Nothing to do with
What
me.
did he do?
I don't know the severity of what he did,
What did he do?
but he I mean, he knows the relationship that I have with Mr. Stack. He knows that. I mean, I would take him food, like.
Listen to me.
So at a point, he would get upset with me that like I'm too nice, that I can't kind of act with my customers. But he's the old guy. He has no family. He has nobody, like nobody. And I guess he started to get upset that why are you letting your feelings at work push you out, kind of like, and make you react outside. And well, I mean, I talked to him because, you know, he's my husband. I talked to him.
Did Josh say that you kind of were owed this money because you were taking care of this guy?
I don't know if he said that, but
Something like that? What did he tell you?
I don't want to get in trouble. I didn't do anything.
Okay. We need to know. Well, then tell us, okay? Tell us.
I don't want to say. I don't know what he did. That.
What do you? Okay. What do you think he did?
I don't think he did anything.
They're both dead.
What?
Yeah. They're dead. So now we really need to talk. Okay?
How did they die?
They were murdered.
Where?
Listen. If there's anything that you know about this, okay?
Uh-huh.
Now is the time, okay? Because let's listen to me. Listen to me. You're all over their stuff talking to them.
Mm-hmm.
You took money from their father. This was not an amicable, let's talk about this.
No, of course, yeah. I don't, whoa.
And where was Josh? On Wednesday night. Tuesday night. Wednesday.
Tuesday night, that's when he went to Daytona.
Are you sure about that?
That's what he told me. His phone was off. I mean, I was texting him. I asked him, where are you? He called me at 10 o'clock. That Tuesday, my cousins were here from New York.
Mm-hmm.
And
What did he say?
I didn't get his phone call. I missed it.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the Orlando Eye area.
Mm-hmm.
They have that new swing there, so I met my cousins there.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess while I went on the thing, I left my phone in the box. And when I came back down, I had seen a missed call, and he said, yo.
Mm-hmm.
He said, yo, in the text message.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had a missed call from him.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it.
How do you know his phone was off?
Because when I called him, it would go straight to voicemail.
I can't think. This isn't something that you know about, okay? Mm-hmm. And there's so many things that are screaming out, all right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't get a phone call from this person and you don't think to call her back.
Well, the thing is, he did that to me the other night, too. And he did it to me.
No, I'm talking about Cindy.
Oh.
Cindy doesn't call you anymore. And, you were calling her. I saw that.
Yeah.
And then you just stopped. I would venture a guess, if we looked, it probably is Wednesday was the last time that anybody had any conversation with her. You probably didn't try her Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
No, I think the last time I spoke with her was Monday or Tuesday.
And she was supposed to call you back on Friday.
Friday.
Right. And you never called her back.
But yeah, I'm not going to call her back because
No.
she was questioning
Did you think the way Cindy was going, it was going to go away?
I didn't think it would be this serious.
Do you think it was going to go away?
Oh, yeah.
She wasn't stopping.
I mean, she wasn't pushing me for anything either. She wasn't threatening me. She wasn't pushing me. We were just talking. She was asking me questions about it. That was it. Half the time when she was calling me as well, it wasn't even about her dad's stuff. It was about like something else. So I don't know if she just wanted to keep in contact.
Amelia, here's my problem. Okay. When we find out, if we find out, this is how you get in trouble for murder.
Me?
Okay? Yeah, let me explain it to you, okay? Let me explain it to you. This is how you get in trouble for it, okay? If we find out in any stretch of the imagination, in any way, shape, or form, that you were providing some type of alibi
What does that
to
mean?
Josh, that you're telling us he was somewhere where he wasn't, that you're lying to us about where he was, what you know, what you don't know, about the gun, about any of it. If we find that out, guess what you become?
I don't know.
You become a principal. Principal to homicide in the first degree.
Yeah, but I know nothing about this.
Listen, think. Okay, think.
Okay.
Whatever little bit that you do know, we need to know. Don't leave anything out, okay? Again, like I said, you need to close your eyes for a second. You need to picture Julie. You need to understand. You need to figure out how you're going to explain to him why you didn't do the right thing. Is that what you want to do?
I don't want to go to jail. I didn't do anything. So, if whatever you guys need to know, I can tell you as much as I know.
We need to know what Josh did. We need to know. And anything that you know about it, you need to tell us. Okay? You need to. This is the time, right now. All right? You got to understand that. Okay? What did he tell you?
My biggest thing right now is I need to know that I'm going home. I need to know that I'm going to see my son. I need to know that I have no part of this whatsoever.
If you didn't know he was going to go over there and do that, then that's fine.
I have no... I mean, are you guys asking him these questions too?
I need to hear it from you first, okay? What I need to make sure is, listen, you don't want me to go in there and him tell me, guess what? I went over there. She gave me the address. She told me to go over there and take care of the problem. Do you understand that? What if he says that?
I didn't do anything. I didn't even know
Right,
that you
so
oh
listen.
my God.
Well, listen, that's not... Would that be the first time that that's happened? Right? Okay? Listen, I was just going where she told me to go. All right? She told me this was all her idea. And again, this is where I'm saying, you got to wonder, if he's put his hands on you and if he's done things to you in the past, do you think he's got any loyalty to you whatsoever? Or do you think I have a problem putting you squarely in the middle of this? If you made decisions that night, then you've got to think about that. And you've got to say, you know what, that wasn't my decision. I didn't tell him where to go. Now, if you did, we can work with that. Okay?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
yeah.
then we need to know, okay, everything that you know. You can't leave anything out, and you have to start, comes a point where you're going to have to trust us, okay? You're going to have to trust us, all right? I want to hear it from you first, so when I do talk to him, I can say that's not true. But I need the absolute truth from you, because if I don't have that, I need a way to believe you. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm. Well, the starting of this conversation was about my work stuff and this chat.
Sure.
And so
but obviously this led to a bigger problem.
Well, this is why I thought that I was here. I thought that maybe something happened with my write-up.
Listen, you're worried about getting in trouble.
Absolutely. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to lose my job. I have a house. I have a mortgage. I have a kid.
What did Josh do? Don't say you don't know. What did he do?
I don't know the severity of what
Did he say he took care of the problem? Did he say anything like that?
No.
Did he tell you why they weren't calling anymore? What did he say to you that he did? Or
he didn't tell... Okay, so me and Josh, and we don't communicate.
Okay.
And I can say that it's a bad thing that we don't, but we don't. We don't communicate with one another. If he's going somewhere, he's going somewhere. If I'm going somewhere, I'm going somewhere. That day he told me that I saw him at lunch. That was the day that the whole incident happened with him at Claire-Cornell with his police officers. I came home for lunch maybe around 1:30. When I got home, he was home. When I left to go back to work, he was still at home, getting ready to leave.
Go where?
He told me he was going out.
Where?
He didn't say where. He just told me I'm going out.
Okay. What was he wearing?
He had on, I think, a blue shirt and jeans.
Okay. Did you talk to him on the phone?
I didn't talk to him for the rest of that day because we were fighting. We'd gotten into a huge fight. So I didn't talk to him.
While you were home for lunch?
Yeah, we fought while we were home for lunch. It was about the whole stupid gun thing.
How did you know he got a gun?
I saw it. It was in the holster in my house.
Okay, so you came home and he wasn't home. Then what? What'd you do that night?
That's the night that I went to iDrop with my cousins from out of state. Well, out of state.
Where are they from?
They're from New York.
What are their names?
Well, it's a lot of them. Vikram, Kunal.
Well, how many? Well, what time were you with them from?
I got with them maybe around 10, 11. 10? I think 10, because we were going to the escape room on I Drive across from Mangoes.
Did you go to the escape room?
No, we couldn't go because I got there too late, and they said that we couldn't utilize the hour. We only had like half an hour. It didn't make sense. So we went to Cold Stone, and then we walked to the swing.
How many times while you were there did you try and call Josh or text him or anything?
Maybe once or twice I had texted him.
Mm-hmm. Did you get an answer? What time was the gas receipt for at Daytona Beach?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. All I know is I saw that it's at Daytona.
Which car did he have?
He had his car.
Let me just make sure we got the right one. Which one?
The red one.
The red one.
The red one. I said, this is before. The only reason we switch cars now is because of the whole incident that happened at work with me.
So which car would you have taken to Daytona?
The red one. His car. The only reason we switched this week is because my boss is not following.
That's just a recent thing.
Yeah, but other than that, he never drives my car. I drive my own car.
You said he was with friends?
That's what he told me. He said he's going to Daytona, he's leaving, he's going out with friends.
Okay. Let me just make sure I got my time right here. So the last time you saw him was when you were going back to work at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, around 1
And this is the same day that thing happened with the Coy.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's kind of how I found out about the whole gun situation.
Mm-hmm.
Because he drew his gun out on whoever the guy was that almost shot his car. So I guess the police standoff happened at Advanced Auto Parts. The guy pulled out. This is the story he told me.
Mm-hmm.
The guy pulled out. The bullet almost hit Josh's car. So Josh circled around, and I guess he stopped him in such a good place, and the guy drew his gun at him, and he drew his gun back at him. But in my head, I'm like, why would you... There's cops there. Like, let them do their job. Like, what does this have to do with you? Like, I get it, but, like, what does, like, any of this have to do with you? So this is kind of why we got into a fight. Like, why are you interfering with kind of what's going on? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. And that's how I found out that he had a gun, because he's like, oh, I drew my gun. I'm like, what gun? Like, what are you talking about? And that's how I found out he bought a gun.
Like, so you had that argument, and then when you came home from work, he said he was going out. And when you came home from work, he wasn't there.
He was not home, no.
Okay. And at that point, did you know where he was?
No. He didn't get home until maybe the next day, like 9 a.m. He took my son to school that morning, because I have to be at work by 8:30. So my mom came into my room, and she's like, where's Josh? And I was just like, I don't know. He hasn't been home all night.
She took your son to school?
No, he took.
Yeah,
he did. He came home in time to take him to school.
How was he?
He was okay, I guess. He just didn't talk to me. I was just like, what, like, you've been gone all night. I haven't heard from you since 2 o'clock the day prior. And I had to leave to go to work. Like, I had to be at work at 8:30, so I didn't even have time to communicate with him. But it's just like, where the hell were you? Like, why aren't you talking to me? He just ignored me.
Mm-hmm. So the only way you know he went to Daytona is because he has the gas receipt.
I saw the charge. And
are you sure it was Daytona?
That's what he told me.
Oh. Wait. So you saw a charge for gas, but you don't know that he went to Daytona?
He told me he went to Daytona. I saw the thing, so I'm assuming that, why would...
Did the charge say it was Daytona Beach?
It says Daytona.
It says Daytona.
He bought gas like a bunch of times, like a whole bunch of times.
How many times?
There's like a whole bunch of charges for like Shell gas station.
That same night?
That we also got into a fight about that too.
That same night?
well, between those days, like the day before, the day after, like he's just buying gas. Like, why are you spending so much money on gas? I only have to buy gas maybe like once a month or twice a month because I live literally less than a mile away from work, so I spend no money on gas. So why are you spending all this money on gas? Like, it just aggravated me. We also thought about that too. There's multiple charges at like a gas station.
Which account was he using for this?
So he was using, we have two. One we recently opened maybe a year or two ago, and then one I had that I just added his name onto it. I think that ending is like 77 something. But he uses that card, and I use the other one, just so I can see how he's spending his money.
You guys have a trust issue.
I don't want to say trust issue.
He's the spender, you're the saver?
He doesn't understand, like I don't understand, like, how someone can just, like, I had to open up a separate account for food. So I can, the account's in my name, but he buys a lot of fast food. So I want to see what he's buying, so I only put $100 in there every 11th of the month, so I can see what he's purchasing. It's the whole bank account thing is just really annoying to me. Just money is just such a, like, ugh.
You live with your parents, right? They live in the house too?
My parents live in the same house as me.
Does your dad own a gun?
He does, yes.
Okay.
But it's locked in like a safe.
Okay.
I want to go back again. I just want to really make sure we understand each other. 'Cause, again, just certain things that don't make any sense when they get lost. Let me try to understand this, okay?
They asked me at work, why didn't he come inside?
And when you went to Gerald's house after that, you went and told him to say, hey.
No. This is a conversation we had previously. So he was like, I told him that, because you have to sign these documents. So I had to tell Global Security. They asked me, like, where
Did you sign his signature? Let's.
No.
Listen, I looked at those. That does not look like his signature.
No, I didn't.
Who signed him?
He did. That I did not. No.
When the SWAT team hit your house, we're collecting evidence. Let me just tell you right now, just so you know, okay? If we find out that you knew about this murder, contributed to it anyway, knew about it before or after it happened, you're going to be charged with first-degree murder, and that is life in prison, even if you didn't pull the trigger, okay? So what Detective Ferreira has been more than patient with you talking to you about is, don't let us leave the room with you holding something back. Because if the evidence shows it, and somebody plays this tape for people that are going to decide what's going to happen to you in the future and the relationship you're going to have with your son, and they're going to sit in there and they're going to that woman sat there and lied to Detective Ferreira for hours and hours, knowing what had happened. And that is going to compound this issue. I know you don't want to get into trouble. It's too late for that, okay? It's too late for that. You were right in this thing. We firmly believe that you didn't go over there and kill these people. We'll be perfectly honest with you. That's not what we think. But if the evidence shows that you knew about it ahead of time, if you provided your husband with their address even.
How did Josh get their home address?
Well, I'm not too sure. He had their phone number.
How did he get their phone number?
My cell phone.
You gave it to him.
I gave him their phone number. He has access to my phone.
Okay. Did you let him look at your phone so you get the phone number?
He takes my phone all the time. I have them saved under their names.
Okay, so why did he take your phone to look for their phone number?
Because he knew they were calling. I don't think he
was
looking for their phone number.
He knew they were calling. What were you telling him about why they were calling?
What was I telling him?
Listen, again, like he's saying, this doesn't just... Whatever volatile relationship you have with Josh, however it is or whatever, you two conspired to take this money from this man, okay? So when a family member, like he said, I don't know how many more times we're going to say it, when a family member comes and starts saying, I need, listen, this isn't a one-time phone call. This is multiple times. She's calling you multiple times, okay? You called her. We see it. We know this.
No, of course,
you called Sean. You dropped Sean off near his house. You know what? You opened his account. You know where he lives.
But I didn't give Josh their address.
Somehow or other he winds up over there. How does he get over there?
I have no clue. I didn't give him the address. And that's something you can ask Josh himself. I've never given Josh.
Do you think Josh killed these people?
Do I think so?
Yeah.
I would know. I hope not. I mean...
So it's just a coincidence that they ended up dead that day?
And he wasn't home?
Is he capable of killing people over this?
He's capable of killing someone, yes. I mean, he was in the Navy, so... it's not like I know he was in the Navy, so.
If we took you and asked you to take a polygraph test and gave you a polygraph test, would it show that you're being completely honest with us, or is there stuff that is going to be showing you're leaving out?
I mean, I'm telling you the truth.
That's what we need to talk about. One way or another, we need to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I know, this is what you're scared of. I
Yeah,
understand.
I don't want to go to jail. Like, I don't want him to go to jail either, because I really don't know what he did or if he did anything.
What is...
But
the stuff that you know about.
I'm just more concerned about myself.
Sure.
For my parents' sake, for my child's sake, I do not want to go to jail. I don't. Like, if I get fired, okay, let me get fired at work, but I don't want to go to jail. I didn't do anything. I didn't plan anything. I didn't conspire anything. I didn't do anything. I don't want to go to jail.
Like Detective Mareshi said, now is the time. If you're leaving stuff out, we need to know everything. We need to be able to go to them and say she's completely 100% honest and truthful with us. We didn't have to give her a polygraph. We didn't have to do any of that stuff because she told us everything, okay?
And then if I do tell you everything, how am I promised I'm not going to go to jail?
Again, we can't make you promises, but what we can say is, what we can absolutely say is she was 100% truthful with us. She was remorseful. She didn't leave anything out. She told us. Now, Detective Mareshi and I are not going to sit here right now and say you're being 100% completely honest with us. There's stuff that's eating at you. It's bothering you, right? It's eating at you. There's things that you know that you want to get out, but you're just scared.
Yes, I'm scared.
Okay, well, you know what? That's something we're going to have to work through, okay? But we can work through that stuff, okay?
But
you have to take a step.
I'm scared.
Let's move past and let's talk about what Josh did, okay? Let's talk about everything that he did and everything that you know, okay?
Okay, so I'm so scared. I don't want to get in trouble. I didn't do anything. I don't even know these people died. This is not my intention.
You know some of what Josh did, though. Tell us. We just need to know.
But I want to know that I'm not going to go to jail. Like, that's what I want to know. I did not do anything. I didn't conspire anything like you're saying. I didn't plan.
We can't guarantee, but this is what I can guarantee.
I didn't do anything. I didn't conspire anything. My intention is not to hurt anybody.
Listen to me for just a second, because we can't promise you what's going to happen to you. But I can tell you well, the one thing I can guarantee you is if you withhold this information or if you lie about it, you're not just going to go to jail. You're going to go to prison for a very, very long time.
Which I don't want to go to either or. I don't want to do either
Tell this man everything you know. Tell the truth. And it starts from there, Amelia.
Okay.
You've got to do it.
Okay. So when Cindy had called me, I let Josh know that, she was calling me and asking me questions about, her dad's account. So he wanted to know what was she asking me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to get fired. Like, I have a great job. I have an easy job. I'm really young. Like, this is my career. I don't want to mess anything up.
Mm-hmm.
She had texted me. Well, when she had called me about the whole situation, Josh had, I don't know if Josh called her from like another number and he spoke to her, so I don't know if that's when maybe he had said something to get the address, but she texted me and she asked me last week Monday, who is the guy at my door with a badge? So I called her back and I was like, I don't know. No one from Chase would send anybody to your home.
When was that?
This was, I don't have to look at the text messages. It's in the text messages. Probably the week before.
Okay. All right, so go ahead.
But it's in the text messages and it says that, but she had asked me about some guy went to her house and he had a badge.
Okay. And that's in the text messages?
It's in the text messages.
Okay. And did she talk to the guy?
Yeah, she told me that she opened the door and that she spoke to the guy, but she didn't let anybody inside the house.
Okay.
She told him if he can come back Monday, so maybe that might have been a Thursday or a Friday that happened.
Okay.
She told him to come back on a Monday.
Okay. Did she say what he asked about or anything like that?
Mm-mm. She just like a guy, like a security guy, like officer, came to her house.
Why did she think to text you to ask you that?
No, well, she was just asking me about the whole situation. She's like, do you know if, because I was talking to her about the whole global security thing, so I don't know if maybe she thought that someone would go there.
Okay.
So maybe that's why she was asking me.
All right, so go ahead.
But
Does Josh have any type of badge?
He has a badge from work, yeah.
And he works for Chase?
Yeah.
So he's got a badge?
He has a badge, yeah.
It says Chase, a work badge?
His photo is on it,
Uh-huh.
and it has his full right name.
Is that what she was talking about, or was she talking like a badge? Like
She said a badge. That's all she said.
Okay.
She said a badge.
Okay.
This person had a badge, and he came to her door.
Did she mention Chase at all?
No, she said nothing about Chase.
So go ahead.
I lost my train of thought now.
The text message about why that person was there, and she told him to come back.
Yes, so she told him to come back on Monday, and I lost my train of thought. Oh my god.
It's okay. Take a second. It's a lot. I'll drink a water. Take a second.
Trying to get some tissues, but there's somebody in that room.
Oh, okay. That was a good call.
So that's the last time she told me was there was a guy at the door with a badge. I'd spoken to her after that. Spoke to her the day after that as well.
Mm-hmm.
About what?
The checks. You're afraid. What would you think would happen if you told the truth?
No, it's not that. It's just I didn't want to give her any information about what was going on. I'm technically not allowed to.
How was she? Was she happy with you when you told her that?
Yeah, I mean she was okay with me.
Okay. So.
Me and her,
Well, I mean, you keep saying that's it. I think, not so much. So tell me what happened after that.
After what?
You talked to her again. You told her that security had the checks, and then what?
And then she told me on Friday that she was going to go into the branch.
Mm-hmm.
I told her if she wants to come, she can come and see me on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't heard from her since. She told me that Friday she was going to be in contact with me.
Well, again, you keep saying you're worried about getting in trouble. I mean, that's stuff that, okay, so every time we talk, a little bit more comes out, okay? Right? A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're scared, right? You got to make this decision. Again, we can't keep sitting here and saying, no, there's more, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There comes a point in time where we're going to leave. Like you said, when we leave, it's all bets are off, right? You
No, of course.
So, I mean, you looked at me 20 minutes ago and you said, no, that's everything, and then a little bit more comes out. You understand what I'm saying? So there's more, you're just very scared. And I understand that, okay? But again...
Just what do you want to know?
Well, I mean, I find
you?
So there's stuff that you're just afraid of getting wrapped up in it. And that's fine. I understand it. But, again... When you don't tell us, it looks like you're involved. Okay, so if he told you,
I'm not involved.
right? Okay,
I'm not.
so then,
That's the last thing I
if
want to
he
be.
told you stuff after the fact, if he did something and then he came and told you after the fact, then that's stuff you can't hold back. Okay, because we need to know that stuff. Okay, when you start saying I don't know, you're giving him an alibi. You understand? And you can't do that. All right, you don't want to be wrapped up in this. You don't. You didn't do this. Okay, he's bringing this on you. You understand what I'm saying? He's bringing this on you. So I don't think there's a loyalty to him. I don't think you're worried about telling us what he did. I don't think that's that. Am I right in that? I mean, you're not worried about telling us what he did.
I don't care about him.
Right.
At this point,
okay. That's kind of where I'm at too.
At
I
this
think
point, I care about
you're in a
myself.
self-preservation mode. Okay.
Absolutely.
Right.
I'm not.
So I understand something.
I don't want to go to jail.
I
have my son.
Let me give you this example.
Okay.
You get a 7-year-old son.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Julian. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Julian does something wrong. What do you tell him not to do that maybe he might do sometimes?
Leave the lights on in the house.
Or something, right? Well, something a little bit more serious maybe. Maybe he did something where he really wasn't supposed to. He took a cookie and he wasn't supposed to or something. And you say, Julian, did you do this? And he says, no. But you know he did.
Mm-hmm.
So now you got 2 problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not telling you the truth,
Mm-hmm.
and he took from you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, another scenario, he takes a cookie and he says, yeah, you know what I did, I'm sorry. Are you going to punish him more the first time or the second time? Did he make it right the second time? Did he tell you the truth? So you understand what I'm saying?
But here, I need to know that, like, I don't want to be entwined. I don't want anything to do with any of this. I don't want anything to do with any of this.
Well, I think that the problem is we're beyond that, okay?
Oh, God.
The problem, right? Amelia, we have to be growing up now, and we have to understand that, yeah, you didn't do it, okay? All right? But
I didn't conspire anything. I didn't do anything.
Listen. You stop worrying about that one word. Okay. What I'm saying is,
Listen, you're going to have a journey ahead of you. Okay?
Of course.
And again, it starts here and it starts now. And it starts with how you want to see this journey through. Okay? This is all, the ball's in your court. I understand that. It's not in our court. The ball's in your court. Okay? You have every control over what happens from here on out. Okay? You're worried about, we're on A, and you're worried about D or E or F. You understand what I'm saying? Okay? So we have to start at A to get over to there. Okay? You did some wrong stuff. You made mistakes. Nobody's going to crucify you for that, okay? You're a young woman. You're a smart woman. I think you're in a volatile relationship with somebody who treats you very badly. I think you're in a relationship where he manipulates you, it sounds like. It sounds like he puts his hands on you. You're in a bad spot. You have your child, you know? And I know, I'm not, hope I don't speak in that term, but in Indian culture, you know, marriage and stuff, and the husband is very important stuff. Am I correct? So you're trying to make things work for you. I'm sure you're trying to make it work for your parents. You're trying to make it work for you, for your son.
This whole situation.
It's a lot of weight on you.
So embarrassing for my parents.
Well,
I'm thinking about my mom and dad and my son.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking about.
Well, now, and this is the thing. And now you got to think about it. You got to be able to look at them and say, "I told the truth," because they raised you to tell the truth, didn't they? They raised you to do right, didn't they? Okay. So stop worrying about the money stuff. Okay. We'll have to deal with that. Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that. Okay.
Of
But
course.
don't worry about that stuff. Okay. What you need to worry about is two people had their lives taken from them, okay? And yeah, I think you're scared to tell us what you know, okay? I understand that, but you have to understand too that if you didn't do any of this, that stuff, okay? Financial over here, two people dead over here. If you had nothing to do with that, but you know something about that, then we need to know, okay? Just you knowing about it doesn't make you implicit, doesn't make you somebody that's going to be a criminal to do with this. Just you knowing about it. Now, knowing about it and not telling us about it, that's another issue. So you're wrapping, without even realizing, you're wrapping yourself up into this. There's stuff that you know that we need to know. Okay? This is where you have to trust, and this is where you have to say, you know what? I'm going to do the right thing. Because that's what's the right, because that's what you were brought up to do. Okay? So tell us about this. I don't want to know about that. Tell us about this.
Well, from what I know is Josh called her after I told him that I spoke to her. He had called her. I don't know what their conversation was.
Okay.
I don't know if he got their address. I don't know what the conversation was.
Okay.
But he did speak with her. He did contact her. I do not know where she lives.
Okay, that's fair
I
enough.
don't have her address at all either.
Okay.
But he did speak with her. I know he did buy a gun. That I know. I don't know if he had intention to do something to her. But when he got home the next day, he came home like around 9 o'clock. My mom was with me on the side of my house, and we were trying to figure out like where was he, what was he doing. He was nervous when he got home.
Okay.
He was really nervous. His phone was off the entire night. I don't know if he was the guy that went there with the badge or if he had their address before that.
Did you ask him about that?
I did, because
What did he say?
I asked, because I showed him the text message that, you know, this lady asked me about who's this guy with the badge, and I have no recollection of, we would never send anyone through work. They would never go do a house call at the house. That makes no sense.
No. So what did he say? Did he have the same clothes on?
That he left the day before with? Yes.
What did he do with those clothes?
He went by his parents' house.
Before he came to your house?
He dropped my son to school and he went straight by his mom and dad's house. That's what he told me he was doing.
When did he come home after that?
I didn't see him until I got home from work.
Where's the gun now?
I don't know.
Did you see him with it that day?
No. But what you're saying and what you're telling me, because he came home that day at 9 o'clock he got home.
And see, Amelia, again, you're doing great. You really are, okay? But again, we've been doing this for a little bit, and this is kind of where I get lost again, okay? Here's the problem now, all right? Right, but you understand what I'm saying now, right?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I have nothing to cover.
We've been honest with you. We've laid all these cards out on the table for you, right?
Yes,
and here you are now going, this. right?
I'm scared.
I know you're scared, and you know
it's
what?
I just feel like if
we just have to get it all out.
Of
and again, instead of just give little bits and pieces, right? You see how we keep looking at this and go, problem, right away, and we know, right? That's what's going to continue to happen, and people are going to listen to this tape, and people are going to go, she's not being honest. And please understand, I'm not asking you to tell. First and foremost, I will never ask you to tell me anything that's not true. Okay? I don't want you to say what we think we want to hear. I don't want you to say, anything that you think you're going to say to get out of trouble or whatever. Please understand that. Okay?
Yeah.
The only thing I'm asking you for, the only thing he's asking for, is the truth. So get that out right now. Okay? Don't tell us anything that you think we want to hear. Have we done that yet?
No, we haven't.
Okay, so everything you told us either maybe not true because you were scared, or is the truth.
Well, from the most part, what I'm saying, I'm giving you guys
Right,
facts.
right, okay.
As much
But
facts as I can give you.
You're not telling us what you think we want to hear.
I guess, because you guys want me to say something that I'm not saying.
I just want the truth. I don't want you to make stuff up.
Well, I'm stating facts.
Perfect,
These
okay.
are facts that I know.
Perfect, okay. So again, we get into the whole time we've been sitting here, if you thought it was kind of, if you thought there was nothing to it, then why not say he went over there?
I guess it's just me just trying to figure out what exactly is going on right now.
See, that's the problem,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I guess.
And is it our problem?
No.
Right. You're kind of playing that game. You're gambling.
I don't want to say I'm gambling. I want to.
No, I'm telling you. No, listen, Amelia. You've been really nice to us. You've been very respectful. But I'm telling you right now, you are gambling. Yes, you are. You are rolling
I
dice.
don't want to make it seem like that though, but I'm just
Well, you
scared.
are.
Like I'm just scared.
Amelia, we've been doing this a while, and like I said, we work homicide, and we deal with some really, really arch criminals. You're not one of them, okay?
No, I'm just scared. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to get in trouble. I didn't do anything. I didn't.
Here's a question I have for you, because again, I keep going back, because I've worked so many of these cases, and people are scared.
I just wish you guys would ask Josh and see if he'll say something. I don't know.
We're afraid that Josh is going to say something different. And like I said, this investigation is like, it's not over. We don't stop today. And that being said, are you telling us the truth that when you walked in this room, you had no idea those two people were dead?
No, I had no clue.
Okay. So when you know, like, do you watch crime shows?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have these guys that do forensic examinations of electronics. So when they look on your phone, are they going to see that you did any searches, that you looked up any articles having to do with their murder, anything like that?
No.
Last week, after you hadn't heard from Cindy, did you go in there and try to delete anything as far as your communication with her?
No. All my call records, my text messages.
Okay.
Everything is still there.
Good, because that's, like I said, that's going to be something that's very telling in this case about if someone, like I said, one of the things I always tell people in your situation, because you want to know, okay, what's going to happen to me? We can't make promises, okay? We also can't tell you, but what I always tell people is, and you can relate to this, the people that make decisions about what happens to you, state attorneys, judges, juries, those people, they want to see the truth. They want to see remorse, okay? And, we give it to people, like, we're not going to go in there and say, you know what, Amelia lied to us right from the get-go. That's not what happened here. But again, if we leave this room and you know that you withheld something, and you can't come back and say, you know what, I was scared. People are going to buy that, okay? And that's why I
But
said,
now it's gonna look like I'm lying, but I'm not. It's just because
No,
the
all we want
conversation
is
is
the
so
truth.
long.
No,
Like,
all we want is the truth. All we want is...
I'm just telling you that this investigation is not going to stop. We are going to ask Josh these things. And if he contradicts things that you're saying, and the evidence backs it up, that's where you dig yourself in deeper. And I think you can agree with that, right? And I think that analogy was perfect about your son and the cookie. It's like, yeah, that's everybody's baked in. If somebody admits to what they did, you will go lighter on them, right? And I'm not saying, like I said, we can't make that. The only thing I said, the one thing I can promise you is that if you've lied to us today, just flat out lied to us, or if you let us leave this room knowing you withhold evidence about two people being murdered, not only do I not have sympathy for you, I will say, yeah, throw her in jail. Okay? She put this situation over her son, and I think anybody looking at this situation would say that. Okay? You made a mistake. Okay? But when it came down to it, you did the right thing. That's the two things. Because if you let us leave here With you withholding information, that means you have put this situation above your own son. Do you agree with that?
No, of course.
Okay.
I just want to know. I want to go home. That's all I want to do is I want to go home.
You got to stop saying that. You got to start understanding that we need to know everything you know. Okay? We can't. You got to stop saying that. You got to.
Have you told us everything?
That's a no. Come on.
I didn't know that Josh was going to do what he was going to do, or if he did whatever it is that happened, or if he's the one that did this.
Okay.
What aren't you telling us?
That I have not. I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
At all.
That's not what you're not telling us, though.
I mean, what is it that I can? What do you want? Ask me. If you ask me, I can give answers.
Well, we've been asking you. Well, when I asked you if there was everything, you shook your head no. So what else is there?
I know that he was the person that went there with the badge. That I know. I know he bought a gun previous to this.
Let's get this timeline straight. Okay, so this is last week. What was the night that he didn't come home? Was it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
It was the day that the whole thing happened with that shooting on Clarkona Coed. Whatever day that was, that's the night that he did not come home.
And you were down at I Drive with your relatives? So,
yes.
Okay. So the day before that is the argument about the gun?
No, that day of, because that's when I found out.
Oh, okay. So he
about
comes
the
home
gun.
after the Ocoee thing, and that's where the gun comes up.
Yes.
Okay, so that's Tuesday then, right? Yeah, that would be Tuesday.
That's what she's saying, yeah.
So that he doesn't come home till Wednesday at 9 p.m.
No, Wednesday 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Okay.
He comes home around 9 a.m. because
9
my mom came into my room and she asked me where he is.
Okay, yes, I'm glad we went over that because I was thinking it was 9. So Wednesday, so he's gone all night Tuesday night. Wednesday 9 a.m. is when he comes home. He seems a little frantic.
He comes home, he seems frantic. He takes my son to school and then he goes straight to his parents' house, and then I don't talk to him until the night out.
The parents, is that Ocoee? What's the address? If you said it, I'd know.
2533 Great Bridge Drive.
Great. Okay. All right. Yeah. So he went there. Was that like an unplanned thing, or why did he go to his parents' house? You don't know.
He went by his mom and dad. He just told me that he's going there.
Okay. Does he still have like a room there, or at his parents' house? Or?
Yes, he has a bedroom there.
There's a bedroom there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know his phone number off the top of your head?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
407-202-6675. Is his state number?
Okay, so pretty close to yours then.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't. So when we talked about that thing with the Ocoee thing, so he wouldn't have gone to work Tuesday.
That's the day that he called out because
Okay.
it clashed into him going into work.
Right, and so then Wednesday, after he dropped Julian off, did he go to work on Wednesday?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
He went.
Did you work that day?
I did. I worked all week. I didn't call out until today. This is my first day I called out
Okay.
for this month.
And I know we talked about this. This just occurred to me. Did you? And I know we're trying to get past the money. Did you tell another teller to put that note in his account about him getting confused?
Oh no.
Because we had gotten information that happened.
Another teller?
Yeah, or somebody else at the bank. Did you ask them to put that note in there about him getting confused and coming back the next day?
No.
Okay. Do you put that in there?
I didn't. Yeah, I put that in there.
Oh, okay.
That he's.
Because we had gotten information. We haven't talked to anybody at your branch or anything, but we had gotten information that somebody else. We had asked somebody else to do that.
Mm-hmm.
When we go to like remorse and the things that, I mean, I know that you did that, and do you feel like a burden of having these? It looks like these two people got killed over this too.
I mean, I don't know what like the whole extent to it, but I mean, I don't know how to react to that. Like that's the thing. It's just I don't know if this entwines with it or what this.
Did he make any comments like you don't have to worry about them anymore or anything like that? Did he say anything about that? Did he make any comments saying it's not going to be a problem anymore? We don't have to pay it back?
No. I just know that he was just like throughout the week. he's just been normal. He just really wasn't talking to me much. That was really it. I mean, we don't really communicate
Do you need anything?
No, I'm okay. He really doesn't communicate with me at that, but he really wasn't speaking to me much further.
Hold that Gerald for a second. The long and short of it, I mean, you did what you did, but I still don't say you don't care about the man.
I don't?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't say that you don't care about
no,
the man.
of course.
You do care about him.
I would take him food. I would go to Publix for him.
It's a nice guy.
I was doing as much. I felt really bad. He's so old. He's by himself. He lives with a bunch of cats. Like
he had 2 people to take care of him right now. You know who those were?
Yeah, they're
Cynthia and Sean.
Those are the only 2 people. Well, that's what I knew of. They were the only 2 people in his life, and he loved his grandson. Yeah. He was teaching him how to drive.
And you had him taken away.
It's so crazy.
I was wanting to go and tell him.
Is he okay? I mean,
Cried?
Of course. He cries normally if he's just sitting having a conversation with you. And then he's just talking about something that happened to him in the past. He sits there and he cries. I've sat with him for
Talked to
hours.
family members who said that when his wife died, he pretty much went downhill from there. And now he's got this.
His wife died maybe like 4 years ago.
So what we're trying to do, again, is give him closure. And if you care any stretch of the imagination about this man whatsoever, do you?
Of course, 100%.
Do you understand that he's lost his daughter and his grandson? And if you had the opportunity to help him get that closure, would you do it?
Yes.
You know what that means. You're completely truthful on it.
I'm trying to tell you as much as I know. As much as I know. I know Josh came home that day at 9 a.m. He wasn't talking to me. I know that he contacted them.
What? I mean, again, no. Let's go back. Did you guys really have a fight, or was it more of... You're saying you didn't come home because you guys had a fight. Is that really all true?
It had to entwine with the whole situation, and also him purchasing a gun.
So there's a little bit more to the fight than the gun.
Absolutely.
Tell me about all of the fight.
So I was telling him about the phone calls that she was making to me, and he got mad at me because he was like, you're talking to her too much. Like, you're giving her too much information. Like, you're being too nice. Like, stop being so nice. You don't have to...
I want to hear about that. I want to hear about... What did he tell you about her giving her too much information? Why was you afraid of giving her too much information? Well, yeah, I'm sure you had to say. What did he say?
Thank you. Pardon?
What did he say about giving her too much information?
He was just like, why are you giving her so much information? Like, why are you talking to her so much? Why are you answering her phone calls? Why are you telling her you're going to call her back?
And what did you say?
Why not?
And what did he say?
Why not? And he just got upset. He's just like, you don't need to be speaking to them. You don't need to talk to them. They have nothing to do with this. They have nothing to do with you. The only person that you should be talking to is Gerald. Why are you talking to, like, ABC?
Why? Again, I'm trying to understand. Did he say, why was he worried about you talking to them? But see, this is where we go, not you. I'm saying, though, you know, she sounds like she's so nice. Did you tell Josh that she said that?
Yeah. She's nice. I never had any complications or any issues with her myself.
So we have this issue of these people really... We're trying to understand it. We're trying. We want to be able to go to Gerald and explain to him that, you know, Amelia was cooperative.
I am cooperative. I'm telling you as much.
But remember, like I said, though, we have to keep pulling little bits and pieces out of you.
Yeah. I don't know how to just come out and... Yeah.
Right? That's cooperative to a point. Now let's try again. Is there anything else? I don't know. I mean, we can't keep asking.
At some point, we gotta stop. Right?
Is there anything else that you're not telling us right now? Is there anything else? What else is there? Anything about that?
About the whole situation?
Yes.
No, that's all I know.
Is there anything that you're scared of today besides getting in trouble for, like, telling the truth?
Yeah, I don't want to go to jail. That's really what it is.
Are you scared that someone's going to harm you if you tell us the truth?
I'm scared of Josh, of course. Cause
Are you scared of us?
Absolutely.
I mean, have we intimidated you, or physically, or
not intimidated,
mentally, or?
But I've never gotten in trouble in my life. I've never even been pulled over for anything like driving. Like it just.
And Amelia, I have like a reason for asking that question because, like I said, this isn't going to stop. If later on we find out something that is not true, you're not going to be able to come back and say, you know, those police were intimidating. I don't think anybody that would watch or listen to this would say that we've done anything to coerce or anything like that. Or, oh, I didn't want to say because I was afraid of Josh or those types of things. You know, is there any barrier between you and the truth right now? Is there anything keeping you from telling us the truth?
No.
You've told us the whole truth.
The complete truth.
When we leave here.
I've told you as much as I know.
Okay. But you've told us the complete truth.
Of what I know, yes.
Okay.
Of what I know.
We're not walking out of here with you withholding anything or just flat out lying to us about any facts in this case.
I know the only thing else that I know is that when was it? When I came home for lunch that day, Josh was in the bathroom and he had taken the gun apart and he was cleaning it. That's what I know.
Was that the day after he was gone all night or before?
That's when I came home for lunch that day, when he called out of work.
He was cleaning it.
So that would have been Tuesday after...
Like around 1.
After the Akoi thing.
After the Akoi thing? Okay. And this is after the first time you had seen it?
This is when I had seen it. I was inside the holster, and during our whole fight and argument, he was just starting...
Did he ever point the gun at you?
Josh? No.
He never threatened you with it?
No.
Okay. I think that's important to ask. I just want to make sure that you're okay.
I don't know what else I need.
I just want to make, like I said, that's always the way I end these, because I've had too many times where I've been in a room with people that are in your predicament, where they weren't involved in killing people, but they know things, and they, for some reason, didn't tell us. And when all the facts come out in the case, that's when they come back and they change their story. And they'll sometimes try to blame us to say that we tricked them. Do you feel like we've tricked you in any way?
No.
Okay. You think
I'm just more scared than anything right now. Like, I'm really, honestly, wholeheartedly, I'm
And you absolutely should be. I mean, that's human nature. But have we been fair to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's what we're trying to figure out. And our job, and if this happened, like if this would have happened in your family, you'd want us to be doing the things that we're doing, right?
Of course.
Yeah, and holding everybody who's responsible for the death of not just one, but two of your loved ones. And I have no doubt that you cared about Mr. Stack at least to a certain extent, and you got to that poor guy right now. He lost his daughter and his grandson.
So I mean, in the ending, it leads back to me being.
Well, I mean, it's like the legalities of it are, if from here on, if we find out that you knew about it before,
Knew about what?
Knew about these people getting killed.
Oh, okay.
Okay, if you knew about it before, if you provided him assistance either before or after the murder.
Okay.
But the other part, like I said, if that happens, it's a first-degree murder.
No, of course. I had no clue. I have no.
And you know what? Right now we have nothing to say otherwise. I'm just saying this isn't going to stop, and if it does, that's what the consequences are going to be. And the consequences are going to be worse because people are going to look at this and they're going to say, Detective Ferrer was more than patient, gave her every opportunity to tell the truth, and she still lied right to his face.
I'm not lying.
Okay.
When you leave things out, if there's things that you have left out, then it's a form of lying.
Well, see, and my whole thing about this is that I don't want to say that it's been dragging because it's unintentional that it's been dragging. Okay. It's just more of me being scared.
Yeah. No,
so I don't want it to be like, oh, well, this conversation took so long. It took so long for her to say all these things. This is why, these are things that I'm thinking about.
We're not upset with you.
The MacBook, is that the one that you just bought?
Yeah, Josh's.
Oh, okay. Well, Josh bought it, but have you been using it?
I used it a couple times.
What's the password for it?
I don't know his, but it could be Joshua 1990 or Joshua. Mine is
Joshua
1990. His date of birth.
Is there like an underscore or anything? No, just Joshua
1990. Oh, is year of birth?
Yeah. Or you can try Julian 123. or Joshua 0408 or Joshua 00. It could be one of those four. Those are just his typical passwords.
So, but do you have to? You don't know the password. You don't have your own password for the MacBook.
Mine is capital J, his name, capital R, and then the number 1.
Talking about capital J, Julian?
No, Joshua.
Joshua.
And then capital R, and then the number 1.
Number 1. Okay.
Are my parents okay?
Yeah, they're fine. Actually, my sergeant just texted me and said that they had come home and they said that they were very accommodating, understood, everything was explained to them. Not as far as anybody being murdered, but just the reasons that they were there, and that type of thing. So yeah, they're fine. Yeah.
Okay.
And you have absolutely no knowledge whatsoever where this money is right now, if there's anything left or where it is.
No.
Okay. Well, Josh is here, okay, and you're at least going to have to stay here till we're done talking with him.
Of course, yeah.
Do you want anything to eat? We got a snack bar down there.
I'm not hungry. My
Okay.
stomach is just...
If you do, just knock on the door. Okay.
Can I use the restroom?
Bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get somebody to use it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, am I done, or...?
Well, we have some more talking to do.
Oh, with him?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, talk to him. Please, 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 please.
We'll be back.
Okay, it's completely
Anything else?
fine.
No. Okay, the time is now approximately 28 hours. That concludes this interview.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Will I be able to go home later today or no?
We're going to have to see. We're interested in seeing what Josh says.
So depending on his conversation with him.
Not his the problem is that issued for your arrest.
Me?
Yes, for the theft.
Oh.
All the stuff having to do with the theft.
Okay.
What I would tell you is that don't be as concerned about what's going to happen to you today as what's going to happen to you tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
So meaning I'm not going home.
Probably not. But
So meaning I'm going to jail.
there's a difference between jail and prison, okay? In jail, you will have a bond, and your parents will be able to bond you out, okay? If down the line a first-degree murder charge rolls up against you, okay, that means prison, and that means years.
Why
So
would
that's
Whoa.
that's what I said. You have to be more concerned about what's going to happen to you down the road than what's going to happen to you today. You got to be held. There's going to be consequences. Amelia, you like I said, we could call it whatever you want, but the bottom line is, you and your husband stole $50,000. Okay,
And it's not like it's $100, $200, even like $5,000. $50,000 is a lot of money.
and you're in the banking business. Somebody's got to be held responsible if they steal $50,000. That's not something you can just walk away from, and you really don't have the ability to pay it back. I mean, that's the other issue. You don't have $50,000 in the bank right now to pay this guy back. And the other thing is, unless Josh tells us, or I don't know what he's going to tell us about the money, but it could be gone, or he could have some of it stashed away, and so some of it could come back. But yeah, I mean, you've got to understand. You got to wrap your head around the fact that, okay, yeah, you're going to be held criminally responsible for stealing that money, but now what happens with these murders is really dependent upon other things. Like I've said, if we walk out of here and
Now the murders, I'm not concerned about because I know I have nothing to do with that.
and as long as that stays that way,
Now my issue, go to jail for a situation like this, how long would I go to jail for?
well, it depends. Like the jail first, like you're going to get charged, and then you have a bond for this, and your parents, if they can get the bond, I'm not even sure what the amount of the bond is, but it's like 10% of it.
How much would it be?
I don't know. We'll have to see what the bond is. I haven't looked at it, but
I'm a criminal. This is crazy.
it's 10%. Like I said, the bigger deal is that some of these things, because of Mr. Stack's age, they're felonies. I mean, they're serious stuff. They're exploitation of the elderly is a felony.
And even if...
And the amount of money counts towards how serious the crime is.
Yeah. Now, even if, I can't speak to him, obviously. I'm not allowed.
No. Yeah. But here's the thing with Mr. Stack. We both had discussions with him, and I think if you and you had a lot of contact with him at the bank.
He talks to me all the time.
When you talk to him, you know that. Yeah. So, all right, but we're going to go talk to Josh, and we'll come back and talk with you. Okay.
Do I just sit in here?
Yeah. So we'll get somebody to take you to the bathroom, and after that, in the meantime, just knock on the door.
So I'm going to jail, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
For the whole...
The financial stuff.
The financial stuff.
Mhm.
And what kind of crime is that? Can I know?
Yeah,
I don't know anything about this.
It's a lot of different charges, actually, but like I said, the big ones that you need to be concerned about are the felonies. And
I'm
he
a
said,
felony? I'm a felon?
if you are convicted of them, yes.
Well, you have to be convicted, yeah.
So I would have to go. Can you guys? Is it okay if you guys just explain to me kind of like what's?
Yeah. So the most important, or the biggest charge in this is the exploitation of the elderly. So it's someone over the age of 65 that you take advantage of, and the dollar amount actually is $50,000, which is exactly how much you stole. Okay, that makes it a first-degree felony. Okay, so that's the biggest. That is the most harshest charge. The other one are like, scheme to defraud and just
So
flat out grand
for that
theft.
one, how long do you go to jail for that?
I can't tell you. I mean, like I said, they'll take into account the fact that that you've never been arrested before. That's a big thing. They're going to take into effect the biggest thing that they're going to take into. That's one of the things. The other big thing they're going to be is whether or not you were truthful today.
Oh no, yeah.
And if we find out something different, then, like I said, at that point, I not only will I not care what happens to you, but I'll be like, yeah, if we find out you lied to us today, I'm going to be like, yeah, she needs to go to prison for a very long time. Otherwise, we don't really care. We work in homicide. And that's the reason you're asking us like what you'll do for some of these thefts. We don't know, because we don't deal with those charges. The people that we put in prison, they go to prison for the rest of their lives, for the most part. So those are the people that kill people. And I'm not saying that's going to happen to you here.
And we're interested in the person who pulled the trigger.
Right.
I don't know anything about that part. So.
Right. So the bigger, like I said, the bigger thing for you is not necessarily having to take a trip to jail today and getting fired. It's going to be what happens when you get inside
honestly,
the courtroom.
I don't care about my job. I want to see my son. I want to know that I'm going to be able to come. I understand the whole severity.
You will be given. This is what I would tell you. You're getting a charge. We have to do.
Mhm.
Let's take this all the way back.
It's just so annoying that because he told me.
Okay. Well, let's get to it. We'll
back with you a little bit. Yeah, we'll get you back.
Yeah, we have to get a few minutes.
And if you guys leave and I forget to tell you something, I mean.
You can tell us if we're come back in. Basically, when you walk out this building, then it's all bets.
Yeah, it's all.
Okay, so if you remember something, we'll listen. We'll give us 1 second. Oh, thanks. Hey, how you doing, Josh?
Oh, yeah.
Cold?
It is cold in
Well,
here.
that water's a little warm, so that might warm you up a little bit.
Jeez, yeah, it's cold in here.
Doing all right, buddy?
Yeah.
All right, they got you to the bathroom, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. You wash your hands? No. I was gonna say I'll give one of these then.
Yeah.
Detective Ferrer. This is
they
Detective
told me not to
Marashi.
wash my hands.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Give one of those. Yeah. All right.
So Josh had a pretty harrowing thing with the Amelia Police Department a couple weeks ago.
No, that was on Tuesday, I think, last week.
Yeah, we actually were sitting in here. We heard that because they sent out a signal 43, which goes everywhere.
Yeah.
I guess the kid tried to run the cop over.
Yeah. As soon as I dropped my son to school, I turned the corner and I heard 3 shots, and I was like, "What the hell is going on?" He tried to hit my car, and I was like, "All right." I followed him around the corner, and then
Good
I
for
guess
you.
but it was a good thing because my neighbor, his name was Travis. He works for a Clay Police Department, so
Yeah.
those guys got there pretty quick.
Good, yeah. That was weird. Anyway.
All right, Josh. Well, we can explain to you what's going on. Obviously, I'm sure you want to know. Get a couple things we need to go over first before we do that.
Okay.
I'm going to put the recorder on, just so we don't miss anything.
Gotcha.
Don't put any words in your mouth. I always tell
That's
people.
fine, yeah.
People get scared. I'm like, you know what? I can't
Yeah,
put
well,
words
this
in your
morning
mouth.
I was like, what the heck's going on? Because my wife was like, listen, there's a car outside the house. My mother-in-law was like, there's a car outside the house. I'm like, all right, because then she worked for Chase too, so I guess her branch manager and somebody else got followed the other night after they left work. So we're all like skeptical, like what's going on? We don't know, because we don't live that far from her where she works. So
okay,
I was like, everything going on. I was like, nah, this is not right.
Right.
Well, let me turn this on. We'll go from there.
Okay.
All right. This is Detective Brian Ferrer of the Orlando Police Department. Today's date is Tuesday, July 26, 2018. The time is now approximately 1500 hours. This is an interview taking place at Orlando Police Headquarters in CID interview room number 4. Also present is Detective Michael Mareshi with the Orlando Police Department and a Joshua
Just for the record, if you could just say your name.
Ramsawmy.
Full name and date of
Joshua
birth, please.
Ramsawmy, April 8th, 1990.
Thank you. Okay, Josh. Can I call you Josh?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Can you raise your hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Josh. Just let me get a little bit of background information on you real quick. Do you live on Enka?
Yeah, I was supposed to go tomorrow to go change my license.
Okay.
And renew my my handicap tag in my car.
So it's 1410 Enka, right?
Yeah, 1410 Enka way.
What's a good phone number for you?
407 202 6675.
I guess they got you in a blue Altima today when they make.
Yeah, with the whole thing going on with my wife, we're trying to switch cars up now. Like my mother-in-law is going to be using her car sometimes. Sometimes my wife will be using my mother-in-law's car. So yeah, because before my father-in-law used to use my car.
Okay. What kind of car do you normally drive?
Red 2000 or burgundy 2015 Nissan Altima.
Are you married?
Yes.
To
Amelia,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We actually just got married September of last year.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Any kids?
She has a kid. One kid.
Okay, so it's not yours, though?
Yeah, not my kid. I claim him as mine. I've known him since he was like maybe a year and a half. All right. Or a year and 3 months to be exact.
All right. Let's do this. Listen, I'm going to go over these with you. Okay. You understand? What I explain to people is this, there's always two sides to every story.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, obviously we have one side of a story, and that's why you're here.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And really, it's for your protection for us to talk to you. I want to make sure you understand them. Okay. If you have any questions about anything that I read you, I'm going to need a verbal yes or no. Okay. And if you have any questions about them, you let me know, and we'll go from there. Okay.
Not a problem.
All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one will be provided for you before question without charge. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Okay. All right. All right. So, you work at Chase?
Yes.
How long have you worked at Chase?
May 7th was when I started. Yeah, May 7th. My wife's birthday, actually. It was my first day there.
It's kind of a new job.
Yeah. I actually, long story short,
okay,
I injured myself in December. I actually was putting my firearm away in the car, and I decided to land on a Zephyr Hills water ball cap and go off of my leg. So I was when I moved back from New York last year,
right,
I was doing a forklift mechanic with my cousins.
Okay.
Then after that, everything just stopped. I was home doing therapy, and then she was like, start working again. I'm like, all right. And then she sent me the rec to work for Chase.
You like working for Chase?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah?
One of the best jobs I've ever had.
What do you do at Chase?
Card collections. Credit card
Oh,
collections.
boy.
Yeah. So I
You get hung up on a lot?
Yes and no, but with our company, we have a lot of, I'd say, options instead of going to, I guess, a collections agency or debt consolidation. So Chase in itself has, different avenues, I'd say, to go ahead and help people in debt.
Okay. Any military service?
I was in boot camp for a little bit, and then I actually got out for medical. So.
Okay. And you grew up in New York? Did I hear you say that?
I was born in Queens. From Queens, we moved to New Hampshire. From New Hampshire to here.
New Hampshire?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a little bit of a change.
Oh, yeah. I loved it there, though. The weather was... I liked the land, the weather, but then after 9/11, the whole racial thing with my parents.
Yeah.
We moved down to Florida, and then I went up to New York for about a year, and then came back down in, I think it was June of last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where were your parents from, if you don't mind me asking?
Parents are from Guyana.
Guyana?
Yeah.
So they kept on getting kind of confused
Yeah, they were. My mom used to work, and my mom works in the banking environment too, and my dad, he used to work for a printing company, and I guess it was just the whole racism thing. Everybody's like, you're brown, so you're a terrorist over there.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Let me ask you this question. I'm going to throw this out to you. Why do you think you're sitting here right now?
I honestly have no idea.
No idea?
No idea.
Okay. Have you...
let me just get you straight. What was the last bank account that you opened?
Bank of America.
Okay. In whose name?
In my name and Julian's name.
Okay. Tell me about that.
My wife came home.
Who'd you go with?
I went by myself.
By yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Which branch did you go to?
The Ocoee branch.
Do you remember when that was?
I can't honestly remember.
This month? Last month?
No. It was probably a couple months. Trying to think. I think it was before I started working for Chase. I think.
Okay. So, make sure I understand you. Now, your wife is Amelia. Bassoon is her last name, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She hasn't changed her last name yet.
Okay. And she lives with you over there on Inca?
Correct. I put my previous address, which was 2533 Great Birch Drive.
Are you still associated with that address at all?
Yeah, well, that's my parents' house.
Do you still get mail there?
Yeah. I know I had my medical bills. Well, that's why I'm trying to change everything over now on Friday. Well, I was supposed to go tomorrow because, like, my medical bills from the hospital, insurance, I got to change over. I have to change over, like, all my handicap stuff. So all my therapy and everything, all my bills were going there. So I was like...
That can get expensive.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Do you have insurance?
Yeah, I have insurance.
Did it cover it all?
Yeah, for the most part. It was like, I think, $2,000 something out of pocket I'd have to pay. But I know that I was on my wife's insurance at the time, thank God.
But for a while you weren't working because of that?
Yeah, I wasn't working.
How long were you not working for?
December to May. December to May. But my cousins are nice enough because I used to work for them. They were paying me, for a little while.
Oh, so they kept on paying you?
Yeah, they paid me for a little while.
So, the account that you opened, it was a checking account?
Yeah, I think it was a checking account.
Did you get any checks?
Yeah, I think we got some checks.
Did you get a debit card?
Yeah, I had a debit card. I think she has her own Chase account. I don't know if she added me to both. I think she did. And then her and her dad have a TD account. I think it is. TD or Regions, one or the other.
Why do you think that?
I have no idea.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, did you... Well, okay, so, all right, let's walk through that a little bit. So you close the account. You go to Lake Mary and you close the account.
Yeah. Well, I told them, one, I didn't feel comfortable keeping the money there because they were trying to pressure me into opening an account for Julian for school, because that money, I think there should be, from what I understand, money in the TD account with her and her dad to go ahead and pay for Julian's schooling next year. So, and they were like telling me, you should invest in this and invest in that.
So they're trying to get you invested.
It is cold in here.
Jeez, it was so cold I fell asleep in here. I woke up and the lights were off and I was like, this has to be a sign.
Yeah. Okay. And what month was it that you closed it?
That was let's see, June, I think.
Was it June?
Yeah, maybe. Let me see. The ending of May or early June, one or the other. I don't know what she was doing. They said, I guess her manager was like, "Oh, that person's no longer gonna be there, or gonna be gone for the week or something like that." So that's from what I understand. Let me see, from here. I'm trying to think. I just know that corporate security was talking to her at the branch, and that was it. I mean, I really didn't hear back anything. I know she always goes sometimes they have her going to different branches. And I know it's like Winter Park. I think there was another one that like somewhere by Millennium. I think she went to back to Americana again, back to Chase at Pine Hills. But then she's restricted too because my sister works for Chase and my mom works for Chase. So.
Now, this Gerald guy, does Amelia know any of his other family members or anything like that?
From what I understand, I think she knows his grandson, and I think she knows. I don't know if she knows. I know she was saying how the guy was telling her that his son took a whole bunch of money from him back in the day, and he doesn't have like a proper living situation or something like that.
Okay. So you think she knows? Amelia knows your grandson?
The grandson, yeah.
Do you know how she knows him?
I think she actually opened an account for him, from what I understand.
All right, so I just want to make sure I understand. So once corporate security investigator May did anything else? I mean, did the police ever get called or anything like that about it?
No, the only thing I know about police was, like I said, I guess two people followed two people from their branch home, and the police came to their job the other day, but that was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she doesn't. I just want to make sure. There was no, nothing else came up recently?
Not that I know of. I remember something. She was saying how somebody had called her from another branch regarding the same old guy. Somebody was questioning.
Do you know Gerald?
No, I don't know him.
Do you know where he lives?
No.
You ever been to his house?
No.
That phone number you gave us, is that the only phone that you use?
Yeah.
No other phone numbers?
Mm-mm.
Did you ever use Amelia's phone?
Maybe once in a while, if that.
When was the last time you used Amelia's phone?
I have no idea. We don't really, I just use each other's phones.
Okay. Do you have Facebook?
Yeah, I actually deactivated it because I was just like tired of social media.
It gets that way sometimes. Yeah. When did you deactivate it?
I know it was set to like 7 days or something like that to come back on and come back off. I know I have Facebook Messenger.
You do have Facebook Messenger?
Yeah.
What's your name on Facebook?
It's same thing, Joshua Ramsawmy.
Do you know Gerald's grandson?
No.
Do you know anybody in Gerald's family?
Mm-mm. All I know is that I know Amelia said she had to drop. I think his grandson home one day because he took an Uber to open the account or something like that. But I think I was at work.
Okay.
When she told me that.
Do you work at Chase?
Yeah.
What's the address at Chase that you work at?
It's 600 International Parkway, I think it is. Either 600, no, 550 is the other Chase, but 600. 600 International Parkway.
What's your supervisor's name?
Well, we just got assigned our new, I guess, our team lead. So her name is Becky Pittman. Another one is named Kamisha Tucker.
Kamisha?
Yeah.
What are your hours at work?
12 to 9. And then before that, it was 10 to 7.
When did it change?
Oh, let's see this summer. A week ago.
Changed a week ago?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So 10 at night, 10 in the morning to 7 at night?
Yeah. 10 to 7. That was from May to June or July 13th, I think. I don't know the exact. I know that it was been a week since I'm 12 to 9 now.
What are your days off?
Right now, Friday, Saturday.
When did
Before
they
it
change?
was Saturday, Sunday. Then they changed when my schedule from 12 to 9 changed.
So it's nice having that weekday off.
Yeah.
I like having the weekday off.
Well, I like the weekday off because I want to go to therapy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Okay. Do you want a firearm?
I did. I actually bought one last week, Monday. And that was a big argument between me and Amelia.
Okay. Can you tell me about it?
I actually bought it last week, I think Monday it was. Then that whole thing happened with the Koi PD Tuesday, and she started bitching at me. She's like, why the fuck, you're not a hero, this, that, and the third. And I was like, for me, I've always had a gun. I've had a Smith & Wesson. Always had a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And then after this whole situation, of course, Orange County had the gun. So I was like, we had a thunderstorm. I think it was like Sunday. And I was like, we saw a car pull up in the yard, or I did. And I was like, I don't know who it is. I put the light on, the car drove away. So I'm like, okay, fine. And I was like, things are getting a little crazy where we live. We need some type of protection in the house. And then she started bitching at me, and I'm like, oh my God. She was like, oh, what if that happens to you? What if you kill yourself again or injure yourself again? And I'm like, we got into an argument, and I was like, fuck it. I was like, all right. And then I left the house. She was all bitching at me, this, that, and the third. I'm like, okay, I went back with my parents. And then, where did I go? Got into an argument. I know I ended up at Alchemy Hookah Lounge around like 11:30 that night. That was on Tuesday. I took a drive to Daytona, and I actually chucked the fucking gun over the damn bridge. I was like, fuck it. And she was like, what the hell did you do?
Okay, which bridge in Daytona did you throw the gun off of?
On International, was it International Speedway or Parkway?
Did you pull over?
No, I was actually parked. I walked. I was just trying to clear my head, and I was just had like a relapse of what happened on my leg, and I was like, fuck this, and I just threw the gun.
What time is that at?
Probably like 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
What'd you buy?
It was a Taurus. Another Taurus.
Where'd you get it from?
It's a pawn shop in Winter Garden. I actually was gonna buy another gun from there before. One of my buddies worked there. His name is Doug, but he was on vacation.
Is it like just past like the I think the express?
Yeah,
I
it's
think I know what you're
Cash. I think it's called Cash Stop Pawn. And I bought my surround sound system from them before.
What did it set you back? How much did it cost you?
It was like $250.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that much to throw it off.
Did you pay cash?
Yeah, I paid cash for it.
Do you have to do any paperwork when you buy that like that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have concealed weapons permit?
Yeah. And I do. I actually have. I think I have the paperwork at home for it.
You threw it off the overpass. Right? Am I understanding that?
Yeah.
Right? Bridge, overpass. Okay. So you went to Daytona. What time did you get back from Daytona?
Probably like 5:30 in the morning. I actually went back to Daytona the other night. We got into an argument.
You went back the other night?
Yeah.
Where do you go in Daytona? Why do you keep going to Daytona?
I back in the day when I used to have arguments with my parents and stuff, I just go for a drive, long drive. Sometimes, I mean, shit, hell. I know I remember when I was younger, I used to drive from 50 from east all the way west. And just, for me, I didn't want to be home because I was like, I don't want to argue with her and have another argument. Julian's there, her parents are there. I'm like, just wanted to save an argument. And what was it? I think it was Tuesday? What's the day? Thursday?
Today's Thursday.
Tuesday I went back to Daytona. I went by the they had like an arcade pier where Joe's Crab Shack is area, just for a walk. Then it started pouring. I came back home.
Were you alone when you went to Daytona?
Yeah. One of my coworkers is actually gonna come with me. His name is Ricky.
Which time? The first time or the second time?
The second time. I wish I had a jacket.
So, I just, so maybe I understand. So you have the fight with Amelia.
Yeah.
About the gun.
Yeah, on Tuesday.
Okay.
And I was with Orange County for like, I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours, and then the news reporters got my number, and I'm like, oh my god. I told her about that, and she was like, oh, what if they try to find you? What if these few people? Because I had somebody come up to me that day too and be like, oh, you got so and so arrested. I said, no, I didn't. They're like, you sure? I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. I didn't get anybody arrested. And they were like, how? Oh, you need to watch out. I'm like, okay. I actually told the same cop, Travis, yesterday. I was like, you know, somebody said something to me. He was like, people are gonna talk, and I was like, I know how it is.
So, when you have the fight, were you supposed to go to work that night?
Yeah, I actually called out of work while I was there with Orange County.
Okay. So walk me through that. So you get to the fight. You said you went. Where's the first place that you went after that?
Well, I was home.
Mm-hmm.
I left. I was by my. I know I went to my cousin's shop. I can't remember if that was before or after we fought. And then I went back to my parents' house. And I was like, all right. I came back home. And I was like,
what time did you come back home?
I don't remember.
So you went back to your house.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but she was at work. She was at work, so I was like, that's fine.
Okay. Then where?
I think that was around like 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I left the house again.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was just driving around. I was trying to figure out what to do. My buddy was in New York, so I was like, I can't call him. And then I ended up, where did I go? I can't remember what I did. And I was just I drove around for a while,
mm-hmm.
and then around like 11:30, I ended up going to Alchemy Hookah Lounge.
Where's that at?
That is on Kirkman. I don't know if you know where Colombian Burger is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right there. And that's how Amelia knew I was there, because a buddy of mine had a Snapchat video. And then the last car was my car.
Okay. Who did you see there that you knew?
His name was Brandon. I don't remember his last name.
Got a phone number for him or anything?
Yeah, his phone number is actually in my phone.
In your phone?
Yeah.
Under Brandon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how long would you say you were at the hookah lounge for?
Maybe an hour, if that.
Did you drink anything?
No, I didn't drink anything. I just drank water. That was it.
After you went there, where did you go?
I jumped on I-4 and went to Daytona.
Did you have your phone with you?
Yeah.
Is it on?
Nah.
Why not?
Because my wife is gonna call me. She always likes to check on my iPhone.
Okay. So you jumped on
Because I
iPhone?
called her cousins around like, I think it was like 11 something, to see if they had spoken to her. Because I called her and she didn't answer, so I was like, okay. And then I was like, I called them, I was like, yeah, you know where Amelia is? And she's like, nah. And I was like, okay. 'Cause I didn't want to, they knew we were fighting because I think she went out with them afterwards.
Okay, so you called her cousins looking for Amelia?
Yeah, because I didn't hear, I called her phone actually, and she didn't answer, and I know we were all supposed to go out to, I think, go play golf or something like that.
When?
That same night. And then I know Amelia went out with them.
Okay. So you didn't want to talk to her, but you called her?
Yeah, I called her just to see what she was doing, because I was like, you know, we're still fighting. I was like, honestly, I wanted to go back home. But she didn't answer, and then called my cousins, and then I was like, all right, maybe she's out doing something. And I was like, all right, I'll go to Alchemy. And it was right before I went to Alchemy is when I called her.
Mm-hmm. Did you talk to her?
No, I didn't get to talk to her. She didn't.
So you wanted to go back home?
Yeah.
Okay. Why didn't you?
Because I didn't want to argue again. Things have been up and down with us lately.
I guess that's where I get a little lost. So if you didn't want to argue, why'd you call her?
Usually when we argue, I'll call her, see how she's doing, or see if everything's okay.
So you didn't want to argue, but you called her?
Yeah.
Okay. So you wanted to go home, and...
But like, I mean, shit.
So then you turned...
3 weeks ago.
You turned your phone off after that?
Yeah. My phone was actually off for the majority of the day.
So up until, all right, so again, I just want to make sure I understand. This is why I'm going to be on the same page with you. Okay, so you get into this argument, you leave, you're pissed off enough that you don't go home.
Yeah.
But you don't go to Daytona right away. You're in town for a little bit. You drive around. For a little bit, you can't remember where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, I just drove around.
Okay. And your phone was off then?
Yeah.
The whole time?
The whole time.
So what time do you say you left the house?
Around like, I think it was like 3. Between 3:30 and 4, something like that. Around there.
And there'll be no activity on your phone whatsoever? No text messages, no nothing?
No, nothing.
All right. At some point in time, you have to turn it back on so you can call her.
Yeah.
Was
around 11. Something.
Was there any voicemails or text messages from her when you turned your phone back on?
I texted her. I was like, yo. And I think I texted her hello.
Hello, like with the question mark, like you're trying to talk to her?
Yeah. Because I know I called her, and she didn't pick up, and I texted her, yo. I texted her hello. And that's when I got all the text messages in from her cousin, so...
What were they saying?
To go out somewhere, go hang out, and I'm like, I don't want to... I wanted to resolve an issue with her, but then when we go out, her cousins always are like, oh, what'd you do to Josh, or what
did you respond to them?
No, well, that's when I called them. I was like, hey, did you go out with, or did you get a hold of Amelia? And they said, no, not yet. From what I understand, yeah.
Then you went to Daytona, and you took this gun, and you threw it off the overpass?
Yeah.
Was it all in one piece?
Yeah, all in one piece.
What caliber is that gun?
I think it was a 9mm.
What kind of ammunition did you put in it?
I didn't have any ammunition inside of it.
You didn't have any ammunition inside of it?
No.
Did you buy ammunition for it when you bought it?
No.
Okay. Well, I just get a little confused. So, explain to me your reasoning again as to why you threw this gun off this pier.
I had a I guess a relapse of what happened to me. And I was like, some shit happens again by accident. Fuck my life up again.
But it's not loaded?
Yeah, it wasn't loaded.
Okay.
It went into water?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was on a bridge over water, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I think that's the bridge right before you get to the Daytona Beach.
Yeah, you get off what is it, 75 on International, or 80, what is it? 95. Yeah. By the Speedway there, and just keep going, and
yeah,
okay, exactly. I know what you're talking about.
I guess this is where I get a little concerned. Well, my thing is, you guys are kind of hurting for money, sounds like. I mean, you're working now, but...
Yeah, I'm working now, so things are...
You spent $250 in cash on this gun.
Yeah.
It's a pawn shop.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn shops are pretty good. I mean, usually you can go back and pawn it
Yeah,
back,
but
right?
I was like, at that very moment, I was like, anything could fucking happen, and I'm like,
But it's not loaded.
it wasn't loaded. Yeah.
So right there, you got basically a paperweight.
Yeah.
So it's not dangerous to you at that point in time.
Mm-hmm. But for me, mentality-wise, I wasn't thinking like that. I just threw it. And then, I mean, it's fucking, I told my sister what I did. She was like, are you dumb? Are you stupid?
Which sister?
Rachel.
Where's she at?
She should be at work, too.
Does she live here?
Mm-hmm. She lives at 2533 Rebus Drive as well.
When did you tell her you threw this gun?
What did I tell her? 2 days ago?
What made you tell her 2 days ago?
No, she was asking, you know, what happened with me and Amelia, like, why are we arguing so much? Then Amelia, I guess she told my dad, like, Amelia was concerned about me, she didn't know what was going on. And then I know she talked to my sister and was like, Josh and I are arguing. And I know she told her, you know, we've just been fighting a lot lately. Like, we're actually supposed to go on a cruise on Saturday for a week.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, you know, we're contemplating that here and back and forth. And I was like, you know, maybe that'll help our relationship because we've been arguing a lot lately. And mainly because it was just like stuff around the house, not working for so long and stuff like that. So.
Okay. I guess I'm just kind of, again, I'm trying to piece everything together, and I keep getting confused. Have you, again, make sure I understand you right, you don't know anybody in Gerald's family?
No.
Okay. Are we going to see any phone records of you contacting anybody in Gerald's family?
No, not that I know of.
Is it, well, yeah, let's see, is it possible? Because if it is, it's we
Yeah.
can talk about it.
I mean,
And
unless Amelia used my phone, then no.
So if it was Amelia used your phone,
Yeah.
why would she have to use your phone to contact them?
I have no idea. Which I know she had my phone for a little bit on Saturday. I mean, sometimes, I mean, I'll leave my phone inside the house while I do yard work or work on my car.
But if she had access to her phone?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to, now again, is this something where we want to say that, do we want to, Josh, listen,
Mhm.
we're here for something very, very serious, okay?
Okay.
And you have to understand something, okay?
Mhm.
Your answers just aren't making any sense, all right? We've been doing this for a little bit. We know, we've been doing this for a while, okay?
Okay.
You seem like a very good guy. You know, the little bit I'm talking to you, you're respectful and you know, you're nice. And you got to understand, sometimes we have more answers than you know.
Yeah.
All right? We've asked you questions to see where you're at.
Mhm.
Okay. If there's anything that you think we need to know, I mean, now's the time to tell us, okay? There's probably a little bit more to this story. The whole thing, $50,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay? And, you know, you have to be wondering why I'm asking about that. See, that's the funny thing. You haven't asked me yet. Like, why am I asking about that, right? You know, there's a lot going on here, okay?
Okay.
And I need to understand from you
Mhm.
where you were at, okay, in this whole thing. And you gotta understand that right now, you being honest with us
Mhm.
is the best thing in the world, okay? We're your best friends here, okay?
Okay.
You have to be able to explain your actions and what you did. And if we can't understand that, then it looks really bad,
Yeah.
okay? Let's walk through this a little bit, okay?
Mhm.
What are we missing?
Nothing that I know of. I mean, told you guys where I was, what I was doing. I mean, you could check our phone records too. We've been fighting for a long
Can you,
time.
well, explain this to me, okay?
Mhm.
How is it that you wound up at Cynthia's house, Cynthia's apartment over on Jefferson? Because I have eyewitnesses that put you there.
That I ended up there?
You're very, listen, let's you have kind of a distinct look. You understand what I'm saying? And you have a distinct car. Well, not a distinct car, I should take that back. But I think it's telling that you said it was maroon, all right? Because that's, an eyewitness describes it as a maroon Nissan Altima with a guy that's your height, hair parted, 2 earrings, everything. You're there, okay? I have no question about that, all right? So what we're trying to understand is why you were there. Why were you at Cynthia's place? And again,
I was never at her place.
Okay. All right.
And I don't even know where she. Like I said, I don't know anything about Gerald's family. Nothing.
And you were never at his house either.
No.
You understand we have the notarized document, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know we were there when you went there with the notary. We have that document.
Yeah. Well, I never physically met him.
Okay. You were in his house. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay. But Cynthia, I was never at her house.
Listen to me. You have to understand something, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you're probably scared right now, all right? Because you're not somebody that gets in trouble.
Yeah.
Right? Okay? You have to understand, like I said, there's two sides to every story. All right? The eyewitness has no reason to lie.
Right.
Okay? And there's no point in that, okay? So, you were there. Well, I need to know why you were there. You understand what I'm saying? If there's some innocent reason, I need to know. But I need to know why. So, why did you go there? Did you go there to tell them that you were going to pay him back?
Well, okay. Can we clear this whole thing out?
What's up?
Okay. So, Amelia was freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
Long story short, I did chuck my gun over the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
Okay. Tell me about that.
She sent somebody, I don't know who she sent, to go to either talk to them. I don't know if it was the same day or same night, but after that I went to Alchemy and talked,
Who did she send? Wait a minute, hold on. So you were there. Was somebody else with you?
No, I was by myself.
So after you left, she sent somebody else over there? Is that what you're
I don't know. Because I know she was saying before, like,
What day were you there?
That was on Tuesday. I went there at 3:30 on Tuesday to talk to her.
3:30 in the afternoon?
Mm-hmm. Or 4 o'clock.
And how long did you stay for?
I mean, maybe... I honestly don't remember.
It was quite a period of time.
Yeah.
Why were you there so long?
Just to talk to her, just to see how...
Did you go inside?
Yeah, I actually sat down and talked to her.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Who's her?
To the lady, Cynthia.
Was anybody else in the house?
I think the same kid, Sean.
Okay. And how did the conversation go?
And I told her I found out about it. I talked to her, and then I guess I left maybe, I don't know, right before I went to 11 something, right before I went to Alchemy.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I understand, that was it.
So, if I'm understanding you right, you're saying Amelia is the one that talked to somebody to take care of them?
Yeah, and I don't
Why?
know. I have no idea.
Well, I mean, how do you know that?
Well, there was a kid that came to our house.
What's his name?
Jay something. I don't know his phone. I've seen him once at my house, and that was it. And that was for Amelia's birthday party.
Okay.
And she told me, how she's gonna talk to him to talk to her, to stay away from her. And I was like, it's not making sense, Like, what's going on, or whatever. And then I went there, talked to the lady, talked to her son,
How do we find this guy?
Who? Find who?
Just the person that she talked to.
Oh, how do you find him? Yeah. I can give you, I think I have his phone number.
Okay.
It's some guy I know his name is Jay Prasad or something like that.
Okay. And
because
explain this to me. How does this go? Okay, so I'm trying to understand this. So Amelia's so scared about this and worried about this, and you explain to me. So who kept on calling her and wouldn't leave her alone?
I think it was the same Cynthia lady. I didn't ask any questions. She said, somebody keeps calling me. She said one of Gerald's families. I said, okay, that's fine. Maybe it's Gerald's son, because Gerald's son stole money from her.
I heard about that, yeah.
I was like, okay, fine, but then I think then some kid came to our house like 11 o'clock at night, and I was like, what's going on? And I know she gave him some money or something like that. And then he texted me about money, and I'm like, what are you talking?
She gave him $10,000 to what?
I have no idea. And from my
What
understanding,
do you think she gave him $10,000 for?
to kill him or something. I don't know. I have no idea.
When did you find out about this? Before?
Yeah, I think it was Saturday or Sunday.
The Saturday or Sunday before you went over there on Tuesday?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that the only time you went to that apartment, or had you gone over there once before that?
No, I had passed by before that.
Why?
I go to HID Pro down the street. But
Did you go over there so you drove by once before?
Mhm.
In what car?
the same car,
Which one, the red or the blue one?
the red car.
And when you went over there that night, on that Tuesday night, were you in your car?
Mhm.
Okay. And how did you get there?
What do you mean?
Well, how did you get, where were you coming from? Were you coming from your house?
Mhm.
So how did you get from your house to Cynthia's house? What route did you take?
I took Amelia Street. I think it was Amelia Street over there.
Did you go, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, from like Ocoee, where you are, to get to Orlando. Did you 408, Colonial, Silver Star?
No, I was on. What did I use? I used 50th. Yeah, I used 50 to Amelia Street. And I took Amelia Street and I cut through where HID Pro was.
Well, 50 and Amelia don't cross.
No. Oh, Tampa Avenue. That's where it is.
Oh, okay.
Tampa Avenue.
50 to Tampa,
Mhm.
and then down?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And then when I came back from Daytona that night.
How did you, when you got to the apartment, did you knock on the door?
Yeah, I just knocked on the door.
Okay. And they opened it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I don't know. All right. So you go to Hookah, and then you go to Daytona, and then you come back home.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just understanding. I guess my question is, why were you there so long again? I mean, what was you were at Cynthia's house for a very long time.
I was there and I was just talking to her, explaining to her, like,
What did she say to you about that?
She was like, it's upsetting because her brother stole money from Gerald.
Mm-hmm.
And long story short, how that she was just like, oh, how Gerald doesn't trust anybody. And I told her that, and I said, okay, that's fine. And then, she was talking to me for a while about everything. Like,
Was Sean talking to you too?
Yeah, once in a while. He was just saying how, it was like, how he's trying to find a job, and he used to be a cashier or something like that from where they.
Okay. Well, how did you know when you left?
Joshua,
listen to me. Again, I'm looking at you. I see you're nervous, and I see
cold.
Yeah, I know I'm cold too, but I can see there's some stuff. All right. I don't think you're somebody that is. I don't think you have a. Gonna say it like a mean bone or anything like that. You seem like a very nice, soft-spoken kind of guy, and I'm sure that there's probably some stuff that's eating at you. Some of the stuff that you want to get off your chest. I mean, you talked to your sister a couple of days ago. There's some stuff that's. Listen, Joshua, this isn't going away. Okay. Some of the stuff you said here. It gives us a lot of pause. All right. Remember, I told you that if there's a reason, if there's a reason why, if you were scared and you did something that was a mistake and you probably should have done, then that's something we need to know, because that explains a lot. All right. Right now, I just, if you explain why, that goes so far. You understand what I'm saying? It goes so far, and it helps people understand where you were. If you were in a bad place and bad, frame of mind, that changes the ball game.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's why, we need to hear from you, like, where you were when you did this. Okay? What happened?
I was there at the house.
I know. But listen, we don't listen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Gotta understand something. Let's get beyond it, okay? I don't think there's a question that Amelia she didn't call anybody, she didn't pay anybody. All right? I'll figure that out in 3 seconds.
She did. I'm telling you, she did.
Right.
She paid it. She said.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Not listen to what we just heard here now. We have to understand it from you, okay? I'm telling you right now. We talked to Amelia.
Mm-hmm.
Alright? So we know a lot more than you think we know. And again, if we can hear it from you and we can go and say, look, he didn't just, if it's something that got out of hand versus something that you planned, that's a whole different ballgame. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you plan this out, that's a bad thing. But if it got out of hand, if you went back just to try and call and it got out of hand, that's a whole different ballgame. You understand what I mean? Okay? That changes everything. But I don't know that until I hear it from you.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, this all I know is what we have. Like I said, this isn't going to go away. And this is going to be something that's going to eat at you. It's going to eat at you until we get it out. I'll tell you right now, let's not go back. We're going to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Now's your time to say, you know what, this got out of hand. I'm sorry. You understand what I'm saying? Remorse goes a long, long way. What happened? Let's work through this.
I just don't want to get nobody else in trouble.
Okay.
That's not the issue here.
I mean, if you love Amelia, listen, if you love Amelia, you're going to put her under the bus? You don't want to do that, do you?
I'm just scared for everybody else.
I know you're scared. I know you're scared.
That's the problem right now.
Who's
my
going to get
family,
right.
her family.
But at the end of the day, you have to look and say, you made the right decision, you did the right thing. Like you said, you don't want to get anybody else in trouble. Let's not lump anybody else in this. Doesn't need to be lumped into this.
I didn't throw the gun away.
Okay, tell me.
I left there at maybe 10 something.
Mm-hmm.
But before I left, the same guy that Amelia paid him. He messaged me on Snapchat, there's $9,000, $10,000 more. And I was like, maybe he's trying, at first I thought it was maybe he's trying to sell drugs or something to get the money back. Simple. And the same guy came up to my car. He said, what are you doing? I said I wanted to talk to her to get the money back. And he's like, oh, Amelia or Jay sent me here. I'm like, sent you here for what? And he was like, he had a gun to my head. And he said, he said, I know you have a gun. Give me your gun and leave. I left. I went to Alchemy. Didn't throw the gun over the pier. He had the gun. I went back to Alchemy. I drove to Daytona. Came back home at like 5:30 in the morning. And that was it.
Josh, why did you put a gun in your head and take your gun?
I don't know. All I know is Amelia paid them $10,000.
To put a gun to your head and take your gun?
I don't know why she paid them. I don't even know why.
Well, before you said you thought they paid him to shut her up. Is what you told me.
Yeah, that's.
So now you're saying you don't know.
That could have been.
So why would they have? Okay, so why would they have to come to you, right?
I don't know. I guess they
put a gun to your
figured,
head and take your gun.
Figured they weren't like. They figured that I wasn't gonna be there or go talk to her or something.
Wait, Josh. You know you're making this hole that much bigger. You know that. That doesn't make any sense to anybody, Josh. All right? It just doesn't. No. Okay? I mean, how would these people know where to find you, and then all of a sudden they found you and took your gun? To do what? To frame you?
I mean, you could call the kid.
What was the kid gonna say?
said he had people to go ahead and shut her up or something like that.
Doesn't it make more sense? You know, no, it just doesn't make any sense. You know who throws a gun over a bridge? And that's what I really think happened to this thing, that you threw the gun over the bridge. We know you went to Daytona because we got the receipt and everything else that you went to Daytona. We know you got gas over there, all right? What makes more sense is, well, I mean, you threw a gun because you used it.
No.
Yes. Josh, listen to me. Listen. Again, I think we're trying to figure out the why right now. That's about all we're trying to figure out, okay? We're not trying to figure out the who, we're trying to figure out the why. And I told you, this is your time. We can't sit here forever, you know, and think, this is your time to tell us why. And like I said, a panic is different than I went over there and I wanted to do it. You had every reason to do this. Okay? Not somebody else, you. Okay? When people come in here and tell us, oh, I was driving around for a little while and I can't remember where I went, or I don't, you know, that we know, I know exactly what's going on there, okay? And for you not to tell us that you went to that apartment, there's a reason why, all right? So again, this is not to figure out who, it's to figure out why. And this is your time. This is you. This is you, not us. Like I said, this is eating at you. And it's going to keep eating at you. It's never going to stop. Until you make it stop. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the way you make it stop is, we got to get it out. Okay? What happened in that apartment when you went back? You went back there. When did you go back?
I went there at 3. Between 3:30 and 4.
When you went back the second time before you went home, what happened that time?
I didn't go back.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I didn't go back.
Josh, here's the thing, and this is what I would tell you. You know, despite whatever troubles you got, I can tell that you love your wife, and the prospect of her getting into trouble or possibly going to jail for stealing this money was weighing on you heavily, and you went over there because of that love, you know, because you wanted to at least talk him out of it. Okay? And in fact, we've talked to Amelia already, and we asked her, who's the most important person in Josh's life? And she said, I would assume it's me. And I said, he's not going to do or say anything that's going to jeopardize your future, right? And she goes, I wouldn't think so. So when I asked Amelia who's the most important person in her life, what do you think she said?
Me.
Yeah. And she's over there, and I wasn't bullshit. I just showed, when that text message I showed Brian, she's spilling it. Because she's looking at the prospect of never seeing her son again except for through bars. She knows we have all this stuff where the theft goes and all these different phone calls and whatnot. But she's over there saying that you killed these people. You're over here saying that she paid somebody to kill these people.
Yes.
So my thing is that
I'll tell you right now, straight up, I was there. My gun was taken from me by some black guy that said he knows Jay. Amelia gave him $10,000. I thought the money was going to go get paid, as far as, okay, this is going to get paid. Maybe they're buying drugs or something. Or
so the money, presumably this $10,000 would have come out of the TD account.
No, that was cash she had at home.
How did she have $10,000 cash?
From what I brought home.
Okay. So the thing is, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, one of you is a really awful person. You know, someone is letting their spouse go to prison for the rest of their life for something that they did. Is it you or her?
I didn't. I don't have a bone in me to kill anybody.
Okay, and the whole...
I just went there.
You knew enough, Josh, to lie to us about the gun.
Mm-hmm.
You knew that was the very first thing. We didn't even solicit that. Yeah. You knew I've got to lie to these guys about that gun and say it was empty and I threw it in the bridge over in Daytona Beach. You knew that you had to tell that lie. That was the very first lie you told us. You have the motivation. Are you going to, and again, are people going to kill people for $10,000?
I don't know.
Let me ask you this.
I can even listen.
I don't know.
I can tell you
I'm
where we
confused as the whole
gave this
thing.
guy the
Okay,
money.
yeah, tell us how we're going to prove that
It
this
was
happened.
Walgreens or CVS, Metro West. CVS Metro West around 10 o'clock at night.
When?
That was on Saturday. Friday or Saturday.
The Friday or Saturday before this happened?
Before you bought the gun.
Yeah.
But yet, okay, so
I bought the gun for my protection.
no, I got that
I
part.
don't know
Okay,
who these
so
guys
the Friday
were.
or Saturday before that. So I'm trying to figure out how they took the gun from you. Explain that. Walk me through that.
Okay, I was sitting in my car.
Where?
In front of their apartment.
What time?
This was 10 something.
Before, okay.
And they said they were sitting there around the corner since
Who said
knows
that?
how. The same guy.
How did you know that?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
What do you mean, how do I know?
Well, they said they were sitting around the corner. How did you know that?
He told me, he was like, we were watching you. We see you talking to this lady. What's going on? Did you tell her that Jay, you spoke to Jay? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I came to talk to this lady to try to resolve an issue. And he put a gun to my head and he said, I know you have a gun on me. I don't know how he knew I had a gun on me in the first place. He took my gun and he said, leave. I left and I went to Alchemy. From Alchemy, I drove to Daytona and I came back home.
So Friday or Saturday, you give these guys the money.
Mm-hmm.
And you went with?
Yeah.
You went with Amelia. Who did you give the money to?
The same J kid.
Okay, have you met him before?
Yes, he was at my house. I've met him a couple of times here and there. Since our relationship, I don't really get along with him. He's drugs and stuff like that, so I'm like, okay.
Was there an agreement for more money after it was done?
From what I understand, he said there's $9,000 or something like that. He texted me and I said, what are you talking about?
Was there a discussion about how this was going to be done?
No, well, from him and Amelia talked in the car. And then I went outside and talked to him. I said, what's going on? He said, oh, Amelia's like my sister. I just want to get, things straight between you and her. Long story short, he said he was there to help her because he's known her for that long. And I said, okay. We gave him I think it was $1,000 that night.
$1,000 at the Walgreens?
No, at our house. He came to our house.
Okay.
And that was maybe, trying to think, maybe $1,000. Then we gave him $4,000. It was a total of $10,000. I know that.
Why'd you have to give him increments?
Amelia said, hey, he needs this, he needs that.
But it wasn't Jay Prasad that put the gun to your head?
No.
Okay. What did that guy look like?
Probably 6'5", bald black guy.
Okay.
All black clothes.
Like African American?
Yeah. He didn't have any hair. He had one of those scully caps on.
How are we going to prove this communication between your wife and Jay Prasad? Did they have text messages?
On Snapchat. I don't know if you guys can pull Snapchat records. Because he texted me. And I said, because I thought he was picking something up. And he was like, yeah, man. I said, nothing happened or something like that. And he was like, yeah, I'm mad because I had money invested into this too. Because I'm thinking, maybe he's going to sell drugs to get this money back. Simple. Because I know him around the area as coke and marijuana.
What do you mean, wait a minute, what do you mean sell drugs to get what money back?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Why?
That he said, from what our conversation was, he said Amelia's like a sister to him, and he just wants to go ahead and fix things, make things right, and he doesn't want to get us involved. And we gave him $10,000. And you can pull up the video. I looked at it too. There's a camera on the corner of that CVS where you see both of us parking. The first time we parked closest to the store, gave him money, The second time we parked this way, away from the store by the door to get
And
in.
this was Friday or Saturday? Do you remember which?
Friday or Saturday.
Around what time of day?
At night. I don't remember the time.
What was it? A Walgreens or CVS?
CVS.
Okay, it's Metro West and what? What area?
That's gotta be Hiawassee and Metro West.
Okay.
It's where the Four Horses are.
Okay, the little
There's
fountain.
a local gas
yeah.
station
Yeah, yeah.
and then a CVS.
What car were you guys in?
The first time, I think we're in Amelia's car. The second time we're in my car.
Okay, so the first time was when?
It should have been on either Friday. The second time would have been on Saturday.
Okay, so you guys went twice to meet him there.
Yeah.
Okay, and both times at night?
Yes.
First time in your Nissan?
No, Amelia's car. The second time in my car, and there was the same black guy was sitting in Jay's driver's seat.
Okay. Did you know what you were going to do when you went there? Why you were going
To
there?
give him money.
For what?
Wait a minute.
Why didn't you just give the $9,000 of Cynthia?
Yeah.
I guess that would be the question. Somebody look at this situation. Why wouldn't you just go over there and say, here, we're going to pay it back. Here's $10,000, good
Well,
faith.
For us, Amelia said it was a good idea to talk to Jay because he can get money like that really quick. I said, I don't know him. You know him.
But again, why would you have to give him $10,000 if you want? I guess I'm just kind of.
Or take the money out of the TD amount. I mean, if you guys knew the jig was up at that point.
Like I said, we gave Jay the money. Jay said, from my understanding, Jay was going to get her to shut up or go ahead and either buy something or get something, do some type of drug transaction to make that money back.
You know what? I mean, if I may, you know what I see? I see somebody who's trying to explain the disappearance of a gun, and see, the only reason we would explain the disappearance of a gun is because it was used in something. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Josh,
but I'm telling
no,
you.
listen, hold on a second, all right? Because realistically, you keep saying that, and Josh, you know, because you're such a good guy, you don't do a good job not telling the truth. You understand what I'm saying? You do a pretty shitty job not telling the truth, okay? So, you've lost us, okay? You lost us in the fact to say some guy that you know, and it seems like it progresses. It's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, oh, yeah, we did, oh, yeah, maybe you did. I mean, you're pretty confident about the cameras, but where I get lost is you have this 9mm that you just went and bought. You know, first off, you say you throw it over this bridge because it bothered you when it wasn't even armed. It couldn't even hurt you. So instead of going and selling it back because of money issues and everything else, nope, you just go throw it over the bridge. Nuh-uh. Second thing is, why on earth would this guy need to come up to you? Okay? First of all,
it's the same
No,
guy
listen, you pay him money to go make him be quiet, right? That doesn't work, I guess, apparently, or something. Doesn't work. Because you felt the need to go over there by yourself and take it up with him. You didn't call Jay and say, hey, by the way, I paid you $10,000, why don't you come with me, I'm going to go over there. You didn't do that, no. You didn't say, hey, bring your boy, bring your guy, you know, because, you know, whatever. No, you went over there by yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm lost. You pay this guy $10,000, and you don't even say, hey, I know I'm calling him up. Hold on. I know I'm calling him up and saying, hey, by the way, come with me, because I paid you all this money. Come with me, and let's go make this work. Let's make this right. But you didn't do that, okay? And then, beyond that, you want to say that they happen to be there at the same time you were now, okay? They just happened to be there at the same time you were, and he happened to know that you had a gun, and he happened to put a gun to your head and take your gun away from you. That's what you want people to believe. Does that, I mean, just listening to it said by somebody else, does that make a lot of sense to you? Why does he need your gun? Why?
I don't know. All I know is
he had a gun.
I went there at between 3:30, 4 o'clock-ish. Talked to her. 10 something, maybe 11 something. I said, I come out, I go and sit in my car, I'm vaping, I have my window down, phone turns on, call Amelia, didn't pick up. After this situation, I called her cousins. They said they didn't know where she was.
I got all that. Let me ask you this question. When was the last time you talked to, since paying him all this money, when have you talked to Jay?
Monday.
This Monday that just passed?
Last week. Not this Monday, the last week, Monday.
Last Monday?
Mm-hmm.
So you paid him Friday and Saturday, and you talked to him on Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was that conversation?
Monday, we said, nothing happened. What happened?
You said that to him?
Yeah.
Okay, and what did he say?
And he said, how I have money invested in this too. I'm pissed.
What's he pissed about?
I don't know, because I guess he put money in.
What kind of money?
I have no idea. All I know is we gave Jay $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
From that $10,000, I don't know what he put in or what he did or who he talked to. I know the first time we met Jay at CVS, he was by himself. The second time we met Jay at CVS, he wasn't driving. He hopped out of the passenger side of his car. Somebody else was in the driver's seat. Looked like an African American guy.
What was the conversation on Monday? He said he has money in this and he's pissed. What else?
That was it. We called. Me and Amelia called him. He didn't answer. You could check our phone record.
He didn't answer? Was there text messages?
No, we called. It was on Snapchat.
We had a conversation on Snapchat, and he said he's pissed about this.
Mm-hmm. And I said, I either said,
Did you ask what is going to happen? What's going to happen from here?
All I did was I said, I'm going to call you or something like that. I called. I think I videoed him a couple times on Snapchat, and then Amelia called from her cell phone to him, and he didn't answer. I think she called like 4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm. When were they supposed to get you an answer by for this $10,000?
They said it was supposed to be Sunday or Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see news about the murder?
No.
Didn't see anything.
I didn't see. I scrolled. The only thing I really looked up was the whole thing that happened with me in Orange County.
Okay. As today, when you walked in this room, did you know those 2 people were dead?
No, I saw something, but I didn't read, so I didn't know they were dead.
What did you see?
I saw 2 people murdered, and then I saw something else, and another person got shot on the sidewalk. She's scared. But my thing is, like, she knows who she talked to as far as those guys. They took my gun that night, and I left. I went straight to Alchemy. From Alchemy, I took I-4, and I took I-4 to Daytona.
And again, I think somebody listening to this, Josh, too, would be like, and you conveniently had your phone off the whole time. The bottom line is that the day after this situation with Akoi and all these things are going on, that next Wednesday morning, about 6:30 in the morning, where were you?
I went home.
Okay. Is your phone back on then?
No, my phone was on at like 8 o'clock in the morning, I think. Okay. And I texted the news reporter, and I told him that I'm not comfortable with making any reports or anything like that.
What's the first thing you did when you got home at 6:30 in the morning? Or would you say 5:30 in the morning? You said you got home, right?
Yeah.
What's the first thing you did? 5:30. You're home at Amelia at 1410.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the first thing you did?
I don't remember.
Don't remember.
Would either one of her parents have seen you there and can tell us that you were there at 6:30 that morning?
Yeah.
Which one?
I think her mom.
Her mom?
Mm-hmm. Her mom's car was home.
Okay. But was she awake? Was she able, like, if we go talk to her and say, hey, this Wednesday morning at 6:30?
Yeah, she was awake. Home. She usually leaves at like 7 o'clock in the morning to go to work.
Okay.
So she was awake.
Mm-hmm.
You talked to her.
And did she know that you guys had been fighting and you hadn't been home that night?
Yeah, she knew we were fighting.
And you talked to her?
Yeah, I talked to her.
What did you guys talk about?
I told her the very next day was that she knew we were arguing. That night, actually, I told her mom that we were arguing. I went out. I came home late. She knew I came home late. And then her mom left the house while I was home. I know that. I was home and her mom had left the house in the morning that morning.
Why'd you lie to us about the gun?
I was scared.
Why?
Because I didn't know what happened.
What happened to?
What happened with my gun? I know the wrong people got a hold of it.
Because as far as you knew, because like I said, we didn't even ask, and you brought that up yourself. That doesn't make a lot of sense that you would volunteer that information, because you knew as soon as you heard the name, you knew where this is going, and you knew those people were dead. Are you assuming that your gun was used to kill these people?
That's what I'm assuming.
Okay, because they stole it from you. And are you telling us the truth about where you purchased that gun?
Yeah. At the pawn shop in Winter Garden.
As of right now, do you know where that gun is?
I don't.
Okay.
So, why would Amelia tell us you got home at 9 o'clock in the morning?
When?
Wednesday morning. She said you got home at 9 o'clock.
No. You could check our neighbor's cameras. I got home at 6:30 in the morning. I didn't get home at 9 o'clock in the morning. Both of our neighbors that live to the left of us, and another guy that has a pigeon farm or coop.
Was it exactly 6:30 or close to 6:30?
Close to 6:30.
After?
I don't think after. Because her mom was still home. Because her mom usually leaves early to go to work.
And you, from Daytona Beach, you went straight home?
Yeah, I took...
Did you happen to drive by the house again?
No. From Daytona, I took... what did I take? I took I-4, I took Lee Road all the way down to John Young, made a right on 50, and came home.
Why would these people who you paid $10,000 to, so you're funding them, paying them $10,000, obviously to take care of a problem, right? You needed to, you guys were desperate enough, I mean, money's tight enough, you guys are desperate enough to pay somebody, you know, and you're there, so you know, you're part of the conversation, right? Mm-hmm. So you know what is being said. Why would somebody that you're paying $10,000 to take the time and energy to take your gun away from you to put it to possibly use it?
I don't know.
And your name's on that gun. You bought that gun from a pawn shop. Your name's on that gun. So they're going to take it. Now, assuming the gun that they have probably isn't registered to them, I would think. Why would they use that gun that they took from you?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Is your relationship with Amelia so bad that she would pick Jay Prasad over you?
No, I just know he's... No, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything.
Well, again, here's the problem, okay? It's a big problem, and I've told you, I mean, we can only do this for so long. Your chances of explaining yourself and explaining how, you know, if this was something that got out of hand, and this wasn't something that you planned, it wasn't something that you put into effect as far as, you know.
I just went there to talk to them.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay.
And before I left, I was confronted by a guy when I was in my car about to leave.
Where exactly did that happen at?
Inside the right in front of her apartment.
Was it like, so when both times I went to the Walgreens, were they in Jay's car?
Yeah.
What kind of car does he have?
He has a charcoal gray Infiniti G37.
Okay. And is that the car that this guy came out of when they confronted you and took your gun?
No, he walked up to me.
Oh, okay.
He said they were watching me since I was there.
Okay.
If you took a polygraph right now, how would it show that you told the truth?
Yeah.
About what?
About me going there talking to them, my gun being taken away from me, and me going to Alchemy, and me going to Daytona.
And if they asked you if you shot those people, what would it show?
That I'm telling the truth and I didn't do that.
All right. We'll be back in just a minute then. We're going to go talk to her some more then.
Time is now approximately 16:30 hours.
Blanket or something?
Yeah, well, I think my one partner tried to find you one.
It's cold.
All right, buddy. We'll be back. We'll get you.
But all I know, like I said, I got there, talked to her. I called Amelia at 11 something. She didn't answer. I talked to her cousins and I said, hey, do you know where Amelia is? No. I said, all right, I'm going to go hang out. That's when I was confronted.
Just before we leave, this is what I would tell you, okay? In this situation, when down the line people are trying to figure out the punishment, who gets punished for this, they want to see a couple things, and of course the truth's one thing, remorse is another. But the things you're telling us, you know, we have to do our jobs and we're going to check it out.
That's fine.
If it shows that you were lying, and this goes for Amelia too.
Yeah.
If this shows that you were lying and that you were trying to bring some innocent person into
No,
this,
I'm telling you now, you could check the cameras, you could, I don't know if the cameras could see.
well, like I said, you may have been there. Like I said, but that's right, that you very well could have met with Jay and this guy, okay? But the problem is that gun thing for you right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that one's, and the fact that you were we had a neighbor ID you, right? That Nissan Altima, describe you to a T.
Because I was there.
Yeah, that's why we knew you were there. You know, we knew that you were there. And then you conveniently don't have your phone on. I mean, those things all add up to a lot of smoke. And where there's smoke, there's fire. And you know, but like I said, we're not going to be unfair to you. That you told us, you know, you've told us something.
It's,
All right, we'll see.
Okay.
Got your blanket, huh? And more information has come out. Okay, so Amelia, now we were talking a little bit more. You had said you had some questions, so I was in the midst of talking about some questions. More information came out about Josh. Okay, now Josh told you. I guess apparently when we first, you said he took care of business when he got home that day. Okay,
Yes.
but there's more information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now this is I will emphasize this now more than I've ever emphasized it before. Okay. Now is the time to be as detailed and as truthful as possible as to what he told you. Okay. What he tells you is going to be very important to this investigation. Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead.
When he got home,
Mm-hmm.
I asked him, "What's wrong with you? What did you do? Why are you home like at this time in the morning?"
Mm-hmm. Anybody else home?
No, at this time I'm sure my mom had left the house because she didn't see
Your
me
dad?
come home. Nobody was just home.
Okay. And just kind of off, getting sidetracked at her a little bit, but after this happened, is there any other communication with your phone and Jay Prasad?
No.
There's nothing on it. He never used your phone to contact him again.
No.
You never contacted him again.
No.
And so as we sit here right now,
Yes.
Josh telling us that you paid Jay Prasad to kill these people, that's a lie.
That's a lie.
I mean, it's frustrating
for us.
Yeah,
I understand it's frustrating for you guys as well, but it's just I want no part of this.
But you know what? What would have happened? But you know what? You've done nothing but lie to us since we walked in this door.
And the only thing that comes out of that TD account is my car payment for $400 and my mortgage for $1,800.
What's the last amount that was deposited into that account?
$2,000.
Okay, when was that?
Maybe 2 months ago. But
Okay.
the only time you see money going in there is you'll see it the day before the mortgage payment, because that's kind of what me and my dad do. We only use that account for mortgage. No.
Okay. What kind of account is a TD account?
It's just a regular checking account.
Okay, is it both yours and your dad's name?
It's a joint account with me and him.
Okay.
And that account was solely opened.
What's your dad's first name?
Mike? Well, Suresh.
Suresh.
Yeah.
But he goes by Mike?
Yes.
Okay.
God, this is insane.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Well, the thing is, we got to get to the bottom of this. Like we said, it's not stopping. It's not going away. We're going to tear through every piece of electronic that you have in that house.
Yes,
You understand?
of course.
I could say is you just better hope that there's not anything in there that's going to contradict what you're saying.
There's not. 100% there is not. That I know for a fact. My son uses the iPad. There's that laptop we just purchased.
Is there a code on the iPad too?
12/26/10.
That's his birthday.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's his. He uses it mainly.
Okay.
My cell phone, which I gave you the code for.
Was there a phone? Was there a phone near the iPad?
Yeah, so that's a Galaxy phone that we use for Showbox to watch movies on.
Okay.
Josh has another laptop, an older one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. That's the only.
Is there
And
a
then we
password
have.
on that or anything?
It's his fingerprint.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the only electronics that I know of in the home.
Does Josh like to go to a hookah lounge?
Does he like to?
Yeah. Do you know if there's a particular hookah lounge that he goes to?
I mean, there's multiple.
Oh, okay. There's not one in particular that he goes to?
Where do you go that Tuesday night?
Sahara? Not Sahara, Alchemy?
Alchemy?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
On Snapchat, I saw one of my friends, he was in the background. His car was specifically in the background
Okay.
of the Snapchat.
All right. Okay.
Gotta keep asking.
I know, but I think we're done asking.
Yeah. All right, Amelia. The time is now approximately 17:37 hours. That concludes this interview.
I just don't understand why I'm
I think we've tried to explain it to you.
I understand that, but I don't want to go to prison for something I didn't do. For something I didn't have a part of. For something that I didn't.
Amelia, we're gonna have to try and figure that out.
I just wish you would tell the truth.
Oh. You and me both.
Better?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yes.
Okay. I gotta tell you, Josh, and I know Detective Ferrer feels. I think both of us are totally baffled after talking with both you and your wife for the whole day. How two people like you end up in a situation like this.
It's a shitty situation, and I hate to say it,
And it's compounded by the fact that one of you is trying to send the other one to prison for the rest of their lives, because you're telling totally different stories.
and that's what I'm telling. Like, you could check our phones. She talked to Jay regarding either taking care of two people or taking care of the issue, and we paid him, specifically him, $10.
Detective Brian Ferrer, the Orlando Police Department. Detective Michael Morris is also present. We are back in interview room 4 on July 26, 2018 at approximately 17:55 hours. We were back talking to Mr. Joshua. How do you say your last name?
Ramsawmy, the W.
Ramsawmy. Yeah. Okay. All right. You remember you've been sworn in, and you understand that
yes,
your rights are still in place and everything. Okay. So obviously we want to follow up with you because we went back and talked to Amelia.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're just trying to understand. She's saying one thing, you're saying another, and we think probably the truth's somewhere in the middle. You understand what we're saying?
Yeah.
Truth somewhere in the middle. The fact of the matter is, the investigation's not going to stop. Okay, you understand that, right?
Yeah.
And you understand that, okay, so now we know who Jay is, and we're going to talk to Jay, all right? And what? Let's put it all on the table for a second here, okay? What are you and Jay normally dealing with? What have you dealt with in the past?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. My wife has been his friend since before we got together.
Okay.
More than 6 years, 7 years ago.
You two ever exchanged any drugs?
No. Never.
Have you ever sold any of your pain medication that you got since you shot yourself in the leg?
Oh, I gave it to him. Yeah, I gave it to him. I didn't sell anything to him. Yeah,
You gave it to Jay?
Yeah, I gave it to Jay that night.
Why?
He came over. He said he was taking some, I don't remember what exactly he was taking. I think he was saying some oxycodone or something for some pain, and he ran out of medicine. I said, you could have mine because I don't take it no longer.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't sell him anything.
When did you stop taking yours?
3 months ago. I started using CBD. I'm not gonna lie.
What's that?
It's cannabis oil.
Okay.
Yeah. It helps with nerve regeneration.
When did you stop taking yours? You said 3 months ago?
Yeah.
When did you last refill your prescription for it?
Same thing. 3 months ago.
Okay.
I had about 50 of them left, if that.
And how many did you give him?
All of them.
All of them?
I don't use any of them.
How did you give them to him?
I just gave it to him in a bag.
Why in a bag?
Because I didn't want to give him my prescription bottle.
Okay. Was that was in the CVS parking lot?
No, that was at our house.
At the house?
Yeah.
And that's when you gave him how much?
It was like $1,000.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was on the pain medicine and I was on gabapentin, but I stopped both.
Okay. Again, I think what we're seeing is two people that have made some bad decisions. Okay. Now, are you saying that Jay was the one who did this?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. All I know is the guy that confronted me that day on that Tuesday night in that apartment complex really resembled the guy that was in his car that night.
I thought you said Jay was with him that night when you were in the apartment complex?
No, I didn't say that.
So Jay wasn't with him?
Yeah. That guy was by himself. He said they were watching me.
All right.
Is it your understanding when you met with Jay over there and these pills and this money was exchanged that it was for him taking care of this situation?
Yeah.
Okay, so you knew that.
Yeah, I knew that.
But you're saying that it was Amelia that was giving him this, but the pills are yours.
Yeah, the pills are mine. I told him. He told me, hey, he had something happen. He said he was on medication. He ran out. I said, I don't use mine. I haven't used mine for X amount of months.
So what did you, when you gave him the pills and that money that night in the parking lot, What did you expect to happen after that?
I expected he was going to get some type of money back from everything. Because he said, okay, you have this pills. I can use some. I can sell some. I can get you money back. And then he said, with the money that we're giving him, he said he's going to work out something where everything is resolved. I said, okay.
Okay.
And I mean, you could check my
So
phone.
this was like going to be an investment for you guys to get money to pay it back. It wasn't for him to go kill them.
No, from my understanding, he said he was going to take care of it. I don't know what him and Amelia said before I got in the car, because Amelia came back in the house, said Jay's outside, he needs $1,000, and I talked to him, and then I came back inside, I got the medicine, gave it to him. He said specifically, I don't want to get Amelia in trouble. I don't want you to get in trouble. Amelia's like a sister to me. I've known her for like forever, basically. And how that he's going to go ahead and make everything correct and right for us. And I said, okay. I gave him the medicine. I said, I don't use it anymore. I said, whatever you have to do to go ahead and rectify the situation, get it resolved, get the money back, whatever, you do that. And then he spoke to Amelia. So we had to give him, I think it was either $3,000 or $4,000 the next day, which was on Saturday or Friday. And then Saturday. So Thursday he was at our house. Friday we met him, and Saturday we met him.
So you were expecting money back?
Yeah.
Not for him to go kill these people?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting anybody to get killed.
So you paid? Okay, I think I'm starting to understand this. So you gave him those pills to sell for you?
Yeah, to get the money, yeah.
Yes, okay. So how much did he say he was going to get you for selling the pills?
I don't. He said about $20, $25 each. I gave him about $50.
Okay, so let's do the math.
That's like $2,000, I think.
Okay, so $2,000.
So I said, all right, we're investing another. We gave him $10,000 too, because he told us in total it'd be $10,000 for everything for us.
Think about this.
Everything?
Think about this for a second. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're okay.
You, by your own admission, don't know this Jay Prasad very well.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But my wife. The thing is, Amelia vouched for him.
When you
like
went, we're giving $9,000 to a guy that you don't know, who's now become a drug dealer, hoping that he's going to get it back to you. I mean, if you were us, would you believe that story? Yeah. You're smarter than that, dude.
I know. I understand.
You are smarter than that.
Like I said, that Thursday or Friday night, he came to our house. I gave him 50. It was about 50 painkillers.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was going to sell them. The very next day, we gave him. The same day, we gave him. I think it was $1,000. And then in total, the money we gave him was $10,000.
And the bottom line is, you haven't seen that money or any other money from Jay Prasad.
Correct.
And you have not had any. That Saturday night when you met him and you paid him.
Yeah, he video called me on Sunday.
Okay.
I think at 3:00 in the morning or something like that.
Okay. And that's the last time
That
you
was
ever
the
spoke?
last time. I didn't even answer. I was sleeping.
Okay. All right.
That
So
was
you
the
didn't
last
even
time.
talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay. And you didn't reach out to him after you
I
found
did,
out
yeah,
these
yeah.
people were dead?
No. I didn't reach out to anybody on that Sunday night. The Monday, Amelia said, or I texted him, and she said, "Oh, how something about Cynthia is asking questions," and I said, "Okay," and then she tried calling Jay multiple times, and I could give you our login for our Sprint phone bill. And you can see that she called it multiple times on Monday.
Somebody used her phone to call him, let's put it that way.
No.
No?
She called. I was there. I was sitting on the toilet, dropping a dump, and I was like, "Are you trying to call him?" She said, "I'm calling him for private."
Why did she call him from private?
I don't know.
This was Jay?
Yeah. Because he wasn't answering any of her replying back to her messages or anything like that.
When was this?
On Monday.
After you guys gave him money?
Yeah.
You think he kind of took your money and took off?
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like.
I think I have a very clear picture of what happened now.
Yeah. He scammed you.
He scammed. Listen, I'll be honest with you guys. This is what I think happened. I think you guys were trying to get out of this situation. That's one way you saw to do it. He scammed you out of money, and at that point, you had no choice but to go over there and kill these two people. So, I mean, that's exactly applying the fact that I've done this job for 27 years and just common sense to it, and the whole story about you tossing the gun in Daytona, all of that. That's all it comes back to, and I think anybody listening to this story will. We're going to check out your story, obviously. We owe that to you. We owe that to the few people that are dead and their family. Before we do, I always ask people this. Is there anything Okay, we're gonna check. We need to check her TD account with her dad, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I know
So that's
that
one
for
thing
sure.
that we can check and verify. Okay, what else? Tell us what else we can check.
I just bought a whole bunch of appliances for the house.
Okay,
You
we
go
know
to
you
our
did
house?
that, and she's admitting that we know you guys were at the Walgreens. We don't even have to look at the video because you both are saying that. We know that. But what else? What else can we of what you're telling us?
All I know is at 11 o'clock, 11 something, I called Amelia's phone. She didn't answer.
Okay, we know that happened.
I said,
right.
okay, that's fine. I said, all right. I turned my phone off. I'm like, all right, I'll just keep to myself.
So, I probably asked you this already, Josh, but when did you hear about this murder, about these people being killed?
Maybe, I think Wednesday, I didn't even really, probably Thursday.
Okay, did you see their pictures or figure out who they were?
I saw the pictures and I was like, holy shit.
And what did you think?
I was like, what the hell is going on?
Okay, did you ask your wife about what happened?
I didn't ask her anything.
Why not? I mean, to me that would seem like a natural thing.
For me, well, I asked her, hey, did you talk to Cynthia? And she didn't answer me. And she said, oh, she's supposed to call me on Friday. Okay. And that's what she said. And I know she talked to Cynthia on the phone.
Did it ever come up that Jay Prasad had gone over there and killed them? Did you ever talk with your wife about
I didn't
Did you and your wife ever talk about who may have killed these two people?
No, I told her, I remember I said, you talked to Jay. Did he talk back to you? Has Jay talked back to you? And I told her I blocked him on Snapchat. I was like, I don't know what's going on. And I said, you could check my phone. I have him blocked on Snapchat. I think she still has him as a friend, so I don't know if they've talked after that or anything like that. I just know for me, I blocked him. And I haven't talked back to him. Did
you ever tell your wife that you killed these two people, and if she said anything, you would kill her?
No.
And her whole family?
No. Never would have said that.
But you and your wife, after you found out that it was Cynthia Stack and Sean Stack that were killed that morning in their apartment, never discussed their murder, who might have done it, and this might come back to you. Did you ever think that?
Yeah, we talked about that.
What was that conversation? What did you guys talk about yesterday?
I said, we're going on a cruise. This is kind of crazy with all the stuff going on right now. I told her, I saw something on the news when I was looking up the situation with the Coy Police Department because I wanted to see if my name was out as far as if reporters or anything got my name because they had my number. And then she told me, it's crazy, like what happened to them or whatever. And I was like, and I asked her, I was like, did you talk to Jay back? And she's like, no, Jay didn't talk back to me as yet. So I left it at that. I woke up this morning, dropped Julian to school, came back home, got dressed. I went back by my parents' house, and then I went to work.
But you're a smart guy. Did you, when you saw this and heard this, did you think about this? This is going to lead back to us.
Yeah.
I mean, all we have to do is file, and obviously all we did was file the money.
Yeah, I did.
Well, and I another question. I know this is a tough one to answer, but did you think like, hey, maybe we should go to the police, or maybe I should go to the police?
Well, that was my instinct at first, and then she told me, Jay said they were gonna get it handled or whatever, and I said, this guy gave you this money. So from what you're telling me, right? He gave you this money. We deposited, we use it, whatever, and then you're telling me the ladies or her son stole money from, or his son stole money from him before.
Right. So I will tell you the same thing that we told Amelia, Josh, that have you told us the truth today?
Yeah.
Okay. You initially lied about the gun.
I'll say that on recording. I'm scared as shit. I lied about the gun, but from when I left the house at about 3:30, somewhere around there, I got to Cynthia's house, knocked on the door. Sean answered the door, and I sat and talked with both of them like they were family to me.
Okay.
And I found out their situation. Like, she told me she got arrested before. She's trying to do better for Sean. And Sean was telling me he's trying to get a job, but he keeps to himself because his father passed away. I mean, we talked about a lot. And I told her, and Sean even told me he had some random guy come to the door before that. And I was like, you guys just watch out, with everything going on.
So you told them about this situation with Jay?
I didn't tell him the situation with Jay. I just said, be careful.
What did he say about this random guy?
He said he came to the door knocking on one night. he knocked on the back of the door. They have, I guess, 2 entrances, back of the door, and then another night they knocked on the front of the door, but he didn't know who it was, so he didn't answer the door.
Okay.
But after I got done talking to them around 11 o'clock, I got in my car, sat down, I was vaping in my car, called Amelia, I texted her, I said yo or something like that, and then I called her cousins. I said, alright, nobody knows where she is. I'm like, okay, I'll go to Alchemy, and that's when the guy, after that, that's when the guy approached me. And I should have called the cops then.
He approached you in Alchemy?
No, he approached me in the car before I left to go to Alchemy.
Okay, so you were at the Jefferson Street apartment.
I was at the residence,
Okay.
yes.
And you were in your car.
I was sitting in my car.
And he put a gun to your head.
Put a gun to my head. I had my gun sitting next to my shifter in my car, by my cup holder.
Let me ask you this. When you went to Alchemy, so that it's like the apartments are between 2 roads, right?
Mhm.
When you went to Alchemy, did you go like pull out of their apartment and go to Jefferson, or did you go back? I'm sorry, to Polk, or did you go back to Jefferson?
I guess that was Jefferson.
Okay, because theirs is like the second to last apartment right there on the bottom floor. Did you go just one past it and make a right or left, or did you go backwards?
It was back. Let me see. When I left, I made a right out of the apartment complex.
Okay, yeah, you would have gone back to Jefferson then.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the way you came in as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I believe so.
This guy, which way did he approach you from?
Okay, so say if their apartment is here, the last apartment's here.
Right.
There's a dumpster here.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my car here vaping. He came from this way. Literally, like, I don't know where, blindside, because there was a white car parked next to me.
Right. Why did you decide to sit there and vape?
I was trying to get a hold of Amelia. And I was stressed. I was like, and that's when he came up to my car and was like, yo, give me your piece. He saw my gun in the center console. And I froze. I couldn't move. I was like, listen. I was like, don't. He was like, oh, give me your piece. And he said something else.
Did he say something to indicate that he was with Jay? Or
All he said was, we've been watching you. And it clicked in my head like, the only people we ever said anything about to this was Jay. And that was it.
Okay. I mean, so again, just to wrap up my part, I think Detective Ferrer may have a couple more questions for you, but you told us the truth doesn't change. As far as this goes, the only thing you can tell us to help verify this is the bank account. Can you think of anything else? Let me ask you this. When we go talk to Jay, what is he going to say?
I have no idea.
Okay.
He'll tell you that we gave him the money.
And are things would you have expected your wife to say that you did this if you didn't do it? Are things that bad?
I mean, she said I forced her to get married. So,
but I mean, she's basically sending you to prison for the rest of your life.
I would never expect that from her at all.
You don't seem that surprised, though.
No, I mean, I am, but it's like, to take in everything now, it's like, I don't know, like, if she talked to Jay, if, like, who else talked to her about anything.
Let's kind of, I want to go back over that. Okay, so, and then, we'll go back over a couple of things. So Jay comes into the picture because Cynthia won't stop calling Amelia.
Yeah, and I think that was Thursday or Friday night.
Okay.
One or the other. I know we met with him 3 nights.
Is it because Cynthia won't stop calling Amelia, or is it because you guys are trying to flip these pills for cash quick? Is it more that you try
no. He came to the house first.
For the pills?
No. He came to the house first because Amelia texted him, hey, come to the house or something like that. Because they were talking outside for about 15 minutes, and I was in the house. She came back in the house. She said, oh, Jay wants to talk to you. And while we were conversating about, him and Amelia talked, and he's going to need some money, I said, okay, that's fine.
Hold on. What did he say him and Amelia talked about?
All he said was that Amelia told me the situation. He said he's known Amelia for a number of years, like a sister, and he wants to go ahead and, not get us involved. He wants to go ahead and do what he has to do to go ahead and make things right. And I told him, hey, and I said, he's saying, I know you guys owe them some money or something like that, and he can basically get some, I don't know, flip money or something. And that's when I told him, hey, he was like, I hurt myself, because I was telling him with my leg, and how I stopped using my medication and I started using CBD. And he said, yeah, I ran out of medicine. And I told him, I have in the house. And I told him, it's probably about 50 pills or so. And I said, if you need to use them, whatever you need to do, sell the rest. Simple. And he said, okay. I gave it to him. I threw my medicine bottle in the recycle bin because I didn't want him to have any of my, my name information, my doctor's information. I gave him the bag with the medicine. And then I gave him the money too.
How much money?
I think it was like $1,000 that night.
Now, here's the thing. If I'm in your situation, I got a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money problems. I guess you're trying to figure out money. It's not easy to just give somebody $1,000. Okay, so you gave him $1,000 with the understanding of what?
That he was gonna either buy something to flip and make more money, or I don't like, and that's why I gave him the pills too.
So the only thing that you talked to him about was basically making you money to get back to that. Yeah. Okay, so you gave him money to go buy. What kind of drugs did you say he was gonna buy?
He didn't tell me what he was gonna buy.
But he was gonna flip it.
Yeah, he was gonna flip the money and get. And
how much was he gonna take for doing that?
He was like, this is Amelia, this is my sister. I'm gonna do her a favor.
Okay. So he's gonna sell the pills and flip whatever drugs he bought.
Whatever he's buying.
So
because that's why we had to give him the $10,000.
That was to buy drugs.
Yeah.
To flip.
Yeah. To whatever he was gonna do with the money to go ahead and make.
Okay, so let's hold on a second. So now, see, we've got a disconnect now. I don't know. Do you see this disconnect? I see it. Okay. So take care of the problem for you and him was Jay was basically going to buy drugs and flip them and give you money.
But I don't know what Amelia and him had a conversation about.
Okay. Well, does it really matter? Because the understanding was you were going to give him drugs. I mean, give him money so he could buy drugs to give you guys money.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I don't know what Amelia talked to him about stuff. Obviously, you guys came to an agreement. You and him came to an agreement.
Yeah, but like I said, that's what he
told
me.
No, listen to me, all right? Because now you're starting to lose this again. And again, we're going to keep going. I don't know what they talked about. I don't know what they talked about. No, it's very simple. You gave him money, okay, to try and flip drugs. And the reason why is because she was turning up the heat on you guys.
Correct.
She wasn't letting go.
Correct.
Okay, and you go over there that night, okay? Now this whole thing like, oh, it could be this guy, I don't know. We've been watching you. That could be 3 guys down the street, okay? That's very, So, where I start getting lost again is, you've been intimating that this Jay guy might have something to do with this.
Correct.
But really, that's not the case, because you guys never talked to him about going over there and doing anything.
Yes, Amelia, I think Amelia gave him her address.
How's that?
She said, I have the address.
Where did she have it at?
I don't know.
She said that. You heard her say that.
No, that's what he told me. Oh, I have her address. I have the phone number.
Okay, well, how can we again, it's like bits and pieces, isn't it? It's like, why do we keep getting bits and pieces?
But it's all...
Okay. So if that's the case, right? All right, so let's go this route then, because I'm lost again. Okay, so if the case is, you gave him, how much altogether did you give him?
$10,000.
$10,000, okay, and you gave it to him on a Friday and a Saturday or something like that?
Between Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, okay. And then, so you give him this money either to buy drugs or go take care of the problem. We don't really know, because you're assuming that's what Amelia talked to him about. But you don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know.
To your knowledge, the only thing that he was going to do is buy drugs to give you guys the money for selling the drugs. That's it, right? Okay. But in the other world here, your world here of, oh no, Amelia paid him and maybe he was going to go take care of the problem, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Why would you go over there on Wednesday? Tuesday. Why would you go there on Tuesday?
To go talk to them to make...
Why?
Because to tell her we're going to give the money back.
But that defeats the whole purpose of giving him money to take care of the problem.
From my understanding, the money we gave him was to get the money back. That's why I went there on Wednesday to see her.
Okay, so there really was never any indication that they were going to go over there and take care of the problem.
What do you mean? No, for me,
no.
Jay was going to go ahead and get the money back.
That's it.
That's it.
And he wasn't going to go over there and hurt them.
Correct.
He wasn't going to go over there and do anything. No.
Correct.
So, but again, so you go over there on Wednesday. So really, Jay didn't do this.
It was on
Tuesday. Jay didn't do this.
On Tuesday.
Because that's kind of the feeling I got when we came in here the last time, is that you guys paid Jay, and Jay basically came in and did this. Let's agree right now that Jay didn't do this.
I don't know.
How do you not know?
Because I don't know Jay like that. That's the problem. I've seen Jay maybe 4 times, 5 times.
So you give.
And the only reason
are you saying that basically?
I feel like Amelia paid him the money to go kill them. That's how I.
But you paid him the money.
We both did.
Yeah,
we both did.
And I'm sure that you both came to an agreement as to why you were going to pay him the money in the beginning.
My understanding was to get some type of monetary.
So why would you go behind your back and talk? Again, I get lost. Why would you go behind your back? You, your husband, your wife. Why would you go behind your back and tell him to go take care of business?
I don't know.
She's not that kind of person.
You
Let's be
should
real.
go ahead and look her.
Hey, let me explain something to you. You know
Look at
who's
her
all
phone
over that
records.
account? You know who's all over that account? You are.
What
You know,
account?
okay. You know,
I know that.
you know who's eyeballs deep into this? You are. Okay, so don't say, you know, this whole thing of, oh, she came home and I just did this. That's bullshit. I'll tell you right now. Oh,
I'll
yes,
take
it
a
is. You want to take a polygraph? Good. Let's set it up right now. You gonna go take it right now?
Right now.
Okay.
That's fine.
We'll set it up right now. So, but in the meantime, let's go work on that. Let's go set that up. In the meantime,
All I know is Amelia came home
no,
that
listen,
day.
you keep saying all I know, and I'm telling you, listen, okay? Because you got to understand something here, okay?
Okay.
If you care about Julian at all, do you really care about that kid?
Yeah, I do. I love him like
Okay,
he's my own
so let's
son.
talk about the only innocent person in this whole thing, amongst you guys,
Correct.
is Julian.
Yes.
This little 7-year-old boy that you take to school every day,
Mhm.
that you love like your own. You're willing to see his mother go to jail for the rest of her life, is what you're telling me. Yes. Because one way or another, listen, one way or another, we got to deal with this, and somebody's going to be held responsible. And responsible is very different things, okay? But if she gets in trouble, because you're basically saying that she paid this guy Jay to go kill her and the grandson, fine. If that's the way you want to go, then guess what? When she gets in trouble for it, she's going away. Then Julian grows up without a mother, okay? Now, I don't know about that, but to me, if that's not the case, that's a really shitty thing to do.
I understand that.
And you're going to have to, well, okay.
And that's why I'm telling you now, that if that's what it has to be, it has to be because for me, all I know is she gave Jay the money. For me,
you gave him the money too.
Exactly, and you're right.
Don't
We're-
see what you're
yeah.
doing. You keep doing that.
Okay,
Stop
we're
doing that.
both-
You gave him the money, both of you.
Both of us.
So
correct.
guess what? If
We're
she's
both liable,
yeah,
correct.
exactly.
You're both-
So one way or another, you're in trouble.
Correct.
Okay. So let's figure that
And
out.
I'll own up to that, but
Oh, you're gonna own up to the fact that you gave this guy money to go kill these two people.
I did not. No.
Yes.
No, I'm not owning up to that.
Well, it doesn't work
I'll
both
own
ways.
up to the fact
Josh,
that
it
I
doesn't
gave
work
him
both
money.
ways. You can't sit here and say she did it. You can't sit there and
Yeah,
say she
and
did it
I
when you're there with her. You're there with her.
You're right. You're right.
So don't say she went outside and had a conversation. That's bullshit
No,
again.
it's not. You can.
No,
okay,
it's
listen,
not.
listen.
Josh,
You can
stop.
ask
You
her
listen
par-
for a second now.
You can ask her parents
Listen
that
to me,
night.
Josh.
Her
Josh,
parents were
I don't
like-
want to ask her parents. I'm talking to you. You're a grown man.
I understand.
All right? You can't say that she's responsible for it. You can't say that.
We both are. In that
That's
sense.
right.
And
So
I
now
have
these two
no
people are
problem with
dead.
that.
You gave somebody money, and you're saying these two people are dead because of it.
And I don't know if that's the reason why. All I know is
How could
Amelia.
you say you don't know that's
I
the
was
reason why?
sitting. I remember this day. I was sitting on the toilet. She
I don't
said,
wanna hear about you
"I'm
sitting
gonna
on the
talk.
toilet."
I'm going to talk to Jay."
Right. And
to
then
get
all the
this
thing was,
resolved.
then you know what happened? You lost your temper.
No.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes. It
I
is.
did not
You,
lose
you
my
lost
temper.
your temper and you got scared. I'm
Last,
telling you right
last
now.
question I have for you,
Yeah.
Josh. So, you're sitting there in the parking lot. This guy comes up and robs you while you're vaping in your car, takes your gun. Does he take anything else?
Just my gun.
Doesn't
That's
ask
it.
for money or anything else?
Nothing.
Okay.
He said, "We were watching you. We know why you're here." And I said,
Okay.
"What the fuck?"
So, then you drove off right after that happened?
Yeah, I drove off straight to
Okay.
Alchemy.
So he let you get the gun out of the. He let you get the gun out of the console.
It was sitting. He had a gun to my head. He said, "Give me the piece."
Okay. So
And
he let you.
I was vaping in this hand, and I had my hand on the steering wheel, so or my hand down here, something like that. And I was vaping, and all I felt was something pressed against my head. And he said, "Give me your piece. We've been watching you. We know why you're here." And I said, "Okay." I put my vape down, grabbed my gun, and I gave it to him.
So, this is like what kind of night?
11 something.
11 something.
Yeah. Maybe
So,
10:30, 11.
okay. What route did you take to go to Alchemy?
I took from there. I took Amelia's, or what is it, Tampa back to 50, and I took 50 to Kirkman.
50 all the way to Kirkland. Okay. Obviously, you're at Alchemy. You know,
Yes.
people see you. Your car is on Snapchat.
Yes, my car is on Snapchat.
And you stayed there till what time?
Maybe 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Phone's off, right?
Drive back. I drove, and I did go to Daytona last night.
Drove to Daytona.
Took I-4 all the way there.
I-4. Did you go to Kirkman to I-4 and then I-4 the whole way?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe so. And then when I came back, I got off on Lee Road and took Lee to John Young back to 50
Okay.
to our house.
To your house.
Yeah.
And arrived.
6:30 back to the house. Between 5:30 and 6:30.
Okay.
I know her mom's car was home by then.
Well, I got another question. These things keep popping up. So, your contention is you left that apartment that night. You left your house that night because you and Amelia had a fight,
Correct.
and that's why your phone was off. What made you decide to go over to Cynthia's apartment at that time?
The frustration with the fight we had, and the frustration with the whole thing she was telling me about the money.
Well, explain that to me. Help me understand.
So, again, I went over there. We were arguing, and I was like, we're in this problem with money now.
Okay, see, there's where I get lost again. Remember you said you didn't know what she talked to him about, but she just said to you, so again, so you know then that she didn't talk to him about doing anything else. You're nodding your head yes.
I don't know.
Well, no, you just said it. You just said. No, that's not what you said. You just said we paid Jay to get our money back. And if she did say handle the situation, that means you know what she talked to him about. So one way or another, we're lost. Josh, it's just going to keep compounding, Josh. Compounding and compounding, and it's not going away. And I told you from the beginning, if this is something that happened that got out of control, then we can understand it, and that works. You got your back up against the wall. You're probably scared shitless because she's going to go to the cops.
If I tell you the truth, will Amelia get in trouble?
Huh?
If I tell you the truth, will Amelia get in trouble?
No, if you tell us the truth, no.
I don't want anything to happen to her or
Okay,
Julian.
we need this. She needs this. Julian needs this. What happened?
That Thursday night, she told me she's going to call Jake and have him take care of it. And I said, what do you mean have him take care of it? What's going on? She said, no, they're going to take care of her. I said, all right. And I'm guilty for that. I paid Jake to go ahead and I don't know what he meant by take care of it, but obviously these two people are dead.
Well, now I'm trying to figure out what to believe, because now you're saying she's not involved, she is involved.
She is involved because she hit Jay up that night and said, I know Jay can go ahead and handle the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want to get her. I don't want her to get in trouble for this. I'll take them. Whatever it is you have to give to her, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Josh,
what you just said is really no different from what you've been telling us all day. I mean,
No.
that's not some new revelation that you're claiming that she paid Jay Prasad to take care of this woman, or
Correct.
I guess you added it a little bit more clearly that that's what the intent of it was, but
And you can check her phone records too.
No, Josh, listen to me. Listen. If you're going to stand up, we need to stand up, okay? The fact of the matter is, your phone being all... Let's stack this all up, okay? Your gun's gone. We don't know who took it. It just happens to be gone. The brand new gun that you bought. And you sat here for, 15 minutes telling us why you threw it over a bridge, all right? Every time I keep pointing out something to you that just doesn't make sense, it keeps, you keep flipping it. You keep changing it, okay? That doesn't look good, all right?
And then I'll tell you now, Jay hit me up and said, we need $9,000 more. And I told him we only have...
For drugs.
5,000.
9,000 more for drugs.
No.
Well, why did you give him the drugs then in the first place?
He was gonna film. He needed him. He said for his whatever his pain or something happened to his leg or something.
Who killed these people?
It had to have been Jay's people.
Is Jay that big of a guy? Does he have that kind of people?
He said he knows people.
What did he say? Let's talk about the conversation you had with him about what he was going to do.
That night, Amelia came back in the house and said Jay wants to talk to you. She said Jay has people to go ahead and take care of the situation. They wanted $25,000. She told him we didn't have $25,000, so we paid them $1,000. He said he needs some material or something, and from that, the next day he said, I need more. We paid him, I think it was supposed to be $4,000, but we forgot we took out the $1,000 from a $3,000 band. So that was $4,000, and the next day we gave him $6,000.
With the understanding that he was going to do what?
Kill these people.
Kill them?
Correct.
Okay. And when was he supposed to kill them?
At their house.
When?
He didn't give me a day.
Okay.
Is this a direct conversation you had with Jay, or is this what she's telling you that Jay said?
This is a direct conversation we both had with him.
Okay, you were both, and where was that conversation?
On Snapchat.
Okay. All right, so you and her are having this conversation over
And
Snapchat with him.
About killing somebody?
She said to take care of it.
On Snapchat.
Correct.
Who's Snapchat? Who's Snapchat
I talked
account?
to him twice about he said that they're gonna need $9,000 more, and I told him he already gave him $6,000 or something like that, and that
What's your account name?
it should be Drummer Kid, I think. DRUMMERKIDE.
Drummer Kid.
Yeah.
And what is
1990. 1990.
So the year you were born.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then I don't know his Snapchat name because my wife added him on my Snapchat.
What is Emily's? I'm sorry, Amelia.
Millie X3 or something like that.
MILLIE
X3 or X3 Millie. I don't remember because my phone saves it as contacts.
Okay.
I think Jay's phone number in my phone is AB or something like that in my phone.
So, okay. So you have this conversation, and exactly what day was that again?
That was Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Okay. You have that conversation. Okay, so what happens on Sunday?
Nothing.
What happens on Monday?
Nothing.
Tuesday?
Nothing. Didn't hear back. Well, Monday, that's when the lady called her again, and she was like, nothing happened. And I said, okay. She said, do you need to come home now? I left work. I came home, and she said, I tried getting in contact with Jay. He didn't answer. And then I talked to him, and I was like, nothing happened. He said, yeah, they took the money. I feel bad because my money, I feel like shit because my money's involved with it too. And then after that, he said it'll get handled or something like that. And I left it alone.
Why do you set this thing in motion with all, we're getting to the point, okay, you've now paid somebody a fairly substantial amount of money to kill somebody or to take care of somebody, and then on Wednesday you go expose yourself to these people. And like I said, I have no doubt.
Do you understand what he's saying?
Yeah, you go over there and you're like making yourself known. People see you. They obviously identified you. You spend a great deal of time. And you know what, Josh? I have no doubt. The one thing that we can tell for sure is that when you went over there that afternoon, it wasn't to kill him because you were there for too long. It's in the middle of the day. People are going to see you.
Yeah, and
so if you've already set in motion this plan to have this thing taken care of, why would you go over there and do that? That defies common sense. And you're not you know what? If nothing, you and your wife, you're not idiots. You did a pretty good job of covering your tracks. But that just defies. Did he take your money and run with it? Is that what you thought at that point? Because nothing had happened.
I don't know. All I know is that she said that she tried to get in contact with him, and I know that same Wednesday or Tuesday that I was there, she said she's going to talk to her friend Melissa, because Melissa talks to Jay too, and that she was going to be with Melissa if Jay talks back to her, and that's the last I heard of that.
Okay. Just so before we wrap up, what's with the cash and the pills and everything else that you
I gave him the cash.
Okay, so how much cash was it again?
$10,000.
Altogether.
Altogether.
How many pills?
$1,000 on Friday.
Okay.
Or either Thursday or Friday. 1,000. Oh no. That had to have been Friday. So $1,000 on Friday when I came home. $3,000 on Saturday.
Okay.
And then I think that had to have been.
Why not all of it at once either?
He didn't want all of it at once.
He didn't. Why not?
Well, what me and Amelia discussed, we weren't going to give him all the money at once.
Okay.
It's like a contractor.
All right. So altogether, so it's $10,000 cash. How many pills do you think you gave him?
Maybe 50.
Okay. So maybe close to 12. What did we decide? How much
11,
per pill?
12,000.
So okay, about let's say $13,000
all together with the 10 or whatever he gave.
So somebody is going to commit someone else's double murder for $13,000.
He said the guys that he knows just need money. That's all he said.
All right, I wanted to make sure on that.
So you had that in depth of a conversation.
And your wife was present for that.
My wife was in
So
the
why
party.
would you say this before? I didn't want her, so she won't get in trouble if I tell you this. Why did you say that?
I don't want her to get in trouble for this.
Well, then tell us the truth. How about that?
That is the truth.
Oh. If you don't want her to get in trouble, okay, if you don't want her to get in trouble, then you need to tell us the truth.
I'm
all right?
telling you the
No,
truth.
you're not. Everything we've talked about, why now? All of a sudden, the gun going off the bridge, all these different things have not been the truth. Now all of a sudden you are telling us the truth. Why is that?
I just want to make things right.
No, I don't think you do.
Josh, I think you shot and killed these people.
Yeah.
And if that's what happened and you're lying to us, you absolutely are getting your wife Millie, I don't know if that's what you call her, that's what happened, then you absolutely are throwing her under the bus. She could have set in motion something and she didn't know what you were going to do. And that's what she's claiming. She's claiming that she didn't know that you were going to do that. But yeah, if you don't want, I would tell you this, if your objective is to not get her in trouble, and what both of us truly believe happened, that you went over there and killed both those people, then you need to tell us the truth about that.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, but you conspired to have them killed.
Correct. We both.
You're fully admitting to that right now.
Fully admitting that we paid somebody to kill both of them.
What do you think that makes less difference than if you told us admitted to killing them?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you're basically committing. You're
I'm an accessory to a murder.
Oh, no, it's a little bit more than accessory. I got news for you. Right. So you basically just admitted to committing a murder. So what difference does it make at this point in time if you go ahead and tell us the truth? You understand what I'm saying?
That is the truth.
Well, no. Again, I mean, no. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean,
I think Josh is telling us that's what he's telling us is you've said that, and if
we
we believe otherwise, which is what we do, Josh, we have to prove it. And you have to understand that this investigation is far from over. I think in the end, this is not going to end well for either of you, but I think we can sit here and go back and forth.
just understand again, to sum it up, just for me, I just want to sum this up. So just understand that night, Tuesday night, Tuesday afternoon, you're home with her and she's getting the text messages and phone calls from Cindy. And it's more problems. You guys are having arguments.
Monday.
Yeah, and you guys are having arguments about this again because, both of you are into this, and you're scared and you don't want to get in trouble and she's not letting up, And so the next thing Tuesday, at first you said to us, I got mad, I left, I went, I drove around for a little bit, I turned my phone off because I didn't want to deal with her, but yet I called her 11 o'clock at night. Okay, so that's what we're going to go with. I called her 11 o'clock at night, just, I don't know why, and you said you wanted to go home, but then you drove all the way out to Daytona, you threw your gun off the bridge, and then you came back. First version. Okay. Second version is you were mad. We know you guys were arguing about the gun, and we know you guys were arguing about Cindy. We know. Right? You're nodding your head, yes. Okay, so you're arguing about Cindy. And, at some point in time, there's so many disconnects here. It's like, well, okay, we paid this guy Jay to get us to sell drugs for us, to get us more money to give to her, or we paid this guy Jay to go take care of it. One of the two we just don't know. However, either way, it doesn't make a lot of sense for you to go over there that day. You understand what I'm saying? But at first it was like, I don't know where I went, I just drove around. But now we know, after we confronted you with what we knew, oh yeah, I was there. Okay, so that's awful convenient, isn't it? And it's awful convenient that your phone is off when it seems like you really aren't having that much of a problem with Amelia. You wanted to talk to her. You tried to talk to her that night. I think you even sat here and said, I tried to call her to tell her what was going on, I think is what you said when you got back in the car and you were vaping. So, you're nodding your head, yeah. So that's not somebody who's having a problem with somebody who doesn't want to talk. You know what that means? That somebody turns their phone off because they don't want people to know where they're at, okay? Listen, I could watch TV too and know if I turn my phone off, they don't know where I am. So that's very easy to explain, okay? So your phone is off. So your phone is off. And then you go and you went over that Alchemy Lounge and you probably got pissed off thinking about it even more. And then you know what? At some point in time, guess what? You go back over there. And you know what? You can shake your head no all you want, but again, it doesn't make sense why you. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you. You need to sit and think about this, okay? You need to think about it. And this is what people are going to hear, and people are going to go, he's not telling the truth, all right? The fact of the matter is this Jay guy just didn't come out of nowhere. He came out of somebody that was going to try and sell pills for you and get you money. And I think that what that shows is, that I believe. I'm pretty sure you believe that too. He took your money, and he probably took your money. He took your money with the guys that he was going to buy drugs for you, to sell the drugs for you and give you the money. He was going to take a little cut. That was a lie.
Told
Okay.
you.
But again,
We paid him to get rid of these two people.
right, and that's where I come back to. We're right back to square one. Okay. If you paid them to do this, how do you think that makes you? How do you think that makes your hands any less dirty?
It did. I am dirty. I understand that. I
You are
completely understand
just
that.
as guilty as they are.
Correct.
Okay. So how
And
did
I
you find out
completely
from Jay that they actually did what you asked them to do?
I didn't.
So they did this and they didn't tell you.
Did your wife have any conversations with Jay after this?
I have no idea. I asked her, hey, did you talk to Jay? She said, no, I haven't heard from him. So I don't know if she did or if she didn't.
Okay.
So I know for a fact that...
What did you tell your brother about the gun? I mean, your sister about the gun? For real?
I told her I threw it away.
Again, how did that conversation come up?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I talk to my sisters all the time. It's not the first thing I don't say is, hey, how you doing? I threw my gun away.
Okay. My sister was there. My sister talked to Amelia, and I guess Amelia told her that I was going over to go talk to those people.
Mm-hmm.
And then after I didn't answer my phone, is when Amelia was, I guess, going crazy. Amelia passed by their apartment at 11 something, but I was already gone.
You drove by the apartment.
Amelia did.
How do you know?
She told me that.
When?
That night.
At what time?
11 something.
No. At what time of night did she tell you that she drove past the apartment?
11 something.
When you talked to her on the phone?
No, I didn't talk to her on the phone. The next day.
Okay. All right, keep going.
And my sister was like, oh, how Amelia talked to her. My sister even told my dad, I'm worried about Josh. He's not answering his phone. Amelia and him got into a fight. And then Amelia told me that she drove around the apartment at 11 something. And that's when I called her. Her phone, she turned her phone off.
Mm-hmm.
That's why her calls didn't go through. I texted her, and there was no response. And I called her cousins right after that to say, hey, do you know where Amelia is? Is she with you guys? And they said, no, she's not. After that is when I took my phone off, and that's when I was confronted by that guy when I was vaping in my car.
So at the same time, just so I know, same time this is happening to you, Amelia's driving around the same apartment complex?
Yeah.
Looking for you.
Correct.
In a different car.
Correct.
Okay. Did you guys go to alchemy together?
No. After that, from what I understand, she went and hung out with her cousin.
Well, how did she not see you in the parking lot?
What do you mean?
You said were you there?
Where?
In the parking lot when she drove by?
No, she said 11 something she was driving by, but I was already gone by then. I was at alchemy at like 11.
And who'd you hear that from? Your sister or from Amelia?
From both.
Oh, okay. And Amelia told your sister this, that she was driving around?
No, my sister was with her.
Oh,
she went with her.
So how did, again, back to the original question, how did this come up in conversation? You told your sister that you threw the gun away?
Because she's like, my sister was like, how Amelia was worried about you. We went around the area. I said I was gone by then. And I just told her I threw my gun away.
Well, but again, how did the gun come up?
She said, what happened to your gun? And I told her, I told my sister that Amelia got mad about the whole situation that happened with me and that kid in the morning with Orange County. And she was upset about me having a gun and me hurting myself again. And I told her I just got rid of the gun. That's all I told her. That's all I told my sister.
I thought you said you told her you threw it over the bridge in Daytona.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I got rid of the gun.
Well, you said that was all you told her, so was it you told her that you got rid of the gun or you threw it over the bridge?
No, I
or what
threw it
did you
over
tell
the
her?
bridge at Daytona. That's what I told my sister.
Rachel has the same last name as you?
Yep.
She lives at your parents' house?
Mm-hmm.
How old is she?
27.
Okay. Why was Amelia worried about you and looking for you?
She didn't know where I was.
Why would she drive by that apartment complex if she didn't know where you were?
I told her, she had an idea that I was going to go there because I was trying to make things right.
What did you tell her?
About the whole because that was a conversation we had.
Tell me about it.
Was, hey, can we go ahead and I told her.
Mm-hmm.
And
this is after you paid these people to take care of her.
Correct.
Why would you be worried about paying her back the money when you already paid these people $10,000 to kill her?
Because to me, it's like one or the other. You either start. I mean, we hate to laugh, but it's like it's been going on all day between you and your wife.
Tell me why. Why would you go over there and try and talk to her? Why would you talk to Amelia about paying her back?
Because they're two innocent people. Like.
Okay, did you make any efforts to call Jay and tell him not to do it, and we want the money back and we want to go pay her?
No, I would. No.
No. Why not? Why?
I don't know.
You don't know? That's the best answer you have? I don't know?
All I know is I went there.
No, it's not all you know. Stop saying that. Amelia knew exactly why you were there. Amelia knew exactly where to look for you. Pretty funny, don't you think? I mean, the fact of the matter is your phone is off. Why? Because you went there. Because if it was so innocent in the first place, you would have told us about it. But you didn't. So Amelia knew where to go look for you. And there's a reason why they were asking where your gun was. Jesus Christ, even your sister's asking about this. Your own sister. Why the fuck would they ask you where your gun is if you were completely and totally, no. Now your wife is sitting in there telling us that you came home and told her you did this. Your own sister's asking where your gun is. You have a big decision to make. You've already messed up as much as, and then you're going to let her go down. You really want to take her down with you? What do you have to gain? What are you going to get from taking her down with you? What? What is there to gain? Nothing. Nothing. So again, do you think that just by saying that stuff it's going to go away?
No.
Okay. Do you expect anybody to believe anything you're saying when everything that we've talked to you about, everything that we've challenged you on is the only way we've gotten you to tell us anything that's true?
I understand that. But I know that
your whereabouts are unaccounted for. I got news for you. Your whereabouts are unaccounted for at the time of this homicide. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Your phone is off.
Your gun
is missing. Yeah. Not Jay. And I got news for you. Jay is not going to admit to a murder for you.
Josh, I'll give you even more common sense that just occurred to me. Sitting around, what kind of neighborhood do you think that was, having been there for a few hours? What kind of neighborhood is it?
I don't know, not the best, I guess.
Yeah, it's a rough neighborhood. You agree with that?
Yeah.
No one kicked in this lady's door. Is she going to open the door to Jay Persad or some 6'5" black guy in the middle of the night? Or is she going to open the door, oh, here's that guy again?
But I never went back there.
Yeah, you did.
He's absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, think about that for a second. She's not going to open the door in that neighborhood for someone that she doesn't know. Like you said, you were having a nice conversation with them. You maybe even left it on good terms as far as, I don't know, maybe it didn't leave it on good terms. But when you went back and knocked on the door, they would have had no trouble. Okay, here's the guy who talked. She would have opened the door for you. She wouldn't have opened the door for these guys. And like I said, you were gonna take so many people down with you sticking to that story. Okay, just tell us the truth, because the thing I'll tell you, I don't know what's going to happen down the road. I don't know what, but I can tell you right now, the people that are going to determine that, they want to see that you were honest about what happened, that you showed remorse. Right now they'll look at a guy who tried to take 2 other people down with him, including his wife, and really do irreparable harm to an innocent 7-year-old.
That's not my goal.
Okay.
That's not my goal.
Tell us the truth about what happened.
The truth is, I went there, I talked to them, I got confronted by that guy in my car that night. I left, went to Alchemy, went to Daytona, came back to our house at between 5:30, 6:30, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Her mom was home, and then.
Josh, will you at least concede in this conversation, again, not being a stupid person, that this looks really bad for you?
It does, and I understand.
Because you're at the scene.
I know.
You have a gun that you claim or that you say was stolen from you. Okay, you are unaccounted for. You have your phone off. Okay, all of these things add up. You have an absolute motive too to have these people killed. All those things add up to a circumstantial case for first-degree murder. And your answer to it is, this is her. She's driving this boat.
She is.
Okay.
I hate to say it, but she is.
All right. Well, like I said, we got some things to do to
I wanna ask you
either
this.
prove or disprove you here.
Why didn't that guy just carjack you?
He said he was watching, so I
don't give a shit what he said about watching you. What I'm saying is, if I'm the guy that's robbing you, and I got a gun to your head, but am I going to let you put your hand anywhere near a gun? Why not just say, get out of the car? Take the car.
I don't know.
So all he did, out of the goodness of his heart, was just take your gun from you.
Take my gun.
What about your wallet?
He said.
What about money?
He said, that's what I'm saying. He said, you know why I'm here. I've been watching you. Give me your piece. And that was it.
So you assume that to mean something to do with Jay.
Correct.
So, again, Jay had this money from 4 days before? 4 or 5 days before? Nothing happened yet.
Friday, Saturday.
Right, yet when you go there, he just happens to be there and they're just happen to...
He said they've been watching.
Uh-huh. They never mentioned that apartment.
Who was it?
The guy that took your gun. He never mentioned that apartment.
He said, I'm here. I've been watching. I know why you're here. Even when I left at 11 o'clock, the door was wide open.
Mm-hmm.
On their apartment.
That's fine.
Josh, if you were a hitman, what time of the night would you kill somebody?
I don't know.
Would you do it? Would you do it like in maybe like 3 o'clock in the morning? When do you think there would be the least amount of witnesses around?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Again, I just come back to... I think... I'm going to try this. I just come back to, again, like we said, one way or another, you got a lot to deal with. But, I mean, are you a selfish person? Do you ever think of yourself as a selfish person?
No.
Okay. So, your story just doesn't make any sense, and for you again to take Amelia down, I guess I'm kind of at this point.
And I'm not being selfish. My thing is, we've been together for 7 years, and I've done the world and back with this girl regarding her son, herself, with her baby daddy problems, and
she says you're abusive. Mentally and physically. I mean, that's the picture she's painting of you, Josh. I hate to burst that bubble for you, but we asked her about that, and she used that as an excuse for some of the things that went on. She said that you are abusive. You threatened to kill her entire family if she talked about this. So that's the picture that she's painting of you.
And that's not me. I mean, that blows my mind.
Yeah.
That blows my mind.
Both of what you have said today blows my mind.
That blows my mind.
But this doesn't look good for you, Josh. But we're going to do our jobs. And just know that.
And I want you guys to do
And that could end up with you going to jail for murder. Because, again, there's a lot of things here. I'm not a big believer in coincidences. Neither one of us are. But you think about all those things that you got going against you at this point in this case. That you're there. That you have a gun. That it's got missing. You're unaccounted for. You absolutely have a motive. You've already tried to make some half-assed attempt to have these people killed or to regenerate some more money. I mean, there's just a lot of problems. A lot of problems. So we'll just have to see how it pans out. Is there going to be anything on your phone about this case, about this murder, about any chatter about what went on or about paying people?
No.
Okay.
On Snapchat, the only thing you'll see was from Jay. Oh, I need $9,000 more, something like that.
Okay.
And I know Amelia's phone for
But
sure.
it's not. It's going to be a generic. It's not going to be like I need $9,000 more to kill these people.
Yeah.
Is that what he said in the Snapchat, or just said he needs $9,000?
No, I think it was I need $9,000 more, something like that.
Okay, but he didn't say specifically what for.
Correct. But I know Amelia's. If you guys look at Amelia's Snapchat,
Yeah.
it should have that there.
Okay.
Between her and Jay Prasad.
Okay.
And your understanding that was for killing them.
Correct.
But you went over there to talk to him. All right.
Good enough.
All right. Time's now approximately 6:55 hours. I'm sorry, 18:55 hours. Include this interview.
A warm one or something?
Just boil it for you. Yeah, we could probably grab you a warm water.
What time is it now?
It's about 7 o'clock, Josh.
I would never expect her to say that about me. That's crazy.
Surprise ourselves sometimes. Also present is Detective Michael Mareshi with the Orlando Police Department and a Jay Prasad. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. For the record, sir, if you could just say your name and date of birth, please.
Jay Prasad.
All right. So, Jay, I kind of talked to you before going on tape a little bit, and I said, why do you think you're sitting here talking to us? Explain that to me.
Well, after discussing with my grandmother this morning, we were trying to piece some stuff together, and then, actually, what really the big puzzle piece to it was the father of her child was the one that called me. He's a friend of mine.
The father of whose child?
I have a friend who just went to jail
What's
last
her
night.
name?
Her name is Amelia.
Okay.
So he calls me.
Who's he?
Matthew.
Okay. So Matthew called you last night?
He calls me this morning.
Okay, what did he tell you?
He was like, you heard? I'm like, hear what? And that's when he informed me how her and her husband went to jail. So I'm like...
What'd they go to jail for?
When I searched her name up and I saw the charges, it's a whole bunch. It's all kinds of different stuff.
Okay. What else did he say?
That was about it. I mean, that's all he knew.
And he called you at what number?
He called me on my cell phone number.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this question. Why did Matthew feel the need to call you to tell you about Amelia going to jail?
That's how he is. He called all the friends. I'm not the only one he called.
How do you know Amelia?
Went to high school with her. I've known her for almost over 10 years. Yeah. She's like a big sister of mine.
What high school did you guys go to?
Olympia High School.
She was ahead of you?
Yes.
When was the last time you talked to Amelia?
That would be last week.
Tell me about that.
She calls me one evening abruptly. I was out with my friends drinking. We was hanging out.
She called you?
Yeah, she calls me. No, she texted me. She says, what are you doing?
So was it like text, or was it like an app, or was it
a text?
Just a phone-to-phone text.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was like, what are you doing? She's like, come by the house. I'm like, why? What's going on over there?
Mm-hmm.
And then she was like, nothing. That's when she calls me. She's like, she really needs to talk to me. So she sounded really abrupt, So I'm thinking it's probably something to do with Matthew here, because this is something, this is how we kind of kept in touch all these years, because of Matthew. He kind of kept us in touch.
Okay.
So,
so she asked you to come to the house?
Yes.
Okay. And you said she sounded kind of abrupt. Is that what you said?
She was worried. So I kind of dropped everything and I went straight there. I'm like, I'm on my way, sis.
Mm-hmm.
So I was blacked out that night. I was pretty drunk. I was really wasted. So soon as she gets in my car, she's like, let me see your phone. So I unlock it and I give it to her. And she's turning off both of our phones.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, holy shit. Either she's gonna try to, have some relations with me here or something, because her husband's in the house. And I remember when she was getting married, she had ifs, she was thinking about marrying him. So I'm like, okay, I hope this is not what I think it is. And I know her husband for some couple of years too, since she was dating him. So I know he has a background in the Marines. So I'm like, I'm not gonna get my ass kicked. I'm on your property here. So I kind of changed my mood up. I'm like, I gotta go. I was making up excuses and stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
She spoke to me, but I can't remember much, so I left.
So
what do you remember her speaking to you about? And this is where we have to be careful, okay?
Yeah, I know.
You remember everything you getting up there. So what did she talk to you about?
The next day she calls me and she's like, did you find the person? And I'm like, find the person for who? And she's like, for the lady, Jay. What happened? She's like, don't tell me you forgot everything. So then she calls me on Snapchat. And she's like, I told you last night I needed you to find a guy to scare the woman. So I'm like, wait. So now I remember some things, and I'm like trying to figure out some stuff. So then that's when she further explained to me. She's like, I'm going to go to jail on Monday, so I need to, like send her a message, scare her or something. And that's kind of when I was like, whoa.
Okay.
What the fuck did she get into,
Okay.
And that's when now I'm knowing everything. Now I'm in a clear mind. So she was explaining to me what she did to the lady.
Tell me about it.
And I told her it was stupid. She didn't tell me too much about it. She said that she fucked up and she took some money from her. So I'm like, you're stupid for that.
Right.
If this was an easy thing to do, don't you think a lot of bank people would be doing this? That was pretty silly of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was like, I gotta go. So
I'm sorry. So that conversation she has with you about finding the guy and everything else, that's on the phone, or did you go back to her house?
On the phone.
That was on the phone.
Through Snapchat.
Through Snapchat, though? Did she call you first on your phone and then you called from Snapchat, or?
She called through Snapchat the next day.
Everything was through Snapchat?
Yeah.
What's your name on Snapchat?
My name is damn, I forgot my name. Is J_DOE J_Doe.
J_Doe. Gotcha.
This is from 2010.
That's all right, I got you, man. It's all right. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about that, and then I want to go on from there, because it's probably a little bit more. So, why did she say she was going to jail on Monday?
Because the lady's going to report her on Monday. So she needs to stop the lady from reporting her. And that's why I told her, you're stupid. I'm like, what did you think was going to happen here?
And what did she ask you to do specifically, as far as?
Just to find someone to scare the lady.
Why did she come to you for that?
See, I'm thinking it's because of my background.
Okay.
It's because of my background. She figured, I might know some people in the hood. You know what I'm saying? So I figured that's
not your hood, Jay.
You know what I'm saying? But little does she know that, it's been a while since, Jay's been dibbling and dabbling in that stuff.
Sure,
Jay's
you're
working,
trying to turn your life around, yeah.
So Jay don't have any ties. So
what okay, so she thinks that you have some connections, right? And what exactly did she want you to find a person to do?
Scare the lady.
How did she say that? What did she want you to do?
She just said, scare the lady so she doesn't come in on Monday. Make sure she doesn't come in on Monday to report me.
What information did she give you about this lady, specifically?
She said that, she has all the information on her. Let me know when I'm ready to give the people that I find, so she can give them the address and all that stuff. She kept saying, you can't miss her. It's a fat white lady. It's a fat white lady.
She's saying this to you? Okay.
Yeah, but this is through conversation. It's not like she was sitting there, okay, bam, bring out your pen and paper, Jay, here, write this down.
Yeah, no,
it's
I
all
understand.
stuff through just clear conversation.
I mean, honestly, though, that's not a conversation you're going to forget, is it?
No, of course not. But I mean, it's not like she was sitting there giving me pointers. All right, so as we're talking, that's when she was like, when she's telling me to look for the people, they can't miss her. They let me know when you're ready. I have the address. They can't miss her. She's a fat white woman. Something like that.
So she said she had the address. Did she ever give you the address?
No.
Okay. What was she offering you for this?
She said that how she has money and she just wants to get rid of this problem. She just has money to pay. And I was like, it's not a movie that, just because you have money, things can just disappear like that,
How much money did she say she had to give you?
She didn't tell me an amount. She just said, I have money. So I always knew she was always good with money. She always had money. Her and Josh, I always seen they always went out places, always, took out her son places that normal family wouldn't take their families and stuff. So I thought, she was doing good. So she just said she had money, so I thought she probably had some money saved up. Until today, I figured out, holy shit. Whoa. Now I see why you said I have money, and you said it like that.
What dates? Okay, so let's try and get the dates straight, okay? So the first time that she called you and you went to her house, do you remember when that was?
That was last Friday.
Last Friday?
Yes. Last Friday before that. Whichever Monday she was going to get reported, I believe it was this Monday.
So it was the Friday before that Monday?
Yeah.
has to be this one or the one before that. But I believe it was this one right here that just passed. Yeah.
And then you talked to her a second. How many other times did you go to meet with them? You met with them after that?
No. After when she did the phone thing, man, she scared me, bro. So I didn't want to go over there again and be, you know, she could step over me. She could walk over me. I'm really nice in person, you know, so I don't want to be put in that predicament where, you know, she could take my phone again or something, you know, because I don't know. I'm super nice to her, and she's my sister, so I can't treat her like some stranger, you know, so I can't be like, why? You know? Okay. So I just don't want to be around her to be put in any predicament. Okay. So, and after the second phone call on the Snapchat, I'm on probation. I can't be around this now. Now I see where you're going with it, and I don't need to be next to that.
No, and this is why your cooperation is so very important to us, okay? Because you're being great. I mean, it's great for you to tell us this. And
I would have lost a bet, Jay.
Yeah.
Because I told my partner, I said, this guy's going to come in here and lie to us.
For what?
A lot of people do,
I mean,
you know.
You think about what you're like. They're trying to put you in the middle of some shit. Like
exactly. So once I figured that out, see, you got to understand. I'm not stupid. I know that once you give me a certain amount of information, it's it's up to me to turn you in now, or else I'm gonna be in trouble.
Because you're gonna.
So I didn't want to know any more information. I know this.
Right.
I'm not stupid. I'm an adult.
Right.
So I know once I know a certain amount of information, I got to turn you in. And I don't want to be that little brother. I don't want to be there.
Don't stop telling the truth now.
Keep going. All right. When did you talk to Josh about all this?
He on the Snapchat phone. They were together.
They were together. That's when. Well, let me ask you this question. You said you know Josh for a little bit. I mean, Amelia's voice you know very well, I would assume. And then when the Snapchat conversation, was it from Amelia's Snapchat or Josh's Snapchat?
Amelia's.
Okay.
And then that's when Josh told me in that phone call that I added him on Snap as well. So if Amelia's at work or something and they need, or if she's busy with the son, you know, so I can have both of them to
When
contact.
was that Snapchat conversation? So you said you met them the Friday,
day, yeah.
So it's Saturday. Now, this is going to be the stuff that, again, if we have stuff that we have and we want to be able to verify that, we need you to tell us the truth, okay? There's some video of you guys meeting up in a parking lot. Does that sound about right? If you did, you did. It's not a big deal. Tell us about that.
Okay, I don't know about the video in the parking lot story, but...
Okay. You met him in a parking lot?
Because once like I said, I didn't want any more information, so that was it. It was just through Snapchat.
Right over here at the CVS, Jay.
Please be honest with us, because
we don't want to.
We don't want to. We don't want to. Again, we don't want. What happens is, you're great, but then there's some stuff that you're probably worried about us finding out.
No, I'm trying to think, man. Unless did I meet them on Friday?
If you did, you did. It's not a big deal.
No, I didn't meet them anywhere in public.
Jay,
because I didn't want anything
you probably
more.
At this point, you probably need to know how this story ends, so you absolutely understand what the seriousness of what we're talking about. So I think you should tell him, Brian.
Yeah.
He's been being honest with us at this point. I know you don't want to be in the middle of what we're about to tell you.
I think, obviously, the way you're being, somebody that's talking to us like that is not going to have anything to do with what we're going to tell you about, but we have to verify that, okay? You understand what I'm saying? You're shaking your head, yes? Yeah, okay. So, obviously, there's ways we can verify it. One of them is talking to you and getting the truth, okay? The fact of the matter is, these two people that she wanted you to go hire somebody to go scare, they're dead. Yeah. Okay? So you understand how important we are now, right?
Not just dead, they were murdered.
Murdered.
Okay.
So anything that we're asking you, we may already know the answers to, okay? And we just need you to be honest with us, because, listen, taking some money to go flip for dope or whatever the hell it is, that's a hell of a stretch to homicide. Two homicides. You understand what I'm saying? Not just one, two.
I understand.
Okay? So just, let's get it out. If you did some stuff that you weren't supposed to do, I'm not too worried about it. I told you that, okay? But we need to know...
You're walking out of this car.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah.
Unless you tell us that you're the one that did it.
Yeah.
Once Amelia gave herself up and said that she's going to jail on Monday, it sunk in on me on Friday. I said, fuck her. She did some old people wrong like this. She has some money. Let me get a little something out of it.
Okay.
I'm paying bills. It's hard out here.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
really
you're
hard.
busting
I
your ass.
can't even pay my phone bill, man.
Yeah. So it's tough times. Yep.
So I said, I gotta show, if I do talk to someone, I gotta have, from my past experience, I gotta show good, faith. I gotta at least have some kind of money when I'm talking to them, like, hey, like, show that I'm serious or something, maybe if I go find someone. So I did meet up with Josh, and he did give me $1,000.
Okay.
And I never spoke back to them. And I have text messages to show and prove where she's like, can't believe you did me like that.
We've seen them. So that's why we kind of figured that that's what happened.
Where did you meet up with Josh?
It was a CVS, I believe.
It was a CVS, and he gave you $1,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right here, this one.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
And were you with anybody when you met up with him? Did you meet up with him the next day too and get some pills from him?
No, that was the Friday night. He gave me that at the house. He gave me that at the house.
Why did he give you the pills?
Because he said we was in the car talking, and he said something about his back, and I was like, yeah, my back's been killing me too. And he's like, here, take this. And then he was like, hey, can you move this? And I was like, you know what? And I was like, hey, maybe I can too. So anything that they can give me, I'm grabbing it. So I do remember the next day I did see a Ziploc bag with this shit, and I was like, wait, holy shit, what the hell did I do last night?
So he wanted you to try and move it.
Yeah.
Did they give you more money to buy more drugs to flip? Were they trying to get this money back?
No. Nothing like that for drugs or anything to flip.
Okay, so all we're talking about is 1,000. There wasn't another 4,000 exchange at some point. So.
No.
Okay.
What was the money for you to get a guy to go scare them, or was it flipping drugs, or what was it?
Yeah, I told him that if I was to come across someone to talk to them, I would need some money to show that I'm serious.
Okay, all right.
You see? So he was like, all right, bam.
Did they ever say we want these people killed?
They never mentioned anything like that to me. They just said that how they don't want to get in any trouble, and that they just want to scare the lady. I didn't think they had any capability of thinking this extreme.
Now, here's another thing that we can do. Okay. Let me see your phone real quick. What kind of phone? Is that an iPhone?
Yes.
Let me see it real quick. Okay. Here's one of the things we can do. All right. Go ahead. Thanks, buddy. Let's do this. Okay. Again, we are not anything but homicide police. You understand that? The best way we can do this, okay, is let us, I can take the phone today and have it back to you tomorrow. Okay. And we go through, and again, just to make sure we're not seeing any text messages or anything like that, hey, go scare these people. As long as we don't see that address in there, are we going to see any address in there, anything like that, I'm going to unlock it. Is that okay? So it doesn't lock? Is that okay?
I mean, yeah, it's fine,
okay.
But I don't know.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I mean, here's what I'm saying, okay? And again, I've been cool with you, and I told you from the beginning, our intention is not to take you to jail. You've been, I think, more honest than most people have been with us in this case so far.
I understand, but it's just like...
This is your phone. Yeah, I got you.
Let me tell the extent of these people that I think you thought were your friends. I mean, and the $1,000. We could tell that's because you could tell that the text.
Well, let me ask you real quick. What's your passcode on here?
1452.
1452. Okay.
So they come in yesterday, and guess what they said? After we told them that these people were dead, we paid Jay Prasad to do it.
Yeah, they threw you under the bus big time.
We're on video at the CVS paying him off to go kill these people. And guess what happened?
So they were trying to set me
Oh, yeah.
up.
Why do you think we're sitting here talking to you?
So you guys kind of knew about this. This is what you guys do for a living.
No, but listen, if we thought you were a murder for hire person, would we be sitting here talking to you like this?
I understand that.
But I want you to understand how much you need to get out from underneath this, and that's why we need your phone for a day.
I'll have it back to you tomorrow. You have my word on that. So
You're
far,
homicide police, so I won't get no drug police come into probation, man.
No.
Probation is my one word. Probation.
Because you listen.
My one word is probation.
You did right today, right? So why should you get punished for doing right? Okay.
I tell you what, Jay. I will even go further. I called Mr. Ortiz to find out your address and your phone number, and I told him you're not in any trouble. In fact, on Monday I will call him and I'll say, you know what? He was nothing but honest. You did a great job.
And that's all it'll
we'll
be.
even take that step to get that.
I'm going to see him on Monday.
Yeah, we're going to tell him you were fine.
They were supposed to, 31st. I think it's Tuesday, the 31st.
30th.
Okay.
The Mondays.
And they're going to early terminate.
What time on Monday you have to go see him?
Afternoon.
Okay. In that morning, I will call him and I'll say, look, he was nothing but cooperative, and that time it'd be
trying
the
to
opposite.
move. I'm trying to leave.
But you got people accusing you of being a murderer. You know.
Let me just ask again. Let me go back to the phone. I understand you're right for us to digitally examine it and make sure there's nothing in there. Now you're nodding your head. Yes. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm just thinking about my lawyer. Like, if I should call her and ask her, or what should I do here? But, yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay. All right. Now understand. Let me just so we don't want any surprises. Okay. Is there going to be anything in that phone? Any location information, any text messages, any communications between you and the two people that were killed? Are you
With the two people that were killed?
Yes.
Oh, no.
You're sure?
I'm positive. You wouldn't even see my phone near to their location.
Is there going to be any communication between you and I'm going to put this in here, please. Okay. Is there any communication between you
Who's
and
that calling? Sheik. Okay. Forward it.
Is there any communication between you and any other individual where you're providing that address to where these people were killed?
No.
All right. Do you know where they lived?
No. The individuals that were killed. No, I don't know where they live.
So there was no communication between you and Amelia or Josh about where they were. They were. Okay.
Because remember, I was still supposed to be finding someone. So.
When was the last time you were down at like the OBT 50 area?
I went to get my license renewed.
When?
July 13th, the day after my birthday.
Where's that, like South Orange Blossom Trail?
West Colonial, the tag agency, West Colonial, right here next to the police office station. You know what I'm talking about?
Is it by John Young?
Yes.
By the old by the sheriff's office.
Yes, yes, sir.
I was going to ask a question. I forgot what it was, so I'm going to think for a second.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I totally just slipped my mind.
Well, here's a very real obvious question. Tuesday night, the 17th, Wednesday morning, the 18th, which is just a couple weeks ago. Do you remember where you were?
Okay, say it again.
Tuesday night, July 17th, and Wednesday morning, July 18th. Would you have worked on July 18th?
That's probably just at home.
Which
it's a
is
Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday night, I'm at home.
Your grandma's house?
Yeah, I'm just chilling at home. I ain't going nowhere else besides Metro West.
You were not with a girlfriend or anything like that?
I mean, yeah, I hang out and stuff with friends. Like, that's what I said, nowhere besides Metro West.
So were you at grandma's or over here?
I'm in Metro West and grandma's.
Who can we talk to say that they were with you?
Grandma?
Here's an important question, okay? Have you had any communication with either Josh or Amelia since Wednesday, July 18th?
The last, the date, the text message from where she said, "I can't believe you did this to me." I didn't reply back to them since days from that. So,
because you took the money. Because you took the money, basically.
Yeah. If I could see that date, that's
the last communication. Oh, that's okay. We can look and see it. We'll see it.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you this question: have you had any phone calls from them while they were in jail?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Jay, when you talk about like they were both on Snapchat, were both of them like encouraging you or asking you to do this, Josh and Amelia, or was it mostly Amelia? Or
it was mostly Amelia. She was, it was mostly her. She was talking to me. They both, like, it was on speakerphone. They both are there, but I mean, it was mostly Amelia talking to me.
And she's trying to get you to send somebody over there to scare them.
Yeah.
Can you just reach down that radio right there and just turn the knob till it turns off? That one right there, just turn it. There you go. Thank you. Did they? Okay. Did she? Okay.
So you don't know where the people that were killed. Do you know their names?
I know.
Okay. You never tried to find out who they were, who this woman was that she wanted you to scare.
No, it was none of my interest, bro.
And
I just really wanted the money.
And she thought on Monday. She thought on Monday that she was in trouble.
Yeah. So, what's that date of Monday?
Monday was the 16th.
Okay, so this is 2 days. I was home, man. This whole week.
You don't think you were working either one of those days?
Yeah, work, but that's during the day and stuff. You know, at nighttime, all night, until the next morning.
What time would you have had to have been to work on Wednesday?
Shoot, probably like 6, 7. Started because Wednesday is when they have delivery. So let's say like around 7 or 8. At action hour, come out at 4 or 5.
7 or 8?
Okay. I'm trying to think, was that the day off that I had? Or was that Thursday? I can get back to you on that. I can't remember. But I know for sure I was at home. I ain't go nowhere that I wasn't supposed to be.
Okay. Yeah, if you can get that for us, you know.
I was home. I know that for sure. It's not that big of a deal. I know that I wasn't nowhere else.
Well, let me ask you this question: does anybody else use your phone?
No.
No, just you. Okay. And we're home being at grandma's house.
Yeah.
So you hang out over here with friends, I guess, when grandma's home. Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes, I'd sleep over my boy's house and my girlfriend's
Okay,
house.
so this is where you gotta start thinking really hard, okay?
Yeah.
That night, that Tuesday and a Wednesday, did you sleep over somebody's house over here, or did you go to grandma's?
I wasn't at grandma's. I know that.
You slept over somebody over here.
House.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not like at grandma's house now. It's not like I'm religiously there every night now.
That's fine. No, yeah, you're a grown man.
Yeah. So
where? What friend do you think? Do you remember being?
I'll be at I'll be here in Metro West.
You don't want to tell us where you were. It's all right.
I know it's not. It's nowhere. I wasn't supposed to.
So where's your phone going to show you from Tuesday night going into Wednesday morning?
In this area right here.
What kind of phone does he have?
It's an iPhone. iPhone 10, is it?
8 Plus.
8 Plus. Yeah. See, we got the guy already.
Well, I'm hoping he may do it like right now, so we could like.
I might even be able to get it back to you tonight.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm planning on doing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So she knows
the quicker
where
I can get it back to you is the quicker I will get it back to you.
Cool, because if I can get it back tonight, so I can work tomorrow, so I don't got to call
I'm all
off
about
for
it.
that.
Yeah, we're working on that right now.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. All right. So the phone's on. You're kind of using it throughout the night, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So it should show you around here. Okay. What kind of car do you drive?
Infinity G37 X Coupe.
Okay. Registered to you?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I don't know with you being on probation or not or whatever. Do you own a firearm?
I do not.
Have you ever?
Yeah.
You have? Mm-hmm. Okay. Where's it at?
I surrendered.
You surrendered
it? I sold it.
Sold it?
Yeah, before I got surrendered. I just don't, because of probation, I'm no possession of any weapon. But I do own a paper trail. Yes, I do have, I bought an AR.
Okay. That's the only thing you had?
Yeah.
What? But you sold it?
Yeah.
Did you talk to anybody else, or who have you spoken to about what Josh and Amelia were asking you to do?
Nope.
No one?
Just having money, I was happy.
Did Josh try to give you a gun, or did either one of them try to give you something like, hey,
no.
No. All right, so you basically, but the bottom line is, they asked you to do this, you agreed, but you made no You didn't try to recruit anybody. You didn't yourself do any research or try to find out who these people were or try to find somebody.
No. Okay. All right. Do you have anything else?
No. In fact, I'm waiting for Ed to get back to me.
What's up?
The only thing
What'd
that
you think
stuck
about
out, I remember in the conversation, she was just telling me, she was like, it would be easy for whoever you call because they live in the hood. That's all I know about. So that's why I said it's
a little bit more of that. Tell me more about that.
No, that's all they said. They said, because remember, they didn't give me the addresses yet. She's like, it's going to be easy for them. You know, they live in the hood. Because I'm thinking they live like in Winter Garden since they have money and she stole from them. You know, so that's all she said. So that's why I was saying, I know I wasn't in no hood. I was here.
Sure.
That's why I was finding out.
All right, if you don't have anything else, Detective Murphy? No? Okay. Jay, I always throw this out there. Is there anything else, like that little thought that just popped in your head, is there anything else that you could think of to do with what we were talking about that I haven't asked you that might be important?
No, sir.
And no surprises on the phone, right?
No surprises on the phone for some homicide detective.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. The time is now approximately 18:50 hours. That concludes this interview.
Yeah.
Sorry. When you're ready to go.
Okay. Can I kind of know what's going on?
Yes. You are going to be arrested. You have quite a few charges on you. Okay. Stand up.
Okay. I have to put my shoes on.
Yeah, put those on.
Can I know the charges?
Yeah, I'll let you know as we walk out there. Okay. Okay. Hands behind your back. Have them facing, like just like that. That would seem to help over there. Really small wrists. Just try to keep them inwards and facing each other. That way it doesn't clamp up on your wrist, okay?
Okay.
Lean forward, please. Lean forward. Grab all this stuff. Space is walking. Roby, there's just some food in there. You want to take it out?
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Thank you.
Yep. Hey, Joshua.
Yep.
Hey, man. Alright, I need you to stand up. Well, I searched you already, right? You have nothing on you?
Yeah, nothing on me.
Alright, just going through it real fast. I'm going to search you again.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah, I saw your bag. I'm going to bag your stuff away. Alright, Dave Bears, put your hands behind your back. Alright, not too tight, right?
No, that's alright.
Alright, cool. Alright, make sure you step out in the hallway there. I'm gonna grab the stuff out of here. You alright?
Yeah, my leg.
Let's see your body. Probably kind of tight.
Yeah, no, I shot my leg in December.
You shot your leg?
Yeah, I put my gun away.
What kind of caliber?